Hello everyone, and welcome back to another video. And today we're going to be building this cool looking application. We're going to be utilizing a search API to get this data, where you can see that the first article, the title for the first article is going to appear as our H1 on top, where you can read the full story, and then it shows you the category that you're currently viewing. So if I search for something like science here, you can see that the category changes, and then the title also changes, and then the articles also change. So the API that we're going to be using is called Hacker News, and it's built on top of Algolia's search API. And if you have never heard of Algolia, it's a search API for growing startups. And a good example for this is actually the Tailwind CSS website, where their search, let me call it the search algorithm uses the Algolia search, as you can see right here. It is quite fast. So for example, I can search for something like padding, and you can see it is quite fast, right? And for this project, we're going to be utilizing the date FNS, which is a package on NPM for formatting dates. So we're going to be formatting these dates here so that we can display them here. And then we're going to be getting the title, the author of the article, and then we're just going to click to add a read more button, which is going to take us into the actual website where you can read for yourself. Okay. Now I should mention that you can use this repository, but please do note that this repository is 8 months old, okay? Which means if you check in the package.json, then it's going to be using React version 17 and React DOM version 17, and then it's going to be using React scripts version 4. Now, these have all been updated into version 18, and version 5 for React scripts. So this repository actually is still working. It's still workable if you want to use it. I just thought that is something important to mention, and this is actually what I'm using to showcase this application. So we're also going to be building this search bar on top, where you can search for whatever you want. You can even search for sports, and it's going to show you articles related to sports, as you can see. So I'm going to close all of this up. So I'm going to close this and this and this and this, as well as this. And then let's take a look. We're going to be using this API right here. So we're going to be using this, okay, where we're going to be passing in our queries, and then we can fetch data or fetch the articles related to that query. So if I open this up on a new tab, then you're going to see that we're going to get a request that is similar to this. So we get a JSON object, we get the hits right here, which is an array of objects. Created at is the date that we're going to be displaying on the bottom of the article. And then this is the URL that goes to the actual website. And then this is the title for the article, and then this is the author. So pretty much that's all we're going to be doing, or really rather that's going to be the information that we need from this API. Okay, and I should mention that I already have my server running on localhost 3000, but most likely you don't have one up and running yet. So what I recommend is you can open up your terminal, and you can navigate into a folder of your choosing. You can create a new folder, and then what you do is you can just say npx create react app, and then give it a name that you would want. If I can just spell this right, you can just give it a name that you would want, okay? And then this is going to canvas a new React application for you. But please do not, once again, if you do this method, if you use this method, then you're going to be using React version 18.1 and 18.1 here, depending on when you're seeing this video actually. And then you're going to be using React scripts version 5.0.1. Okay, remember this is different in the repository, but if you're using the repository, it doesn't really break anything. It doesn't really break anything. So even if you're using the repository, then this is going to work. The application is going to work as you would expect, because the functionality is going to remain the same. Okay, so once your application has finished canvassing, then you can run npm start, which is going to start your development server on localhost 3000, and this is what I have here as my default React application. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to place this to the right, and then I'm going to place Visual Studio Code to the left, like so, and then I'm going to shut this down. And then what I'm going to do is I want to do a bit of cleanup. So I want to delete a few files inside here which you don't need. So these 5 files, I'm just going to delete them. And then in the index.js, of course, now this is going to break. So in the index.js, I'm going to remove this because we no longer have it, and then remove this as well, and then save this. And then in the index.css, I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to import a font here. Maybe I don't really need to import a font, so we can work with this. And then in the app.js, we're just going to remove this on the top, and then we're going to remove all of this. and we're just going to return an H1 that says hello world. And something that I've just remembered is I built the previous application using Tailwind CSS, but for this one I'm going to use vanilla CSS just to style it out. Okay, so we have an error here that says plugin React was conflicted, So in order to fix this, what you have to do is just go into your package.json and save it. And then that is going to get rid of the error. I don't know why that happens really, and it usually happens from time to time, and it probably might happen a couple more times during this video. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have my package.json open here, and I'm going to be saving it periodically so that this can actually show up if this is going to show up. I don't see this on the screen. Okay, there we go. So see that? So we have hello world. Okay. So the first thing I want to do is I want to add my global styles. So I'm going to target my asterisk, and I'm going to say set the margin to 0, reset the padding to 0, and set the box sizing to border box. Okay. Where we don't have images in this project, we don't have ULs, so we don't need to add them. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell the input. Okay. And for the input, I'm going to give a background color of transparent. And then I'm going to give a padding of, let's say, 1.25 rem on the top and bottom, and 1 rem on the left and right. And then on the body, I'm going to specify a font size of 16 pixels so that the rem can actually use 16 pixels here. And then I'm going to give a text color of, so I'm looking for a color called slate blue. Let me see how this looks. Oh, actually, I can't really see it on the screen. What am I doing? Until I actually have the input. So we're going to be seeing this in a few moments. And then I'm going to have a button here, which is going to be our submit button for the form. And this is going to have a background color of white with padding of similar to the input, so 1.25 rem and 1 rem. And then this is going to have a border of 2 pixels, or let me say 0.1 rem, solid and white. And the input as well is going to have a border of 0.1 rem, solid, and it's going to have the same color as this. Okay, and we're going to change the color for the button here on hover. So I'm going to say that for the button, when you hover over the button, then I want the border to be, let me say border color is going to be something here, which I'm going to check the color in a moment. And then for the body, I want this body to have a background color of hashtag 111827, which is Tailwind dark gray. Okay, so let me save this and let's see what I have. If this is going to reload. Okay, so there we go. So we have this right there. Okay. Now let's go ahead and let's get some data which we're going to display right here. And actually we can just begin by structuring everything out. So what I want to do is I want to set up my return. Okay, and in my return, I'm going to returning a section here. And this section is going to have a class name of, let me just call it section like so. Okay, and then inside here, we're going to have an article which has an H1, and this H1 is going to say a title here. No, let me say very big title here. And then below this, we're going to have an anchor tag that goes somewhere. So this is going to be read full article, like so. And then below this, we're going to have another article. Okay. And then this article is going to be our card. So for now, let me just display the first card. So what we want to happen here is we're going to have a div. And then inside this div, we're going to have an H2 that says heading 2. For now, really, that says heading 2. And then inside here, we're going to have, let me call it a UL. And I was wrong, we do have UL. So UL times 2. And then this first one is going to say by an author here. So let me just place my name for now. And then this second one is going to be an anchor tag that goes to a link that we're going to get from the API. And this is going to say read more. Okay. We can see read full article here as well so that it matches with this. And actually, no, let's do that. So let's say read full article. And then below this, we're going to have a paragraph that says the date. So this is going to be the date, right? So, okay, so this is how the cards are going to look. And I just want to style them out so that when we fetch our data, we're just going to be populating the web page. And I am missing our form. So let me add the form on top. So we're going to have a form here with no action. Okay. This is going to have an input with a type of text, with a name of search, with an ID of search, with a placeholder here that says search for something. Okay, I'm not going to set it to required, so below this we're going to have a button that says search, like so. Okay, so let's save this and let's see what we have. Okay, and remember, when you see this error, just go into your package.json and just save it, and then the error disappears. I don't know why that happens, but it works. Okay, so let's add a bit more style. So for the ULs, we want the list style type to be none, and then for the anchor tags, we want the text decoration to be none, so it removes the underline. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's style our section. So for the dot section, what I want to do is I want to have a padding all round of padding all round of 1.25 rem, and then we need to style this input so that it actually takes the font family of the body. Okay, so right here, as well as the button, by the way, so right here and right here, we're going to say font family and set this to inherit. So it's going to inherit the font family of the body, and then push this upwards right around there, push this on top. Okay, there we go, looking nice. And then let's go ahead and style these two right here. Okay, I want to place the font size to be about 2 rem. Let's see that. That's too big for mobile screens, so let me say 1.5 rem font size. Okay, let's move the outline. I don't want the outline, so outline none. Okay, outline none, and then we can say border none as well. Sorry, what am I doing? The border is going to be on the body, and the border also, I also require the border on the input. This is rem. Okay, that's why it wasn't applying. Okay, let's see. Okay, there we go. You can see that the styling is a bit different from the preview that I showed, but that's okay. We are really here for the functionality. You can style it differently if you want. So what I want to do is I want to go inside the input and I want to increase the margin on the right. So I'm going to say margin right of, let's say, 1 rem, pushed away from the button like so. And then we can add a border radius here of 0.625 rem, which is 10 pixels. Okay, and then do the same on the body. So just copy this line, place it here on the button. Sorry, not on the body, on the button, 0.65 rem. And yeah, that's almost looking nice. It's almost looking nice. Let me see how it looks on bigger screens. So on bigger screens, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside the input. Actually not, I'm going to add a media query. What am I doing? So I'm going to say add media for a min width of, let's say, 1024 pixels. So that's about large screens. I want to target the input, and I want this width to be 100%, which is going to place it to the end. I'm going to take it to the end like so. And then what I want to do is I want to go inside this section. So I want to access the section here for the dot section, and I'm going to say I want this to have a max width of 992 pixels. I'm going to limit it like that, and then I'm going to set the margin to auto, which is going to center it. There we go. Okay, so that's looking nice, or rather that's looking almost nice. So what I want to do here is I want to target the form. If I can just type, okay, really, so I target the form, and I just want to say display this as a flex, so display flex, so that happens, and you can see it's already pretty nice. And I can say align item center, and then yeah, pretty much that's it. That's pretty much it. And then actually, you know what I want to do is on small screens, yeah, on small screens this looks nice. This looks nice as well. Now let me just handle the hover state for the button. So when we hover over this, I want the background to be transparent. So background color, set this to transparent. Let me see this. There we go. And then I want the cursor to be pointer. Cursor pointer. And then I want the text color to be white, or rather not white. I can just say slate blue. Slate blue. Okay. So right around there. And then we can add a transition here. So let me say transition all the properties by 0.15 seconds, 15 seconds, and then just say ease in out. Okay, look at that, looking nice. Now you know what, just to be uniform, let me change this border into slate blue. And now instead of using slate blue, I want to use slate gray. So let me just select all of this and then change this to slate gray. Yeah, let's use slate gray. There we go. And then let's change the border color. And by the way, I've selected all this text by just saying Control D. so it selects all the other text that is similar to this. Okay, so let me get the, where is it, the border for the button, this one right here. Change this to slate gray. Okay, that's looking pretty nice, shaping out pretty nicely. Now let's change the placeholder color for this. Let's change the placeholder color for the input, and what I'm going to do is target the input and say 2 full columns and say placeholder, and then change this color to slate gray, like so. Okay, you can see it changes, and then change this color to slate gray as well. Oh, it's already done actually. And then now what I want to do is I want to go into the form and set the autocomplete to off. There we go. Okay, you can see now we don't have the drop down list that we had before. Okay, so let's go ahead and now let's style these articles. So we have styled the form. Now we want to style these articles. So the first article, and let me give this article a class name of title, like so, and then give the second article a class name of cards, like so. Okay, save this. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside the form first of all. Let me just target the form right around on top of this. Let me target the form and let me add a margin on the bottom of 2 rem, push it downwards from this and everything. And then let's go right inside here. Let me target this section. I want to target the article that has a class of title, and then I want to access the H1. And here I'm going to say font weight, set this to bold, font size, set this to 2 rem. How does this look? 2 rem is a bit too small for me, so let's say 3 rem. Then change the color to white. Let's say text align center. Let's say margin bottom 1 rem. Okay, let me see how this looks. Okay, fantastic. And then let's go inside the article. So inside the section, the article that has a class of title, let's access the anchor tag. So this one right here, where we're going to say margin bottom, set this to 2 rem. Look at that, and nothing happens because I want this to be a block element, so display block. Okay, and then I can say text align center. So let me place it right here, text align center. Okay, fantastic. I want this to have a border bottom of 0.1 rem, solid, and let's say slate gray. Okay, there we go. Okay, and of course this doesn't go to the center because it's display block here. So let me say display flex. I hope this works. And then let's say align item center, and just try contact the center. The border button doesn't seem to work here. Let me see, how did I structure this? So it's the article and then the A. I really thought this would work. Let me change the color for this. So let me go right around here. Let's change the color to slate gray. Okay, there we go. And then what I'm going to do is I want to access the hover state for this. So copy this and just say that when we hover over it, I want the color to change to white. So let's see, there we go. Look at that. And then we can change the border bottom. And you know what, instead of doing this, you know what, we can remove all this and we can just say text decoration, set this to underline. And would you look at that? Okay, it's not as I wanted it to be, but it works. Okay, so now let's style these cards. So let's go into this section, the article that has a class of cards. Let's access the div. Let's give this div a background color of slate gray, like so. That's too light. Let's make it darker. We're just bringing this down right around here. Change this to hex value. No. Let's use, what color should we use? Let me use the body color 111827, and then just lighten this a bit. Let me just let me just reduce the opacity. Of course that doesn't work. What am I doing? My brain just lagged for a moment. So yeah, let's work with this color. So this is the hex value 161F34. And then let's add a padding here of 1 rem. Let's add a border radius of 0.625 rem. And then let's access the H2. So the section, the cards, the div, the H2. Change this color to white, like so. And then let's have a margin bottom of 1 rem. And then let's access the UL. So the section, the cards, the div, the UL, let's say display flex, align item center, and justify content to space between, which is going to take this to the end, like so. And then let's access the first LI. So let me say that for the LI, that is the first child, like so. I want this color to be slate gray. Fantastic. And then let's access the LI. The LI here, and then let's access the anchor tag, which is this second list item. And then we can change this color into slate gray as well. And I said, wait, why did I even style this too differently? Come on. Why did I style it differently? So you know what, let me remove this from here. Okay, and then now instead of styling this here and repeating myself, let me just say text decoration here, set this to underline, like so. Oh, it doesn't work. Okay, fantastic. It doesn't work. So perhaps it does. So let's set the color here into slate gray. Okay, and then let's target the hover state for this. And then we're going to say that when we hover over this, then I want to change the color to white. Like so. Fantastic, fantastic. And then let's go inside this div, which starts right here. And then let's say margin bottom of 2 rem to push it away from the date. Oops, did I do that wrong? I did that wrong. This should not be here, it should be on the UL. So remove this from here, take it to the UL right here. Push it away from this date inside here. Okay, fantastic. Now for the date, let me see, we're going to access the dot section, the cards, the div, and then the paragraph. Change this color into slate gray. And there we go. Okay, so this is going to be our card. And now what I want to do is I just want to multiply this. So I just want to grab this and paste it downwards one more time because I want to see how it's going to look. So save the package JSON right inside here. And then now what I want to do is I want to go inside this cards class, the cards class. So this one right here. So what I'm going to do is for the dot section, for the dot cards, I want this to display as a grid. Okay, with grid template columns, the first one is going to be 1 fractional column, so we don't need much, but we're going to add a grid gap of 1 rem to push it away from this article, as you can see right here. Okay, and then now what I want to do is just copy this downwards and add a media query here right above this, and I'm going to say at media for a min width of 768 pixels, which are tablets. Then I want the grid template columns to be 2. So grid template columns repeat 2 and 1 fractional column each. And then now when we increase this past 768 pixels, then this happens. Look at that. So just making it responsive. As you remember, we made it responsive by adding a max width here. Remember, if you can just find it right here. And yeah, so now that we have this populated, or rather styled, then we can begin to check how we're going to make it populated. So let's go ahead, and then now we can remove this. Okay, and then now what we need to do is we need to start fetching our data. So on top, I'm going to import use state and use effect from React. And then we need to install a package called datefns. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to add my terminal here. Okay, and then I'm going to say npm install date-fns, like so. And then as that installs, the package that we're going to use from or rather the method that we're going to use is called format. So import format from date-fns. If you don't want to do it like this, what you can do is you can say import format from date-fns /format. Okay, so this one works and this one works as well. It's pretty much your preference, whichever you want to do. I prefer to do it like this because I like named imports. Okay, so let us install for a moment, and then now what we're going to do is set up our state values. So for our state values, we're going to have a few of them. I think 5 of them. So let's go ahead. So the first one is going to be items. So const items and set items. Set items. This is going to be equal to use state, and by default it's going to be an empty array because this is the state value that is going to hold our data once we fetch it from the API. And then the second one is const query and set query. Query. This is going to be equal to use state. By default, I want to search for programming. Okay, and I'm going to show you. So this query is the query string that we're going to be appending at the end of the API so that we can search for like the data that we want, right? So the query string is what we're going to be appending to the end of the API, and we're going to be telling the API to fetch that kind of data, whatever we have in the string. So that's why by default I want it to search for programming articles. And I don't know why it's giving me this error. Query declared. I don't know why this is giving this error, but we're going to find out in a moment. And then the third one is going to be const text and set text. This is going to be equal to use state. By default is going to be an empty string, and this is what we're going to be checking for in our form. And then we're going to have const large title and set large title, which is our obviously large title. This is going to be equal to use state. By default is going to be an empty array once again. And then I've just remembered I did not scale this up, so we're going to do that. Okay. And then finally the last one we're going to have is the loading animation. So is loading. So const is loading and set is loading. And this is going to be a boolean, so we're going to equal to use state, and by default it's going to be true because the loading state is always going to be showing if we don't have our data. Okay. So once we have that, then let me just remember to scale up this huge H1. So this is where I scale it, right? So what I'm going to do is right around here, I'm going to say that for the title H1, I want the font size to be 4M. Let's see this. Doesn't reload. Is this 4M? I can't even tell. Oh wait, it was already 4M, so I should make it 6M. Okay, there we go. A bigger title. Okay, so let's go back into our app.js and then let's grab our API, which is this link right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my use effect hook. So I'm going to say use effect. Okay, and then place in my callback function like so. And then we're going to have a dependency array here, but I'm not going to add it just yet. So I'm going to say const fetch articles equals to an asynchronous function like so. And then I'm going to say const res equals to await fetch, and then we're going to be fetching this URL. And then at the end of this, remember I said we're going to be appending this. So at the end of this, I want to place my $sign and my curly brackets. And then I want to append the query that we have, and the query by default is programming. Okay, so this by default is always going to be showing programming articles. And then we're going to say const data equals to await res.json like so. And then you can console log the data if you want, but I'm not going to console log it because I already have it here, so I can just look at it from here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say set items into data.hits, and I'm saying .hits because right here the hits array is the one that we want to get the data from. Okay, now once we have this, then I also want to say set large title into, let me show you. I'm going to say set large title into data.hits, and then place my brackets here and say 0. And what this means is it's going to get the first article, only the first article. This is going to get everything, all the 17 articles that we have inside here, but this one is only going to get the first article, so that when we access it, we're only going to be accessing the first article, and then we can use it to display it on the top right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and then let's call our functions of fetch articles like so. Okay, so nothing happens obviously because I need to save this. Nothing happens because now we need to we just need to check whether this is working correctly. So what I'm going to do is right here where it says very big title, right, I'm going to place my curly brackets, and I'm going to say large title dot title. So let's save this. Obviously it breaks, so let's save our package.json, and we see, look at that. What is your favorite programming language? Okay, now just to show you that our query is working, if I change this query into science, right, and then save this and then save this, then this should reload and it says teach yourself computer science. So that means that our query string is working when we append it to the end. So let me change this back into programming. And then now what I want to do is I want to have my loading state. Okay, so for my loading state, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab everything that is inside here. Okay, so I'm going to grab from this article and this second article, and I'm going to cut it out, and I'm going to place my curly brackets once again, and I'm going to say when is loading is true, then I want to have a div here with the class name of spinner, which we're going to create. Okay, only just a single div like that. And then when it is false, I'm going to place my full colon, and then I'm going to paste this back in. And obviously it gives me an error because you can only return one item, so I'm going to return a fragment like so, and then place it like so. Okay, and you can see now that is loading is true by default. Okay, because we have not set is loading to false anywhere, then we see nothing on the screen. Okay, but if I change this to false and then save this once again, then you can see that we are going to have our data. Okay, so now I want this to go back to true because I want to style our loading spinner, right? So let's go inside here, and then let's just go on top of everything right above here, and I'm going to say dot spinner like so, and I'm going to give this a width of 2 rem and a height of 2 rem, and then let's give it a border of 2 pixels, or else the 0.1 rem, solid and slate gray. Am I going to see that? Let me see. So this is it right here. So instead of 2 rem, let's say 4 rem, make it bigger, or even 5 rem, that's fine. Make it bigger, right? Okay, and then I want the border on top, so border top to be let me see, what is it, border top color? Yeah, border top color. I want this to be red, so that we're going to have this, and then we're going to add the border radius, make this 50% so that it's rounded like so, and then we're going to have an animation here, and this animation is going to be called spin, and I want it to spin for 0.3 seconds, and I'm going to say I want it to spin forever, so infinite, and in a linear fashion like so. And then let's go ahead and create this animation. So I'm going to say at keyframes spin, which is the name of the animation that we've given on top. Then I want us to spin from transform and rotate 0 degrees like so, and I want it to go to transform rotate 360 degrees. So let me save this and look what happens. So we have our spin animation. This is a bit fast, so let me change this to 1 second. Look at that. So now we have our spinning animation, so our loading animation technically. Okay, let me change this color from red to something like slightly soft red. Let me change this border to, let me make this border thicker so that you can actually see the red, right? So right around there, and just make it a bit thicker, or make this lighter. Make it lighter or less opaque. Less opaque. Yeah, that works fine really. So that is our spinning animation, and I want it to go to the center. So what I'm going to do is, let me see if I can say wait a minute, will display flex even not display flex align the center just for contact the center? No, it doesn't work. So let's use positioning. So let me say position this as absolute, from the top by 50% and from the left by 50%, and then let's say transform and rotate. Transform translate on the x-axis by -50% and by -50% on the y-axis. There we go. So this happens. Now the reason why it's a bit to the right, I think, is because of this. Okay, so let me just try and disable this for a moment. Let me see. Yeah, so it's because of the keyframes, that's why it's a bit to the right, otherwise it's going to be absolutely centered. So we're going to have to do a bit of trial and error, where we want it to position a bit less to the left, right? So right here and right here, This is the x-axis, this is the y-axis. So right here and right here, I want to change this to about, let's say 48%. Let's say 40%. Let's say 42. Right around there should be fine. On a bigger screen, it's right there. I don't really want to do this for every frame really. So let me just place it as 44%. Yeah, and we can just delete that. So there we go. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we need to disable this loading spinner once we fetch our data. Okay, so the first thing that I want to do is I want to go on top of this and I want to set isLoading to true once again. Okay, so it's already set to true by default, right? But before we fetch our data, I want to set it to true just to make sure that it is set to true, you know. And then once we fetch our data, so once we call this function, then we're going to say set isLoading to false. Okay, and then we need to save this, and it loads for a moment and then disappears. I don't know whether you can see it. Loads for a moment and then disappears once we get our data. Okay, and then now let's go ahead and populate our cards. So for our cards, what I'm going to do is I just want to disable this first of all. Okay, not disable it, but comment it out, and then I want to map over our data, right? So I'm going to say items.map, and I want to get back a few items which I'm going to destruct immediately. So I want to get back the author, and this is all coming from the API, by the way. You can check all this data in the API. So what I want to do is I want to get the author, the URL, the title, the created at, and I want to get the object ID. Where is it? The object ID right here, which is going to be our unique key. Okay, so I want to get the author, the created at. I want to get the title, the URL, and the object ID. And then I want to place my return here, and then in my return I'm going to be returning a div with the key of object ID, like so. And then now we're just going to be structuring this like it is here. So we're going to have an h2. This h2 is going to be say the title, and then below this h2 we're going to have a ul. The first li is going to say by, come on, by, and then come on, and then the author. And then the second list item is going to have an anchor tag that goes to the href of the URL. And then this is going to say read full article, like so. And I want this to open on a new page, so I'm going to set the target equals to _blank. And then I'm going to set the rel to no referrer, rel equals no referrer. And then I want to do this on this anchor tag on top as well, right? Where is it? Here. I want to do the same here. Okay, and the href for this, by the way, I forgot to add it, but the href for this is going to say large title .url. Okay, and then once we have this, then below the ul, right? So below the ul, we're going to have a paragraph that says the date, so we can just have created at here, created _at. Okay, and obviously this date is not going to show. I mean, it is, but it's not going to be readable. Okay, so there we go. Look at that. So we have our title, we have our author, we have the read full article. And by the way, not all these articles work, I think, because they were taken down or something. That's why you see that you can't click on some of them, and then on others you can just click on them and they do work. Okay, so let's format our date. And I've just noticed that I did not add our category here. So before I forget, let me add the category right around here. Let me add a paragraph here that says category, and the category is going to be the query that you search for. So query, that's so. So the first one is going to show is going to show programming, like so. And then now we just need to style this out. So let me give this a class name of category, like so. And then let's style it out. Okay, so right around on top of this, I want to access the category, and what I want to do is I want this to have a color of slate gray, and then I want to add a span inside the category. So the category span is going to have a color of, let's call this let me just call it slate gray, but I want to make it lighter. I want to make it lighter so that it's just a tiny bit distinguishable. And then I want to make it bold, so font weight bold. Okay, and then let's go back inside here, and then let's grab this query and place it inside a span, like so. So we're going to have this, look at that, looking fantastic. And then I want the text to be capitalized. So text transform and just say capitalize. So we're going to have that, and then let's have a margin bottom of 1 rem, pushed away from this. Oops, that's on the wrong one. I want it on the paragraph. Sorry about that. Okay, there we go. Look at that, looking fantastic. Now what we need to do is we want this is quite a large title. Was it 6 rem? Let me change it to 5 rem. That's really big, too big. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to format our date, and then we need to deal with our input, our form. So let's go ahead and deal with our date. So remember at the top we imported format from date and FNS, right? Now we are going to do, what we're going to do is right inside here we're going to say format like so, and then we're going to add our curly brackets and say format new date like so, and then pass in created underscore art, and then we want it to format in the form of days first, then month, so 1 or not 1 but mm, so for them, and then the year, so y. So format in the form of date, month, year, and I do know that that is not the standard everywhere. Most people use month, day, and year, but I use day, month, and year. So you know, if you want to play around with that, you can change it. It's not really that big of a deal. And if that is going to save and it doesn't work, why don't you work? What is the error? It says, oh, this should not be capital, this should be small. So 1 2 3 4 should be small. Sorry about that. And then save your package.json, and there we go. So you can see now it formats this, so 23 March 2012 and so on and so forth. They're a bit dated articles, but you know, they do the job. Now let's work on our input. Okay, and the first that I want to do is I want to increase the size of this input on bigger screens. So let me go inside here. Let's give this a font size of, I don't know what I had on the top, so let me just say 3.5 rem. Let's see, too big. Let's say 2.5 rem. Okay, yeah, that's doable. Let's go to the button as well. The button is going to have a font size of 2.5 rem. Oops, 2.5 rem. Just to make it the same size as this. Okay, so that's our button. It's a bit different from how I style it, but you know, the bigger the better. So let's go ahead and let's deal with our form. Now for the form, what I want to do, and now I can remove this actually. So for the form, what I want to do for the form is we need to have an on submit function in the form. So for that, I'm going to go to the form and say on submit, and I'm going to create a function here called handle submit. Okay, so let's go ahead and create this function right below this, below our use effect. And below our use effect, I'm going to say const handle submit is equal to an arrow function, target the event listener of e, and then we're going to say e.prevent default, and it prevents the default behavior of the form reloading the web page when you submit it. And then what we need to do is inside the input, we need to change this into a controlled input. So I'm going to have a value here. The value is equal to text, which is our state value that we have on top here, which is an empty string. And then this needs to have an onChange attribute. So when we change the value inside here, then I want to target the synthetic event of e, and I want to say set text into e.target.value. And what this means really is that anytime that we type inside the input, right, inside this input, the text that we type in is going to be populating our state value on top. Okay, and then this is very important because this is what we're going to be using inside here, inside our submit function. So the first thing I want to do is I want to check if there is no text. So if there's no text, so if we try to submit it without typing anything inside, we're just going to say do something here. And I want to implement a package that I've just thought of right now called Toastify. And then else what do we need to do? We need to say set query into the text that we type in. Remember, query is the state value that we're using to query the API. So when we change it, then we need this to run again, and then we're going to say set text into an empty string. So what this means basically is change the text back, change the input back to an empty string when we submit the form. And is there anything else we need to do here? I don't think so. So let's save this, and it's going to break, obviously. I don't know why it keeps on doing that, but you know. So let me change. Let's search for science, and nothing happens. Oh, nothing happens because our dependency array here needs to be dependent on query. We need to have a dependency array of query. So what this means is every time that the query state value changes, we need all of this to run. Okay, so that's why this didn't work. You can see that the category changed here because we're accessing the query from the top, but none of this changed. None of this changed, right? So let's save this and then save our package.json, and then let's try this again. So let's search for, oh, and you can see even before searching, you can see that this runs again because you can tell that the query has changed, right? So we can search for something like, oops, what did I do? Okay. So you can search for something like, let's search for politics. And you can see that it searches for politics. You can search for sports and so on and so forth. Okay. Now I'm trying to think, what did I do? Okay, so right here, I want to implement a package called Toastify, okay? Which is just going to show an alert if you try to submit something in the form when there is no text. So let me just search for it because I've forgotten how to do it. Okay, so the package is called reactjs, and we want to implement one of these. So let me just check the one that we're going to use. So we're going to say, first of all, let's install it. So let me paste full screen, and then I'm going to say npm install reactjs, and then we need to import these two, so toast container and Okay, so let's import these two on top. This has finished installing, so let's import these two. Okay, and then what we need to do is, it says notify So what we're going to do is right here, we're going to say toast, and then we're just going to say input is empty. Okay, there we go. Input is empty, and then we need to have our toast container. So toast container, we can just place it where? Is it wherever? I hope so. I hope it's wherever, but let me place it right below the form. So I'm going to say toast container, like so. And then it has a bit of more styling, or rather props, that you can pass to it. Let me just check the demo. Where is it? Okay, yeah, right here. So let's say, actually, not. I can just copy this. I just copy this and paste it inside here. Really top-notch programming, right? Okay, so let's test this out. Let's test this out. Let's see search. Nothing happens. Come on, really. Let's check the console. And it says a component is a no. Let's reload this. Each child in a list should have a unique key prop. That is there. But the toast, okay, there we go. So our toast is actually over. It just needed a reload. Okay. So you can see that when you hover over it, then it pauses. But you know, I think this is a much better UI. And you know what? Instead of being on the top right, I want it to be on the bottom. How do you do that? This is top right, top right. I want it to be on the bottom right. So it's just easier changing this to bottom right. Bottom right. Okay. Let's see this. Reload this. Okay, we need to reload this. And do this again. Okay, so input is empty. Yeah, I think that is going to be fine, really. Perhaps on bigger screens, then it would be beneficial to have it on the top right. But yeah, this works as well. It's visible. Okay, so yeah, one final thing that you can do is you can just change the title by going into your public folder and then index.html and just changing this title here to Hacker News, like so. and then you can just save it, and it updates the title and so on and so forth, and you have a really cool looking application. So yeah, that is going to be the end of the video, and if you like Hello everyone, welcome back to another video, and today we're going to be building this FAQ accordion card. As you can see right here, it's a very cool looking application with some nice functionality which I really like, where when you click on a question here, then the font is going to become bold, and then when you click on it, you can see that this down facing arrow is going to face up like so. And it's just some simple functionality that we're going to implement in React. And of course, we're going to add some bit of styling just to make it cool looking like this, with this background gradient as well as this image. So this is a challenge from Frontend Mentor. So you can head over into frontendmentor.io/challenges, and you can click on this card right here. You have to scroll a bit down. It's in the middle of the web page currently. So you can click on this, and then you can download the starter files. And if you have completed the challenge, then you can just click on restart to download the starter files again. And you can see that it's going to say get started right here, and then it's going to say download starter. Okay, so I'm not going to do that because I already have this downloaded somewhere right here. So it's going to download a zip file for you, and then once you extract it, then it's going to extract into this. So I'm going to open this up in Visual Studio Code. So I'm just going to right click on it and say open with code. Okay, and then once it opens up, then you're going to see that we have the design files here, we have the images folder, we have our getting our index.html, and all the other files inside here. But what we technically need here is the desktop design, because that's what we want to look at. And then we're also going to need the style guide as well as the images folder. So before we do get started, I want to canvas a new React application. So I'm going to open up VS Code in a new file, or rather a new instance of VS Code. And then I'm going to cd into my desktop into a folder that I created called FM Challenges. And then inside here, I'm going to create a new React application. So I'm going to say npx create React app. And I'm going to call this FAQ accordion-yt like so. And then I'm going to let this run, and then once it finishes running, then we are going to continue. Okay, so now that this has finished running, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my second instance of VS Code, and I'm just going to copy the images folder. So I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste them. Oh, I need to open this up. So let's cd into FAQ accordion-yt, and then let's just open VS Code inside here like so, and close this. And then now I'm just going to place this full screen, and then now I can copy my images folder inside here. So paste like so. And then I want to do a bit of cleanup because we don't need all these files. So I'm going to delete this one, the app.test.js, the logo, the report vitals, just going to delete them. And then in the index.js, I'm going to remove this because we have deleted this file as well as this, and then save it. And then in the index.css, we are going to remove this. And then in the app.js, we are going to remove this on top, and then all of this. And then we're going to return a div with a class of container. And then inside here, we're just going to return an h1 that says FAQ. Okay. So once we have that, let me check if we do need anything else. We need these colors. Let me copy these colors. Okay. So just copy this, and then inside the index.css, I'm going to create my root variable. So colon root like so. And then I'm going to comment this out. Comment. And then we're going to name these colors. So this is going to say very dark desaturated blue. So dash very dark desaturated blue. This is soft red. This is soft violet. Dash soft violet. So that's how you name variables in CSS. So this is, what is this? Soft blue. So dash soft blue. This is very dark grayish blue. Very dark grayish blue. This is dark grayish blue. So dark grayish blue. This is light grayish blue. So light grayish blue. Okay, and then remember to place your semicolons, otherwise you're going to have errors, which we do have. Okay, and this has a colon. Okay, so there we go. Now what we do need to do is we have a custom font that we need to get, this one right here. So we need to get the 400 and 700 font weights. Okay, and the body has a font size of 12. Okay, so font weights of 400 and 700. Let's check this. Okay, so let's go ahead and select the 400 font weight right here, as well as the 700 font weight, and then let's just use the import. So copy this, and then inside our actual file, on top of this, now we're going to paste this in, and then we're going to go into the body and say the body is going to use a font size of a font family of this. I don't know how to pronounce that. Okay, so let's see what else do we need. Okay, I don't think there's anything else that we do need, because I think I have a pretty good picture of how this looks in the desktop design. So let's go ahead and let's close this, and then I'm going to open up my terminal, and in my terminal I'm going to run npm run start, which is going to start our development server on localhost 3000. So as this spins up, what I want to do is I want to go ahead, you know what, I've just remembered what we need. So let me open up my downloaded folder once more. Okay, so we do need to get these questions from here. These are the questions and the answers. We do need to get them from here, and what I'm going to do is inside my workspace, I'm going to create a new folder, a new file, sorry, inside my source folder, and this new file is going to be called questions.js. And then inside questions.js, I'm just going to say export const questions, and this is going to be an array of objects, and it's going to have the structure of ID, question, and then answer. Question and answer, like so. So these are going to be 5 questions. So I'm just going to copy this 5 more times by holding down Shift and Alt and then the down arrow. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, sorry, those are 6. No. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah. And then what I need to do is now just get these questions from here. So just copy and paste. So copy this here, paste the answer, and then copy the second one. Of course, we don't need these spaces. We need to remove these spaces, otherwise we get errors. So copy the second one here, and copy the answer as well inside here. Copy the third one here, as well as the answer. Then the fourth one, we need to remove this, and then the fourth one inside here, the answer inside here, and then finally the fifth one inside here as well as the answer. Okay, now we do need to change this ID. So this is going to be 2, this is going to be 3, this is going to be 4, and this is going to be 5. I'm using IDs because I want to use the ID to be the key when we map over this list. But I'm going to show you another way where another method you can use if you don't want to use the ID. Okay, so our dev server has started on localhost 3000. So let me close this. Let me close this as well. Let me close this. Let me close this. Yep. And then the first thing that we do need to do is I want to change the title for this. Okay, now I can close this. I hope so. I don't think we need anything else, but let me just copy this title. Copy this, and then we can close this. And then I'm going to go inside my public folder inside my index.html, and then I'm going to change this title to this. Okay, and then now we can close this because as you can see the title updates. And then the first that I want to do is let's just structure out how we want our app to look. So we don't want to start with an H1 technically. Instead, I'm going to start with an article. And this article is going to be an image, okay? And we're going to be getting these images from our images folder. So let me just say import mobile. So the mobile version of the image from /images/. It has a very long name. So it's called Illustration Woman Online Mobile. First of all, let me just place this full screen. It's called Illustration dash woman dash online dash mobile dot svg. Oops. And then I'm just going to copy this downwards, and then I'm going to change this into desktop because the desktop version also exists. Okay, and then once we have that, then inside here I want to render my picture tag. Okay, and my picture tag takes in a source element as well. Source, I can't spell. Okay, so for a min width of 716 pixels, and I'm going to explain this in a moment. The source set for this, I want this to show the desktop image first of all, and then below this we're going to have our image tag, and this is going to be showing the mobile image. So what this means basically is that when the device width is greater than 716 pixels, then I want the desktop image to show. Otherwise, I want the mobile image to show because the device width is going to be less than 760 pixels. So this just adds a bit of responsiveness. Instead of toggling these images in your CSS, you can just do it in your HTML like this. And then below this article, we're going to have another article, and this article is going to be an H1 that says FAQ. And then below this article, we're going to render our single question component. So single question component, which we are going to create, right? So let's go ahead and create our component. So inside the source folder, I'm going to create a new file called single question.js, like so. And then inside here, just want to say export default function single question, like so. And then for now, we're just going to be turning an empty fragment with a div inside here and an article, and this article is going to have an h2 that says question, and then below this we're going to have an image, technically an image or an icon really if you want to think about it, and then below this we're going to have our answer. Okay, so let's save this, and then let me import this file on top. So let's say import single question from single question, and then now instead of this, let's just render our component like so. So let's save this, and then on the screen we should see not this, what does it say? So what's the error? Can't resolve illustrate. Oh, I spelled this wrongly. Illustration has an I. Okay, so let's reload this. Okay, so we see that we have our image on top, we have our FAQ H1, we have our question component, which shows the question and the answer. And then on bigger screens, notice how the image also becomes bigger. That's because of this toggling that is happening right here. So it's very nice. And then what I want to do next is, let me just place this properly. What I want to do next is I want to get the questions array of objects that we've just created, right? Okay, so for this one I want to access it in my app.js. So what I'm going to do is on top of this, I'm going to import useState from React, and then I'm also going to import the questions. So import questions from /questions, like so. Okay, and then I'm going to create my state value, which is going to be holding the questions data. So I'm going to say const quests. And I don't need to set the function because we're not going to be using the function. So this is going to be equal to useState, and by default I'm going to pass in the questions, which you have just imported on top. And then now, because I want to render all the questions, right? I want to render all the questions, all 5 of them. What I'm going to do is, instead of rendering the single question component by itself, I'm going to say quests.map, and then for the object that we get back, I'm just going to call it quest, like so. Then I want to return a single question component. Okay, and remember, when we're mapping over objects, then when you're mapping over an array, then it returns a list, and in React every list needs to have a unique key. So for the key for this is going to be quest.id. That's why I had the ID. Okay, and then I'm just going to save this, and we should see 5 questions appear here. There we go. So question. Now, if you don't want to do this, if you don't want to say quest.id, what you can say is you can get the index of the item, and then you need to also get the index right here. And it is preferable to use index when you know that the data that you have is not going to change. Otherwise, it's going to mess up your application quite a bit. But for now, because we know that this data is not going to change, then we can just use the index, and that's okay. Okay, so now we just need to figure out how we're going to get the questions from here, right? So these actual questions and answers, and display them on the screen. So what I'm going to do is right inside my app.js, I'm going to show you two ways where you can do this, right? So you can create a prop here called question, and this is going to be called quest.question, right? So that's how you access the question inside here, right? Because we're getting back an object called quest, okay? And then we want to access the question from this single question that we get back. I hope that makes sense, right? And then we're making it equal to a prop called question that we have just created, okay? And then we can do the same for the answer, where we're going to say the answer is equal to quest.answer, okay? And then now that these are props, then you can go into your actual component called single question, and then you can destructure them inside here as props. So you can destructure question and answer. Okay, now instead of this rendering question inside here, you can just render the question value that you have, and then you can render the answer as well. So you can save this, and you can see now we have our actual questions and our actual answers. Okay, so that's looking nice. Now let me show you the other method, right? Imagine if you had more values inside here, more key values inside here, maybe like 5 of them, for example, right? So for example, let me just copy this down. If your object had more values inside here and you wanted to access them in your single question component, then you'd have to go inside the app and you have to render more of those values inside here, which just becomes a bit of a hassle, right? So another way you can do this, if you don't want to do this, right? If you don't want to do this, what you can do is you can use the spread operator. And the spread operator is just going to say ... quest, right? And this basically means that take all the remaining values inside this object that you get back and then pass them into the single question component. Okay, so the remaining values in this case are going to be the question and the answer. So it just means take the question and the answer and then pass them inside this into this component as props. And then now you can just go ahead and destructure them, because you know that the remaining values are the question and the answer, and then you can display them. And then you can see now that I save, nothing breaks on the screen because everything works correctly. Okay, so let's go ahead and style this out a bit. So let me go inside my index.css. And the first thing that I want to do is I want to add this background gradient. Okay, so let me go inside the body and I'm going to say background, and I'm going to set this into linear gradient, and I'm going to say set it to 120 degrees. The first value is going to be soft. What is the first value? Soft violet. So soft violet. Make this into a variable. So var soft violet, like so. And then the second value is going to be var soft blue. Okay, so let's save this, and we have this on the screen. And I've just realized something that I'm probably going to mess me up. I've not reset the margin and the padding for this. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So let's go below this, and I'm going to say reset the margin to 0, oops, can't type, and reset the padding to 0 as well. Okay, and then set the box sizing to border box, like so. Okay, now you can see something wrong with this, right? You can see something wrong with this, where you can see that the color starts from here up to the bottom and then starts again. I don't want this to happen, right? So let's fix that by going below this and saying background repeat, set this to no repeat. Okay, so that happens. And then now, in order to fix this, then I'm just going to give the body a mean height of calculate 100 viewport heights minus 0.1 pixels. And there we go. Okay, looking fantastic. Now what I want to do is I want to go and I gave this a class of container here, right? Which is basically our accordion card, right? So let's go inside the index.css. Let's access the class of container, and I'm going to give this a background color of white. Let's see that. Okay, background color of white. Let me say padding of 1.25 rem. Okay, and then let me go inside the body as well and give it a padding of 1.25 rem. And actually, you know what, I need to specify the rem value to use. So let me say font size, let me see how 12 pixels looks, because that's what we had in the design, so 12 pixels. That looks too small for me, so I'm going to use 14 pixels, like so. And then the padding here is what pushes this accordion inside just a bit. So if I remove it, it's going to take it back to the edge, which I don't want, right? And then this padding on the container is what pushes the text inside. So if I remove it, then the text is going to go back into the edge of the container, which I also don't want. And then for the container, I'm going to give this a border radius of 1 rem, which is for now 14 pixels because I've set it inside here. And then what we need to do is we need to change these colors. We need to change these colors, and I want to access this image as well. So let me say that for the container, and let me say the container, let me see where it is. So for the container, I want this first article and I want to access the image inside. So what I'm going to do is container, and I'm going to say that for the immediate article, which is the first child, like so, then I want to access the image inside here. And for the image, I'm just going to say display block. Okay. And then once I say display block, I can say set the margin, come on, I can't type. Set the margin to auto, which should center it, like so. Fantastic. Okay. And then let me go inside the container h1. So the container h1, I'm going to set this color into this, like so. And then I'm going to change the font size. So let's say font size into 2 rem. Okay, fantastic. And probably not, let me change this color to very dark desaturated blue, because that's what we had. That's what we have as a variable on top right here. Okay, and then I want to access this h2. Actually not, let me still remain on this h1 for a bit. Let me increase the margin. So let me say margin of 1 rem on the top, 0 on the left and right, and 1.25 rem at the bottom. Okay, pushed away from this image as well as from this, just a bit. And then what I want to do is, let me see. I want to go into the single question component, and I'm going to give this div a class name of, let's call it article question, like so that we can now style this a bit differently, just a bit differently. So let's say for the article question, right? For the article question, I want to access the article and then the h2. Give this color, give this h2 a color of very dark grayish blue. So dash very dark grayish blue. This should be grayish blue. Change it to the variable, like so. And then I want to access the paragraph inside here. So for the paragraph, I want to set the color to, what was it? Dark grayish blue. So dark grayish blue. Okay. And this is not inside the article. Sorry, that's why it doesn't change. Okay, there we go. And then another thing that I do want to do is I want to change the font family, the font weight for this h2 into light font. So let's say font weight, set this to 400. And then we can set the font size as well. Come on, font size. We can set this into 1 rem. Yeah, 1 rem should be fine. And then what I want to do is I want to add a custom class on this h2 so that when you click on it, then it's going to change this font weight into bold. So I'm going to copy this down and I'm going to give this a custom class name of clicked, like so. So we're going to say that when the h2 it has a class of clicked, then I want to change the font weight to 600. And just to test this out, I'm going to go inside this h2, give this a class name of clicked, and you should see this. Now it's made into bold, right? Now we're going to be toggling this, and I'm going to show you how we're going to do that. And then now what I want to do is I want to go inside this article. So on top of this right here, and then I just want to say margin bottom of let's say 0.5 rem, pushed away from pushed away from the paragraph, sorry. And then I'm going to go inside this article question, and below this I'm going to say border bottom of 0.2 rem, and I'm going to say solid, and this color is for the dividers right here, so light grayish blue, this one, light grayish blue. Where was I? Right here, light grayish blue. There we go. So it introduces, let me change this to 0.1, it's too thick. So it introduces this very slight divider, right? And then inside here, I'm going to give this a padding of 1 rem on the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right. Okay, so this happens. Would you look at this? Okay. So this is looking almost nice, right? Now what we need to do next is we need to display our downward facing arrow, right? And in order to do that, I'm going to install a package called React Icons. So I'm going to add my terminal right there, and then I'm going to say npm install react-icons, like so. Now as that installs, then I'm going to go into my single question component, and on top of this, I'm going to import the two icons that I'm going to need. So the first one is called FA chevron up, and the second one is called FA chevron down, and these are coming from React Icons /FA, like so. And then now this is where I was saying that we need the image. Now instead of the image, I'm going to display the FA chevron up first of all, and I'm going to show you how we're going to be toggling this as well. Okay, so let's let this finish installing just for a moment, and we should see this. Would you look at this? So it's looking okay, right? Now I'm saying up because by default we can see the text, right? Now I just want to style this article a bit differently, where I want this this arrow to go to the right, right? So let's go ahead into the right inside here actually, and on top of this I'm just going to say display flex, like so, and then I'm going to say align item center and justify content to space between. We should take it to the end. Okay, look at that, looking fantastic. Now let's go ahead and let's begin toggling our accordion. So inside the single question component, I'm going to import use state on top of this. So import use state from React. Okay, and then I'm going to set up my state values. So I'm going to say const is clicked. Actually no, let me call it is showing. I think is showing is a better name, and set is showing. This is going to be equal to use state, and by default nothing is going to be shown, so by default it's going to be false. Okay, and then because nothing is going to be shown by default, I mean the answers, I want to go inside these paragraphs and I want to place some conditional rendering where I'm going to say only when is showing is true, that's when I want the paragraph to show. Okay, so once I save this, then the paragraph should disappear, like so. Would you look at this? Okay, and then the next thing that I want to do is I want to go inside this chevron, right, and I want to remove it, and I'm going to place another conditional where I'm going to say when is showing is true, then I want the FA chevron up to appear. FA chevron up, like so. Close it out because it's a React component. And then when it is false, when is showing is false, then I want FA chevron down to appear. Oops, like so. So save this, and would you look at this? Now nothing happens because we haven't yet added our clicking function, right? But if I change this into true, look at this, this goes up, and then we can see our paragraphs, right? So our functionality is working. We just need to add how we can click on it, right? Now before I do that, I've just noticed that I want, when I hover over this, then I want the cursor to be a pointer. So I'm going to go inside this article, and I'm just going to set cursor into pointer, like so, that when I hover over it, then the cursor is going to be a pointer, meaning you can click on it. Okay, so inside the single question component, what I'm going to do is inside this article, I'm going to add an onClick event, and I'm going to place in my inline function like this, and I'm going to say set is showing into the opposite of is showing, like so. So what this means is, because this is the function that controls how we access this state value, this means that if is showing is true, then set it to false, and if it is false, then set it to true. So it's basically a toggle really. And now look at this, when I click on this, it shows, and then when I click on this, it shows. When I click on it again, it disappears, and it disappears. And notice how the toggle also works, right? Now I just want to add a custom class on these two items. So this is going to have a class name of icon, like so, both of them, right? And then I'm going to go inside the index.css, and right below this, I'm going to add a class of icon, and I'm just going to change the color into soft red, like so, and this should change the color right there. Okay, now let's add the functionality where we're going to change this text into bold when we click on it, right? So let's go inside the single question component, and inside the h2 we're going to have a class name, and this class name is going to be now not a string, but we're going to place our brackets, our curly brackets, and then our template literals. okay, which means we want to access our state value called is showing, like so. So when is showing is true, we want to add a class name called clicked, and then if it is false, then it's just going to remove this class name. Okay, remember we created this class name when we were starting our h2 right inside here, which just changes the font weight into 600. So let's save this and then let's try it out. So look at this, and of course it doesn't work because I haven't saved this. So let's try it out. So click on this. Now you can see that now it is bold because we've clicked on it, and this also becomes bold, and this also becomes bold, and so on and so forth. And then when you click on it again, then it is no longer bold. Okay, now what we need to do now is just to scale this up, right? Just need to scale it up just a bit. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, I want this to come to the center. I want this to come to the center. Okay, so let's go back inside the body, and inside the body, I'm just going to say display flex and align it to the center and justify content to the center. Remember, we already have a fixed height here, so it should place it to the center, right there. And then I don't want it to be thin like this, so I'm going to go inside the container, and I'm going to give this a width of 400 pixels. Okay, and of course, if your device width is less than 400 pixels, then it's going to introduce horizontal scrolling. I just think that you should know that. And then we want to increase this width on bigger screen, so let's add a media query. So I'm going to say at media, and for a mean width of 768 pixels, then I want to access the container, and I want to give it a width of 700 pixels. And then let's see this, let's increase it right there. See where the width increases, right? Looking fantastic. And then now what I want to do is I want to display this on the left and the questions on the right. So remember how we structured this in the beginning. So this class of container has one article and the second article. So the first article shows the image, this one right here, and the second article shows our FAQ. So let's go ahead and style this out. Let's go into right here actually, and we can just say display flex, right? And we can say align item center, align item center, and justify content to the center, so that this happens, right? Now this doesn't really look all that good, so instead of setting this here, what I'm going to do is, what am I doing? Instead of setting this here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to check for a larger width. Okay, so I'm going to add another media query. So for a mean width of, let's say, 1024 pixels, 1024 pixels. For a bigger width, then I want to access the container, and I want to set this width into, let's say, 1024, so let's say 992 pixels. Okay, so that we're going to have this, and then now we can go on top of this and just say display flex. Okay, that's much better. And align item center and justify content to the center. Okay, and then now I want this to just go back to the left a bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to access the first article just like I did on top, right? So I'm going to say container and then place my greater than sign, and then I'm going to say article first child, right? And then what I want to happen here is I want this to have a flex of 1. So flex grow of 1, like so. And then I want to access the second child, so just copy this downwards. Let's just say nth child 2. And then just set this to flex 1 as well. And that happens. Now you can see that now it's like in the middle, right? So this has a flex grow of 1, and this also has a flex grow of 1. And then now what I want to do is inside this first one, I want to have a margin right of 1.25 rem, so 20 pixels. Actually, it's not 20 pixels because I have what on the body? I have 14 pixels, so it's not really 20 pixels. But just add this, increase this margin. Actually, I can say something like 3 rem, just to increase this margin just a bit. But remember that our functionality is still working, as you can see. Very, very nice. Okay, so yeah, I think that's the end of the project actually, because we have added all the functionality that we need, right? We've added all the functionality that we need, and this is working pretty nice, if I do say so myself. Okay, so I've committed this project to GitHub. The repository is called FAQ accordion card, and you can go ahead and check the link in the description as well, just in case you miss it, and then you can check for the code in case you're having any problems. Hello everyone, so today we're going to be building an interesting project, which is the URL shortening API and landing page. So we're going to be building a URL shortener, and then we're going to also build out the landing page for it. So you can head over into frontendmentor.io/challenges. I've just sorted it a bit here, but the link still remains the same. And then you can get this project, you can click on this card, and then you can download the starter files. I've already done that, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the extracted files in Visual Studio Code, and then we can begin. And right before we begin, actually I want to mention that we're going to be using this repository. I've called it URL shortening API. I've committed this to GitHub, but I haven't deployed it to Netlify, and I haven't submitted the project. So what I'm going to do is I canvassed a new React application, which is this right here. And at the end of this project, whatever code that we're going to write inside here, I'm going to commit it into this repository. Now, I know it doesn't allow unrelated histories, but I'm going to define that just for this project, so that the code that we write inside here is going to be on par with the one that you're going to get from this cloned repository, if you ever clone this repository, or if you ever want to look at the finished code. Okay, so that being said, I just want to open up my extracted folder in VS Code, and then we can begin a bit of copy pasting and then begin writing out our code. Okay, so when you download the files from this project, what you're going to get is this folder right here, this zip file, sorry. And then once you extract it, then you're going to get this folder, which I'm going to open up in Visual Studio Code. And then let me just get this open here, as well as this here, places to the right and this to the left. Now what I want to do is I want to copy this design folder and the images. Sorry, let me copy these ones first because they're easier. So just copy and paste them inside here. And I forgot to mention that this is a new React application, so you're going to have to run npx create react app, and then give the application a name that you would want. Okay, so you need to run this command, which is going to canvas your new React application for you. Sorry, I skipped that part, but it's okay. And then once we copy this inside here, I want to delete this readme. We don't need it. And then I'm going to rename this readme copy into just readme. There we go. And then I'm going to go inside this git ignore. I'm going to copy all of this. So just copy this. And then inside here, just make the screen a bit bigger to avoid errors. Change this to line 29, and then change this to 35, and then this to 36. And that's our git ignore. And then back inside here, I just want to copy the images folder. So copy, and then inside my source folder here, I want to paste them in. Always paste inside here. Okay. And then before we get started, I just want to do a bit of cleanup. And the first thing that I do want to do is, let me close this. Close this. We no longer need it. The first thing that I want to do is I want to get this favicon from here and place it inside my public folder, so that we no longer use the default favicon from React. So I'm just going to drag and drop inside here, and then I'm going to delete this. And then inside the index.html, I'm going to change this into favicon-32 by 32.png, like so. And then I'm going to change this theme color as well, if I do remember it. And then the next thing that I want to do is change this title to say URL shortening API. And then let's just say Frontend mentor, like so. And then that should be it for the public folder. And then before we continue, then I just want to do a bit of cleanup. So I want to clean up, I want to delete the app.css, the app.test.js, the logo, this and this. We can delete those. And then we can go into our index.js, and then we can remove this because we have deleted that file, like so. And then we have the app.js. We need to remove these two lines on top because we've deleted those files once again, and then remove this. So inside here, I'm just going to be returning an h1 that says lorem2, like so. And now let's just say hello world, because that's the custom. Hello world, like so. And then actually, you know what? I don't want this here. I want it at the top. So export default. There we go. And then once we do that, then I should spin up our dev server, but I've just remembered that I want to install Tailwind CSS in this project just to move a bit faster. So let me go ahead and open up my terminal using Ctrl and J, and then let's go into our Tailwind website. So Tailwind CSS installation. Why doesn't it go to that website really? Tailwind. It wasn't giving me the drop down option. So where's the docs, installation, the framework guides, and then we're going to create React app. Okay, and then we need to install Tailwind. So copy this. So copy this there, let this run, and then we're going to copy this. And then once that installs, then I'm just going to paste in this next link, which is going to create our Tailwind config file and post CSS config file. So I'm going to let this run once again, and then as that runs, then I'm just going to copy this, which kind of like what does it do? It removes all the unused CSS from your files, so that you don't have extremely large files. Okay, so there we go. So it creates a Tailwind config file and a post CSS config file right here. So we're going to go into our Tailwind config, and then we're going to change this into this that we've just copied. And then once we do that, then we just need to copy this into our index.css. So into the source folder index.css, right at the top, let's have this. And then we can close this down, and then we can remove this. And then what font were we using? Let me just confirm this. We were using a font called Poppins with a weight of 500 and 700. So let me get this font. So just click the link to open it. Oops. What's happening? No, my internet is working. Oh, okay. So Poppins 500 and 700, I already have them inside here selected. So I'm just going to copy this right there, and then at the top of my CSS file, I'm just going to paste this in. And then let me just add some global styles. I'm going to start by changing this font into Poppins, like so. And then I want to say that for all my images, I want the width to be 100%. Sorry, max width, not the width. Max width. And then for the ULs and the LIs, I want the list style type to be none. And then let me check. We need some default colors inside here. So let me just create my root variable inside here, and then we can grab these colors from here. And you know what? I don't think we really need to do this because we are using Tailwind CSS, right? So because we're using Tailwind CSS, I really don't think we need all this because Tailwind has all of these colors by default. So let me just close that down, and then we can remove this just to remove a bit of overhead on my part, really. I'm not really going to, I'm not really targeting like the exact pixel perfect design, Okay, so once you have this, then I just want to add one more style inside here, which is the paragraph line height. Line height, set this to 1.6 and save this. And then once we have that, then we can spin up our dev server. So npm run start, and it should spin this up on localhost 3000. So as we wait for that, then I'm just going to go ahead, and inside my source folder, I'm going to create a new folder called components, if I can spell it correctly, components, like so. And then inside here, we're going to have a header.js, and then we're also going to have a showcase.js, and then we're going to have a boost.js, and then we're going to have a footer.js, and then we're going to have another section called advanced.js, and then finally we're going to have one called shortener.js. And all of these components are coming from the design. Remember, I've already built this out, so I have the components in my head. So the header is going to be obviously the top part inside here. I can't zoom in. What's happening? Okay, I'm having issues with my computer. So the header is going to be obviously the top part, then the showcase is going to be this, and then our shortener is going to be this, and then the advanced section is going to be this, and then the boost section, and then the footer on the bottom. So that's how I've just built it out. Okay, and actually I should probably have this open desktop design. There we go. Okay, so obviously we're going to start top down, but I'm going to jump a bit because I want to start from the top and then build this out, and then skip this part, and then build this, and then build this, and this. I'm skipping this part because this is where the technical part is. This is where we're going to be integrating our API. Okay, so let's go ahead and go into header.js, and then I'm just going to say RFC, and this is coming from an extension that I have called ES7 React Redux GraphQL and React Native Snippets. So you can head, oh, no longer has GraphQL. So you can, oh, this is now ES7. So you can go ahead and install this extension, and then you're going to be able to do this shorthand such as RAFCE, which is going to generate a React arrow function component, or RFC, which is a function component exported by default on the top line, and so on and so forth. If you want to read more about it, then you can just go ahead and read the details. Okay, so once we go into the header, then what I want to do is inside this header, I want to have a logo, right? So I'm going to create a header element with the class of header. And then inside here, we're going to have a div, and this is going to be our logo, which is going to be an image. And this image is going to be coming from logo, which we're going to import. And then once we have this div inside here, right inside the div, I'm going to create a nav. This nav is going to be a UL with 3 list items, or li times 3, and these are going to be buttons. What is happening, really? Okay, so the buttons, I'm choosing buttons because the links don't really go anywhere, right? So rather than having empty hrefs, I'm just going to have buttons. And then let me just remember what this said. This is features. Okay, there we go. Now I can zoom in. So features, pricing, and resources. So this is features, this is pricing, and resources, like so. And then let's import this logo. So this is my dev server spinning up. Okay, I can close this, and I can close this, and I think I can close this as well. And you know what, I actually can close this also. There's no need for that. So let's import the logo at the top. So import logo from, this should be /images/logo.svg. And then right outside this div, I want to create a UL with 2 list items. These 2 list items are going to be buttons as well. And I'm using Emmet, that's why I can do this shorthand properties, and it generates the code for me. This one is going to be login, and then this one is going to say sign up. Okay, and if you look at the sign up button, it is styled differently from the login button. So I'm going to give this button here a class name of btn-cta, like so, which is our call to action button, really. Okay, so once we have this, then our header should be looking pretty nice. So let's go ahead into our app.js, and then let's import our header. So instead of this rendering this, which we should see on the screen actually in a moment. Okay, so it renders hello world right here, right? So instead of this just rendering hello world, I want to remove this class name from here, return a fragment, and then I'm going to be returning a header, like so. And I should be importing from components header, and there we go. And we should see if it reloads. Come on. And we should see this. So we have our logo right here, we have our buttons, and as well as our call to action button right here. So what I want to do is I want to go inside the header, and sorry, not inside the header, but inside my index.css, and I want to create a custom class called max width, which is just going to be limiting everything. And inside here, I want to apply some tailwind classes. So I'm going to say @apply, and then I'm going to say padding on the x of 5. So on the left and right, padding x of 5, which is, as you can see right here, is 20 pixels or 1.25 rem. And I should probably mention this extension as well. It's called Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. Where is it? Right here. So it just improves, like, it gives you the options that are available for Tailwind CSS for that particular class name. Okay, so if you, for example, if you forget a class name, right? So if you forget, or if you want like a specific color but you don't know what it's called, you can say bg dash, and then it just lists out the colors that are available in Tailwind for that, and then you can just look for the color that you want. So I'm going to say px5, so padding on the x of 5, and then I'm going to say that for large screens, then I want the max width to be 5xl, and then for extra large screens, I want the max width to be 6xl, and then for 2xl screens, then I want the padding on the x to be 0. And actually, you know what? Is that correct? Yeah, that should be correct. That should be correct, right? So max width is by default here. So the reason why I have this this class is because I don't want to keep on repeating these classes for every single component that I have. So now I can just go into the header, and then I can just add a class of max width here, and then it should reset just a bit, and it doesn't because I've forgotten something. Right here, I should say that large should be mx auto, which should now center it. So there we go. Now we have that. Okay, fantastic. Probably I should increase this to 7XL. 6XL is fine. We don't really need it to be pixel perfect. Okay, so once we go into the header, then we can begin styling this out. So I can just say, and you know what, I don't want to style the header right now because it's a bit of a headache. The next thing that I want to do is I want to create my footer. Okay, so I'm going from the top to the bottom, and I'm doing that purposefully because they are easy components to create. So inside the footer, I'm going to just say RFC once again, and then inside here I'm going to create a footer class with a class of bg-slate-800 should be fine. And then inside here I'm going to create a div once again, which is going to be our wrapper for the footer. So let me just call it wrapper, really. And not wrapper, but max width. I just created that class, I mean, really. And then inside this div, then we're going to have articles. So the first articles is going to have our logo, and then the second article is going to have an h3 that says something. Let me just get the photo, the design image, sorry. So let me just go to the footer. So it says features, and there we go. Okay, so features. And then inside here we have a UL with 3 list items, which are going to be buttons once again, because you know they are not links going anywhere. So close this. Let me bring this here. So link shortening, branded links, and analytics. Link shortening, branded links, branded links, and analytics. And then what I want to do is just copy this article downwards. So copy it 1, 2, which is 3 times. So this is now going to say resources and company. So resources, and this is going to say company, and company has a 4th one, I think. Is it? Yeah. So this says blog developers and support. So blog developers and support. And then this says about our team, careers, and contact. So about, come on, our team, careers, and contact. Okay, so once we have this, then we're missing something. We're missing these 4 items. Okay, so we're going to create another article inside here, and this article is going to have 4 list items, which are going to be images. They're not going anywhere, so then again I don't want to place them inside buttons. So this is Facebook, this is what was the second one? Was it Twitter? So Facebook, Twitter, Pinterest, and Instagram. Oops. Pinterest and Instagram. So let's import these 4 images that we have, and we're going to just import them at the top. So I'm going to say import Facebook from ./images/facebook.svg. So copy this down. This is Twitter. Oh, by the way, I'm selecting this text by just saying Control and D, which selects the next text that is similar to the one that you've selected. So this is going to say Pinterest, and then finally this says Instagram. Okay, these are all available in our images folder. And then once we have the footer, then we can go ahead and just render our footer inside our app.js, like so. And we should see this on the screen. Can't resolve that. Oh, of course it can't resolve it. Why can't it resolve it? Because these images are called, icon. They're called icon. So icon dash, there we go. And there we go. Fantastic. Now this isn't really the correct color for that. It's not really the correct color. We're just going to use bg-slate. I don't really mind the colors being a bit off. I don't really mind that. If you do mind it, then you can just go ahead and use the colors that are preferable to you. Okay, so once we have this, then we need our logo, our footer logo. But remember that the logo that we have here is white in color. So I just want to duplicate this logo. So just copy this and paste it inside here. And then I want to change this into footer logo. Footer dash logo. And then in footer logo, I want to change this color to white, so that instead of it being like almost a navy blue, then it's going to be white on the footer. which is going to be consistent with the design, as you can see right here. Okay, so for the footer, I'm going to import logo. Let me just say import logo once again from /images /footer-logo.svg, and then inside here we're going to render an image, and the source is going to be logo, and we should see, there we go, fantastic. Okay, so once we have this, then let's style out our footer. So the footer is going to be a grid, and you know, let me go inside this div. So this is going to be a grid with grid columns 1 with gap of 5, which is going to separate each article right there. Okay, and then these h3s are going to have a class name of text-white and text-xl. Is XL too big? Too big. Text-large. Let me say font-bold. There we go. And then let's say tracking-white, just to improve the letter spacing just a bit, barely noticeable. There we go. And then what I'm going to do is just copy this and paste it inside here and inside here. So paste it. There we go. And we have that. So features, resources, and company, changes the text. And then I want to style all of these buttons the same way. So I'm going to place multiple cursors by holding down the Alt key and clicking here and here and here and here and here, and then here and here and here and here. So these are going to be class name of text slate-200, and then let's say text-small. There we go. And then I'm just going to say margin top 1, just to separate them out just a bit, barely noticeable, but it does wonders. And then finally, on this final UL, I want to give this a class name of flex, and then items-center, which is just going to do that. Okay, and I want to go inside this second list item, sorry, give this a class name of margin left 2, or let me say margin left 4, and then inside the third list item, let's say class name margin right 5, which is going to margin X. This should say margin X. There we go, and it does that. Fantastic. And then let's go to the top of the footer. Let's say padding Y of 10 and large screens padding Y of 20. Padding Y, not minus padding Y. There we go. Increase the padding. Okay, fantastic. And then we can continue to style this out. We're going to say that for medium screens, then I want the grid columns to be 3. Look at that. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's looking fine. And then for large screens, then I want the grid columns to be 5. We should take this here. There we go. So there we go. We have our footer working. Fantastic. Okay, so let's go ahead and create our next simple component, which is going to be boost your links today. This is fairly simple, so let's just do that. So let's go into our components. Let's go into boost, and the boost has 2 images. Let me say RFC first of all, and then I'm going to import the first image, which is BG Boost Desktop and BG Boost Mobile. So it has 2 images. So I'm going to say BG Mobile from /images /BG Boost -mobile.svg, and then I'm just going to copy this down, change this to BG Desktop, and then change this to BG Boost Desktop, like so. And then what I want to do is, once again, I'm going to return a section. This section is going to be you know what, this is probably going to require us to have a certain background. So I'm going to give this a custom class name of boost, and then inside here we're going to have an h2 that says boost your links today, and then below this we're going to have a button that says get started, and this button is going to have a class name of btn-cta. So the same, it's going to be styled the same way as our button in the header. Change this to capitalized text, and then let me go inside this h2, give this a class name of margin bottom of 5 to push it away from this button just a bit. And then I want to add a tag inside here called picture, which we're going to add our images. This picture is going to take in a source article, source element inside here. So what this means basically is that we are assigning an image here, which is going to display when a certain min width is exceeded. And for this case, I want it to be 768 pixels, which is a tablet sized. Change this to camel case because it's we are dealing in React and not HTML. and then this is going to be BG desktop. So you want the desktop image to show when the min width is greater than 768 pixels. And then we need to have a default image tag, which is going to be our default image. So we're just going to call this BG mobile, which is going to display by default on devices that are less than 768 pixels. Okay, so once we have this, then I can save this, and then I can go into app.js, and then below this I can just render my boost component, and you can see what we have on the screen, and it's going to be this. Fantastic. So let's go ahead into the boost, our index.css, sorry, and then let me style the dot boost. So dot boost, I want this to have a background color of, let me check what it was in our style guide. It should be very dark blue. We can just do a bit of trial and error. There's no worries. Is this one? No, not this one. Very dark, or is it grayish violet? It's probably grayish violet. Is it this one? No, it's not this one. It should be this one. Copy this. Or is it? No, it's dark violet. Yeah, it's dark violet. This one right here. Copy this and paste it inside here. There we go. And there we go. So that's our background color. And then what I'm going to do is, we want this text to be aligned here, and we want this button to be aligned here as well. So what I'm going to do is, inside this boost, I want to give this boost a fixed height of 275 pixels. And I've chosen this because I did some trial and error in the previous project. And then this boost, we have an image inside, right? Which is basically this, right? So for the image, I want to give this a height of 275 pixels as well. And you know what? I should probably convert this to rem, because rem has better support. So let me just go into convert rem to pixels. Sorry, convert pixels to rem. I mean, it's the same thing really. So 275 pixels is 17.18 rem. So just grab this and paste it inside here, say rem. And there we go. Okay. And then what we need to happen is, we need this image to go to the end. So I'm just going to say at apply with dash full. Full has two L's. There we go. So it goes all the way to the end. And even if you're on a bigger screen, it always maintains that that fixed height as well as the fixed width. Okay. I've just zoomed out so you can see how it looks on larger screens, and then you can zoom in as well to see how it looks on smaller screens. You see it doesn't overflow on the top or on the bottom. Very, very nice. Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab our text inside here. So let's go back into our component, which is called boost. And then what I want to do is, let me grab this, place it inside a div with a class of flex and items dash center and justify dash center. And then let me go ahead and say flex dash call. We should place this in column form, sorry, and it should be right around here. And then why is it here? I don't understand why it's here. Let me go inside this div. Let me go inside here. So the boost.div, the boost, and then the div inside the boost. Let me give it a height of 17.188 rem. Why isn't it here? Is it because of, oh, you know what? I know why. So what I have to do is, I need to position this div as absolute inside here. That's easy enough to do. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to give this a class of relative to be the parent component, and then this, I'm just going to call this boost dash inner, like so. And then what I'm going to do is, I'm going to target the boost and the dot boost dash inner, and then I'm going to say position as absolute, which will take it right there. And then I'm going to say position to the top by 0, we should bring it here. There we go. So instead of to the 0, I'm going to place it 50% from the top and 50% from the left, which is going to bring it around here. There we go. And then now notice that this is technically not the absolute center, right? Because it seems just a bit to the right. That's because the center is right here for the vertical, and then the center for the horizontal is right here. Okay, so we want to take it from this bottom right rectangle and place it to the center. So I'm going to do that by saying transform and translate on transform and translate by minus 50% on the x-axis and minus 50% on the y-axis, and it's going to bring it right there. Fantastic. And then let's tell out this text. Let's tell out this text. So let's go ahead into our boost, and let's go ahead and give this a class of text-4xl and text-white. Let me say 3xl, and then for medium screens, then text-4xl. And then let's go inside this. Oh, we haven't styled this button. I want this to be font bold, so font-bold. Bold. Come on. There we go. And then let's tell out this button before I forget. So right around below this, so the btn-cta, I want to say background color. You know what, let me just tell it in taken. So at apply bg-cyan-500, padding on the y-axis of 2, padding on the x-axis of 4, and I'm going to say rounded. No, let me not give it a rounded border, and I'm going to explain why. And then I want the text to change to white, and then on hover I want the opacity to be 75, and then let's just say transition-all with a duration of 150, and then let's give it a cursor pointer. Let's see this. So we're going to have this. Look at this. Fantastic. Now the reason why I don't want to give this a rounded border is because only one button, this button, I want this button to have the same class, but technically you can see that it doesn't have as rounded a border as these 2 other buttons, or as these 3 other buttons really. So just to avoid my CSS clashing, that's why I don't want to do that in my CSS file. Okay, so instead what I'm going to do is going to into this button right here and just say rounded-full, which is going to give this a rounded border. There we go. And then same thing on the header. So I'm going to go back into my header. Where's my header? And then right here, just say rounded-full. And then I'm going to show what we're going to do for our other button. Okay. So once you have that, then that is going to be it for boost component, and you can just open up F12, open up your inspector tool just to see how it's going to look on smaller screens. And you can see that on smaller screens, then I want this text to be aligned to the center as well. So let me go ahead into the boost, and then let me just say text center here on the H2, so that's text-center, like so. There we go. So it's always going to be centered no matter the screen size. Okay, fantastic. Now let's go ahead and build our next component, and our next component is going to be the advanced statistics. Very easy to build, so let's go ahead and do that. So inside the advanced.js, let me close the boost, let me close the showcase, no, close the footer. Okay, so inside advanced.js, let me just say RFC once again, and then we need to import 3 images at the top, and the 3 images we need to import are these 3 icons right here. So let me just go ahead and remember their names right here. So the first one should be icon brand, icon detailed records, and icon fully customizable. So let me say import brand from /images / icon brand recognition .svg, and then import records from /images / icon detailed records.svg, and then import let me just call it fully from /images / images / icon. This should say icon, not icons. So icon fully customizable .svg. Okay, and then once again inside here we're going to return a section with a class of bg let me call it slate-50 for this background. It has a very slight background. Is it? No, this is gray, right? This is gray. Let me call it gray. bg gray. Let me see how 100 is going to look first of all. And then once we have this, then I want to have an H2 that says advanced. What was it saying? Advanced statistics. So, statistics. and then a paragraph below this. And you know what, I can just go inside the index.html here, and then I can just copy this and paste it inside here. So this is going to be our title to begin with, right? And then below this, we're going to have a div, and then inside this div, we're going to have 3 articles. Okay, so the first article is going to have an h3 once again that says, it's going to have an image. The first image is going to say brand, and then it's going to have an h3 that says that says brand recognition. And then below this is going to have some text which I can just copy from here. So just copy this and paste it inside here. And then I can copy this article 2 more times. So 1 and 2. This is going to say records. This is going to say fully. And then we can just go inside this HTML, say detailed records. And then we can go ahead and copy the text for this. So copy this text inside here. A lot of copying and pasting. And then the third one is going to say this text, so fully customizable. So almost copied it to the wrong place, and then change this to fully customizable. Okay, so we're going to save this, and then we're going to render out our component inside our app.js. So inside here, right above the boost, I'm just going to render advanced like so. And we should see this. Fantastic. So as is the custom, we're going to style this out. Let's go ahead right inside here. Let's say padding on the y of 20, padding on the y of 10, and then for large screens, padding on the y of 20 to increase it like so. And then what I need to do actually is grab all of this, place it inside a div with a class of max width, which is going to do this, bring it to the center. There we go, so that it's always aligned. You know, you always want to keep a semblance of order in your websites, you know. And then let me grab this h3, so the first one, the second one, and the third one. Give this a class name of text-slate-800, and then let's just say text-xl and margin bottom of 3. How does that look? It looks like this, and font-bold. And you know what, instead of text XL, let me say text large. XL is a bit too big, and let me reduce the margin to 2. And there we go. Fantastic. And then grab this paragraph. So the first one, the second one, and the third one. Give this a class name of text-slate- let me say 200. No, 200 won't be visible. Let me say 400. 400. Okay, fantastic. And then let me just say text-small because it's a bit too big. Yeah, that's going to be fine. And then what I want to do is now grab these articles. So the first one, the second one, and the third one. Give this a class name of bg white and padding all around of 5, and then give them a rounded border. So we're going to have this. Look at that. Looking fantastic. Okay. Now let's go ahead and inside this h2, give this a class name of text-4xl for medium screen, text-5xl. You know what, I don't need to do that. I can just say font-bold and text-slate-800 once again. Margin bottom of 3, pushed away from this paragraph a bit. There we go. And then you can just say text-center. And then I can go inside this paragraph, give this a class name of text-slate-400 once again, and say text-center. And we're going to have this. Fantastic. And then what I want to do is right around here, I want to break this line. So I can just go inside here and introduce a line break like so. And we're going to have this. Fantastic. And then below this paragraph, actually, no, let me just do, let me go below the paragraph. Let's say margin bottom of 10, pushed away from these 3. There we go. And then for large screens, let me say margin bottom of 20 because the space is a bit too thin on large screens. And then let's go inside this container, and then we can display these 3 articles as a grid. So that's why I wrap these articles inside this div. So give this a class name of grid and grid columns-1 with a gap of 5 to begin with on small screens. There we go. And then for medium screens, grid-calls-2, and then for large screens, grid-calls-3. And we're going to have this. Would you look at that, looking amazing? The line height of 1.6 is a bit too thin. So let me change that inside here to 1.8. There we go. I don't know whether that changed anything, but it seems to have done something useful. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you know what? It's because I've reduced the text. That's why it's not changing as much as I would want, but that's okay. So the next thing that I want to do is go back inside these H3s, and the H3s are right here. So text line, let me just select this text 1, 2, 3. And then instead of having margin on the bottom of 2 alone, I want to add margin at the top of 5 to push it away from this image, like so. And actually, you know what? Yeah, okay, yeah, that's fine. And then let's go inside these images. So the first one, the second one, and where's this one? The third one inside here. Give this a class name of padding around of 5 and bg-slash-800, which is going to do this. Would you look at that? And then I'm going to say rounded-full, which is going to have that effect, looking fantastic. Okay, so padding on the 5 looks a bit too big. Padding of 5, sorry, looks a bit too big. So let me reduce this to padding of 3. I think that should be fine. And then I want to have a minus margin on the top of 5, which should push it upwards. Let's say of 7. No, let's say of 10, of 14. 14 should be fine. Of 12. A lot of trial and error, just so it's just like, you know, almost in the middle. And then what I want to do is I want this one to push downwards and then this one to push downwards. Okay, that's looking okay. So what I'm going to do is inside this, I'm going to give this div a class of card, like so. And then I can target it in my CSS right around here. So I'm going to say the card, for the card class, I want the article, which is the first child. Oh, sorry, I want the article, which is the second child. So nth child 2. And I want to say transform and translate on the y-axis by 2 rem. We should push this downwards. There we go. And then I want to do the same for this. So just copy this and paste it inside here. Change this to nth child 3. Change this to 3 rem. And it should do that. Not 3 rem really, but 4 rem, because it should be double this. So that it's continuous, you know, space or whatever. And you know what? Actually, this should be inside a media query, because I only want this effect to be available on desktop. So I'm going to add at media for a min width of, let's say, 1024 pixels, which is large screens. Then I want to paste this in. Okay. And what can we do? What you can do as well inside here is, instead of, because we only have 3 items, right? And we know this is the last item. So what you can do is, instead of having this as nth child 3, you can just say last child, like so, and it's going to work the same way. As you can see, nothing changes. Now what I want to do is look at this design, right? It has a line going behind this, right? That's simple enough to do. What we're going to do is, inside our advanced, right inside here, though it's going to mess up with the styling a bit, and you're going to see how. I want to introduce a div with the class of line, and then I'm going to style it out. So as you can see, it already interferes with the design, because now this is the last child correctly, but then like the second child becomes the first child, which is how we were styling it in our CSS. I don't know whether that makes sense really. So let's go ahead and style our line, and I just want to style it inside here. So for the line class, let me just say at apply bg cyan dash 500 with a height of 1 with a width of full. Let me see how this looks. There we go. So it has this, and then what I want to do is I want this to be positioned as absolute, which is going to do that. Looking fantastic. And then what I want to do is, because I don't want it to overflow, then I'm going to go back into the parent, which is this right here, and then I'm going to give this a class of relative, and it should now be contained. There we go. So it's now contained within this div that has our 3 cards. And then I want to move it downwards, right? So let's go ahead inside here, and then I just want to say that move it to the top by 50%, and it should be right around there. Okay. And then we're going to go inside here, inside the articles. So inside these articles, right around here. So for the second one only, I only need the second one, right? Which is the detailed records. So for the detailed records class, article, sorry, I want to give this a class of relative, which is going to do this, and it's going to go behind it. There we go. Fantastic. And you know, just to avoid bugs, let me just do that for the other articles as well, to avoid bugs, you know, just so that everything is stayed the same way. And we're going to have this. And then now the reason why the cards are still messed up is because we have introduced a fourth element here, yet we are styling 3 elements. So remember how this was the first element, right? Now we need to target the, instead of targeting the second element here, we need to target the third one. And then it should revert. Okay, fantastic. Now it reverts, and then this is still the last child, so this is not affected in any way. And then now what we need to do is increase the padding on the bottom, because this is a bad design really. So let's go ahead and we're going to say that for large screens, then I want to target the, which class is this? You know, I can just do it inside here. So for large screens, padding on the top of 20, and then for large screens, let's say padding on the bottom of 40, make it twice as much. There we go. So twice as much here is still like 20 of this. Does it make sense? It's just a bit of playing around with CSS in your head. Okay. Now the next thing that we do need to do is we need to create our showcase, and then we finally can get on with this. So let's go ahead and create our showcase. So RFC. So for the showcase, we're going to import our showcase image, and our showcase image is called illustration working. So I'm going to say import showcase from /images / illustration -working.svg, and then inside here we're going to return a section, and then inside this section we're going to have a div with a class of max width to limit everything. And then inside this div, we're going to have an article with an h1 that says something more than just shorter links, so more than just shorter links. And then below this, we're going to have a paragraph that I can just get from here. So just copy this and paste it inside here. Okay. Then below this, we're going to have a button in the class of btn-cta as well as rounded-full, and it's going to say get started. Okay, of course we don't see anything because we need to render this out in our app.js, so showcase like so, and we should see this. Fantastic. And then let's tell this out. So let's go ahead and into this h1 give this a class name of text-5xl. Yeah, 5xl should be fine. Then for that screens text-6xl, let's imagine bottom of 5, and then go inside this paragraph, give this a class name of text-base. Actually, you know, it's already 16 pixels to begin with. So let's say that for large screen, then the text should be large. Okay, and then let's change this text color to slate-400. Okay, so that happens, and then change this to font bold. And then inside this button, sorry, not inside the button, but inside this paragraph, let's say margin bottom of 10 pushed away from this button. There we go. Okay, did I change the text color for this? No, I did not. So let's say text-slate-800. Change this. There we go. Okay, fantastic. And then for the showcase, once again, I just want to go inside this section, give this a class name of padding y of 10, and for large screens, padding y of 20, so that you can just have a bit of more leeway. And then let's go ahead and introduce our second article, and the second article is going to be our image, which is called showcase, like so. And for the alt, in case the image fails to load, let me just call this shortly, because that's the name of this website, and it introduces this image. Fantastic. Okay, so what I want to do is inside this article, I'm going to give this a class name of text-center for small screens, so it's going to push this to the center. And then for large screens, let me say for medium screens, then I just want to say text-left, which is going to take it back to the left. And then I want this to be displayed as a grid, so I'm going to go inside this div, give this a class of grid, and the grid columns-1 with a gap of 5. And then for medium screens, I'm just going to say grid columns-2. And then for medium screens, I want the gap to increase to 10. And it's going to do this, okay? And then because on medium screens, I just want this to push down a bit so that it's the image and the text are going to be centered. So I'm going to say for MD place items center. There we go. Fantastic, fantastic. Okay, that's looking nice. That's actually looking pretty nice. I just probably want to increase the line height for this heading because this is looking a bit too squeezed. So I'm going to say leading dash normal. Leading normal is about 1.5. Is that correct? Leading normal. Okay, let's say leading loose. What? Is that not a class? Leading loose. What? Leading dash, let me see. Leading dash 4. Where is leading? Okay, leading tight. Okay, this is not working and it's annoying me. Let me try and place it before this. Let me see if this is going to work. It doesn't work. We have other ways to deal with this. Let me show that it's not cleverer than I. So here, let's say h1, let's say line height, set this to 1.3. Come on, really? What is happening? They are defying me. Wait, what? Like, why aren't this? Why is the I have no idea why the line height isn't working. Important. So it seems like there's something that is preventing the line height from working here. Did I add a class that I've forgotten? Did I add a class somewhere for the headings that I've forgotten? Let me see. Let me change this back to 1.3 or 1.2. Yeah, 1.2 is going to work just fine. I don't like adding this important here, the important flag, because, you know, it's the most specific of all CSS selectors. So I don't like having it in my CSS. But this is going to work for now, so that's okay. And then finally, let's deal with our header. So we're going to start with the mobile first of all. And we're just going to do a very simple toggle because I don't want to deal with this so much, you know. And by the way, I should mention this. So React is now in version 18. So instead of saying React DOM.render, they're saying use create root instead. You can read more about this, but this is going to work. Our application is going to work the same way. So, you know, it's not that big of a deal, you know. It's not that big of a deal, really. So let's go ahead and tell our header. So let's go into the header. Where's our header? Header.js. Okay, so first thing I want to do is add a padding on the y of 5. Remember, it has a class of max width, so it already has a padding on the x-axis of 5. So I'm just adding a padding on the y of 5 to push it away from the top right there. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is, what I want to do is I want to introduce a state value here. So I'm going to say import use state from React, and then I'm going to say const is open and set is open. This is going to be equal to use state, and by default it's going to be false, like so. And then I want to grab this navbar and I want to place a conditional and say only when is open is true, that's when the navbar should display. Okay, so we're going to have that, and we're going to, this is going to reset everything just a bit, but that's okay. And you know what, instead of having this up to here, I might have done something wrong. I might have done something, because what I want to do is I want this to go all the way to here. But remember, these are two different elements. Okay, these are two different elements. So instead of having this here, then I should probably push this upwards and this downwards. Okay, and of course we're going to have an error because we can only return one item. So let's return a div. Really? Like so. So that should disappear as well. And then we're going to deal with that. Don't worry about it. We're going to deal with it. So let's see. So we have the div here. We have the other div here. So what I want to do is I want to add a button here. And then this button is just going to say menu. Okay. And it should appear right there. And then I can go inside this div, give this a class name of flex and items-center and justify dash between. We should take this menu button here. There we go. And then instead of this being lowercase, let me make it uppercase because I like the menu being uppercase. And then let's just say text dash small, make it just a bit smaller but capitalized like so. Let's say tracking dash wide, and I can just say text dash extra small. No, that's too small. Too small. Okay, fantastic. So when you click on this button, we want our menu to open, and when you click on it again, we want it to close. So on the button, we're going to add an on-click event, and we're going to place in our inline function, and I'm going to say set is open to the opposite of is open. So if it is true, set it to false, and if it is false, then set it to true. That's what this means, and you can test it out right there, and you can see that it is working amazingly. Okay, so the next thing that we do need to do really is just to style this out a bit, right? So we're going to go inside the navbar, inside this div, really give this a class name of absolute. I like positioning them as absolute. You can do whatever you want, really. So left of 5, left dash 5, and right, come on, right dash, oh my god, right dash 5, let's say rounded, and let's say bg dash slate dash 900, and then let's say text dash slate dash 200, and we should see this. Look at that. And then let's take it to the top by 10. How does top dash 10 look? Let's say top dash 20, so that we can see this text. We can see this text and this text as well. And then let's place everything to the center. So let me see if text center is going to work. There we go. And then let's say padding y of 10, pushed away from this. Fantastic. And then let me go inside this second list item, give this a class name of margin y of 5, which is pushed away from these two, like so. And then let me go inside the login. So the login inside here, actually let me go inside this list item, give this a class name of margin on the y of 5, and then for MD screens, I want the margin to reset back to 0. Okay, so that's going to be for this. And then right again here, so for MY 0. Okay, so what this to mean is that I want the margin to reset when we're on screens that are greater than 768 pixels. As you can see, the margin resets, and then if I reduce it, then it's going to increase the margin right on there. Okay, so this is working as it should. Okay, so our menu is working as it should. Okay, so that's looking okay. And what I can do inside here is, instead of just this showing menu, is I can say that if is open is true, then I want this to say close, and then if it is false, then I want it to say menu. That when I click on it, it's going to say close, and then when I click on it, it's going to say menu, and so on and so forth. Okay, so we need just to style this out for our large screens, right? So what I'm going to do is inside here, I'm just going to say that for medium screens, then I want this to be positioned as relative, and then I want that for MD screens, it's going to be top by 0. For MD, I want it to be left by 0. For MD, I want it to be right by 0. And then for MD, I want the BG to be transparent. So remove the slate background color. And then for MD, I want the text to be slate dash 700. And then for MD, I want the text to be left. So basically, we're just resetting all these text that we have inside here. It's nothing really fancy. So for MD, I want the padding Y to be 0 once again. So let's see how this looks. And we have this. Okay, fantastic. And then what I want to do is I'm going to go inside this button, and I'm going to say that for MD screens, I want it to be hidden, which would be make it disappear. There we go. And then let's style this out. So we can go inside this navbar, inside this UL, give this a class name of flex and items dash. Let me see items dashed and justify dash start. Doesn't take it this side. It doesn't. Okay. And then let's go inside this UL, give this a class name of flex and items the center, and then margin left of 5, pushed away from this just a bit, and then go inside this div, and then we're going to say that for MD we are still adding more classes. See how it's just piling up, but it's not really that big of a deal. And then for MD flex, and then for MD items the center, we should now center it. There we go. And then I just want to increase the margin on the right of this login. So for the login button, which is this right here, I want that for MD screens, margin right 5, which is separated there. And then let's go inside these ones now. And inside here, I'm going to say that for MD screens, margin on the X should be 5, which should now separate it There we go. Would you look at that? Now I do realize that in the design, this one is placed to the left and then this one is placed to the right. So if you really want to, just to get it correctly, and you can introduce a few hacks, what you can do is you can go inside this navbar and say that for MD screens, then you want this to be hidden, which will make it disappear, right? And then what you can do is just copy this navbar here, and then you're going to place it inside here. And then you're going to say for MD, you want this to be blocked, but you want it to be hidden by default. So on small screens, this is going to be hidden. And then for medium screens, this is going to be blocked, and it's going to place it right around, place it here, which is not really what I wanted. Because now what I need to do is grab both of these, maybe place them inside an article like so. And then, which is going to do this, would you look at that? And then I'm going to grab this one, give this a class name of flex and items-center, and it's going to place it right there. And then you can go inside this navbar, and for MD you can say margin on the left to be 5, right? Okay. And then something else that you can do is, oh yeah, actually I think that's going to be it. Probably just change this text to be grayed out. So inside this button, so 1 2 3, and probably this one as well, 4. So I'll give this a class name of text-slate-400. Okay, doesn't change the text, because I'm changing the text for this one, which is not what I want. It's not what I want. I don't want it to be here. Oops. Don't want it to be here. I want it to be on the login button. So class name of text-slate-400. And then I can go inside now these ones, which we are now displaying here on this to be text-slate-400. Change the text. There we go. So that's looking okay. Okay, fantastic. So now we're going to go ahead and create our link shortener using our API. And I saved that to be the last thing because that's going to be probably what's going to take us a bit more time. So let's go ahead and we can close this, and I think we can close this and the desktop designer as well, really, because there's nothing much that we need to do except just remember this, which is okay. Then we can close this and we can go into our shortener. We can just say RFC like so, and then inside here we're going to create a section with a class of max width, and then inside here we're going to have an image. Okay, this image is going to say shortener, which we're going to import shortener like so. So then let's import this image. So I'm going to say import shortener from /images / what's it called? It should be bg shorten mobile, or so bg shorten mobile .svg. We'll then just copy this down. Let me say bg mobile. Just use the same names. There's no conflict. So this you can say desktop as well. Introduce my picture tag, introduce the source media like so. Do the same thing. So 768 pixels. The source set for this is going to be bg desktop, and then we're going to have an image here which is going to say bg mobile. Okay, fantastic. Now what I can do is we're really going to do the same thing, really. So I want to give this a class of boost. Don't give it a class of boost. I've just remembered why. So I'm just going to give this a class of shortener. I'm not giving it a class of boost because I don't want it to take the classes of this one. I don't want it to apply the same class names, the same style, sorry. Okay, so below this picture tag we're going to have a form with no action. Okay, this form is going to have a div. This div is going to have an input with a type of URL, and I'm going to say placeholder equals to shorten link here, and then let's say required. Do we need the required? I don't think we need the required. So shorten a link here, and then we're going to have a button with a type of submit that says shorten it exclamation point. And then this is going to have a class name of btn-cta like so, and then rounded-large. Okay, so save this, and then let's go ahead and render it out right after our showcase. So shortener like so, and we should see this. So we're going to do this. So let's go into our index.css. Let me copy this background color, and you know what, let's say shortener background color is going to be HSL, this one. The height, I'm going to give it the same height as this, so 17.188 rem like so, and then this should say shortener. So for the shortener image, I'm going to give this a height of 17.188 rem once again, and then I'm just going to say add apply with dash full, and it's going to do that. Fantastic. And then go and set this shortener once again, and I'm just going to say border radius of, let's say, 10 pixels. Okay, so the border radius of 10 pixels applies, but the reason why you don't really see it is because the image overflows outside. So what I'm going to do is inside this image, I'm just going to say rounded-full, which dash large, which is 8 pixels. So it's going to be rounded right there. So I'm going to reduce this to 8 pixels as well. Okay, just so we can have a semblance of uniformity. And then let's go ahead and grab this form. Okay, give this a class name of form, and then inside here I'm just going to say dot shortener dot form, and this to be positioned as absolute, okay, to the left by 50%. So we are basically doing the same thing that we did here. Okay, to the left by 50%, to the top by 50%, and then transform and translate by minus 50% on the x-axis and minus 50% on the y-axis. And then if I save this, then it's going to break a bit because now the form comes here because it's not positioned. It's positioned absolute within the body, but not within the parent element. So let's go ahead into the shortener inside here, and then let's just add a class of relative here, and it should now bring the form here. There we go. And then this, once we have that, then I can just say width dash full. And you know what, I can just, yeah, I can say width dash full. Width dash full should be fine. Should it? Width dash full. Let's say mx dash auto. Bring it back to the center. Doesn't do anything. Okay. So let's go ahead into this input. I'm going to give this a class name of width dash full. What does this do here? It does that. Okay, fantastic. Let's say padding on the y of 2, padding x of 4. Let's say rounded. Okay. Let's see how this looks. Okay. Let's say margin bottom of 2, and then for MD margin bottom of 0. So margin bottom of 2 because on small screens it's going to be stacked one on top of the other, and I want it to have a small margin at the top, and you can just check it out by the way. If I reduce this to right, see what I mean, right? And what this should be rounded dash large, just to keep in par with the button as well. There we go. And then what you can say is on this button, give this a class name of width dash full. What does that do? Does that. Okay, fantastic. And then what you can say here is on this div, I'm going to give this a class name of flex, and let's see flex dash call. Okay, and then for MD screens, I'm going to say flex dash row. We should place it like so. And then let's say for MD screens here, the width should go back to auto. There we go. Let me give this a fixed width. So instead of auto, let me say width dash 20. Oops, let me say width dash 40. There we go, just so that the button text can be readable. And then let me increase the margin on the left. So for MD, let me say margin left of 5, pushed away from this. There we go. And then I want this input to be bigger, but I don't want it to overflow so much. So let me say that for MD screens, then the width should be 2/3, but it's going to be 2/3 of this. Yeah, I knew it. That's because of something that I've done somewhere. Let me see whether I can find it. I think it's because of this. That's why I think it's because of this, but that's okay. So what I can do is I can give this a width of 90%. Though I don't like adding fixed widths. I don't like adding fixed widths. They are annoying sometimes. Let me see how this looks on mobile. Yeah, this looks okay on mobile. It looks okay on mobile. And on large screens, it looks okay as well. Okay. So instead of this being 90, let me make it 80. Yeah, just bring it a bit, reduce it just a bit. Okay. Now let's begin with creating our link shortener. And you know what, this height is a bit big. It's a bit too big, but that's okay. So what we want to do is we want to create a function that is going to call an API to shorten the link that we're going to enter inside here, okay? And just so that I'm safe and I don't leak anything, I want to open this up on a guest tab. Okay, so I've opened this up on a guest tab, and I've just realized that our call to action buttons are not appearing on large screens. And that's because if you take a look at our header, then we're only setting this to display when is open is true, and there's no way to toggle is open here. So what you can do is you can just go ahead and copy this UL right here, which is our login and sign up button. And then below this, you can create a div with a class of hidden by default. And then for empty screens, you can set it to block. And then you can paste this inside here. And then that should display this. Okay. And then on small screens, it's just going to go back to how we styled it. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's create our link shortener. So I'm going to take a look at the API. Let me just remember it's called the shortcode API. Okay, so this is the link to the API right here. And then the link that we're going to use is we're going to go into, where is it? Let's go into the developer API page. And then this is the API base, right? So let me see if I can get something by running this. So we find that no method specified and so on and so forth. So what we're going to do is we want to specify a parameter of URL. And let me just get where this is. So, okay, like for this one example, right? So the API works for both GET requests and post requests. So let me just get this link, and then I can just copy it. And then back inside here, now inside our shortener component, I'm just going to paste it right here. And then I'm going to remove all of this, okay? Because this part is our, what's it called? Our URL that we're going to be entering into our input. So for now, this is just going to be empty, and then we can begin setting everything up. So I'm going to import use state from React. So use state from React. Come on, like so. And then below this, I'm going to set up my state value. So I'm going to say const, let me say text and set text. This is equal to use state, and by default is going to be an empty string. Okay. And then inside this input, I want this input to be controlled. So I want to pass in a value, which is going to be our state value of text, which I've just initialized. And then I'm going to have an onChange handler here. So onChange, I just want to say set text into e.target.value, which is going to get the text that we type in. And remember, we need this event attribute here as well. Okay. And then once we have this, then I want to have an onSubmit function, an onSubmit handler on the form. So I'm going to say onSubmit. We're going to create a function called handle submit. And then on the button right here, we're going to have an onClick. So onClick, when you click on the button, we just want to say handle submit as well. So it's going to be the same function as the submit function on the form. And then we can go ahead and create this function. So right above this, I'm just going to say const handle submit is equal to access my synthetic event of e. And then we can go ahead and just say e.prevent default. And prevent default just prevents the default behavior of the form refreshing the page when we submit it. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and save this, and let's check this out in our application. So let me just open this up, and if I try to share link, then nothing happens. So that means that our function is working correctly. And if I try to click on this, then no page refresh is triggered. So our function is working correctly. So the first thing that I want to do is I just want to check whether text is available. So if we have written anything inside here, so that meaning it's not empty, right? So if there's no text, then I just want to say alert input is empty. You probably want to have a better alert than this, but this is going to work for me. And I'm just going to save this, and look at this. If I try to submit it, then it says input is empty. Okay, and then we're going to have an else statement here. So we're going to say else. So if input is not empty, which means we have typed a link inside here, probably you want to do something like check validation for whether it's a link. So check for whether it's a link, a valid link, which means you'd have to run a bit of regex, and I really don't like regex, so I'm not going to do this. I'm just explaining that you probably want to do this. So else, then what we want to do is we want to go ahead and get the text that we type in and then append it to this, and then we're going to run the function that is going to call this API, send a GET request to this API, which is going to return a shortened link for us. So what I mean is we're going to create a function here. So I'm going to call this function const, let's say fetch, or let me say get shortened link, or let me just say shortened link, like so. Const shortened link is equal to an asynchronous function. So asynchronous function, like so. We're going to say const res equals to, so the response equals to await, and fetch, we're going to be fetching, placing my backticks, and then I'm just going to copy this right inside here, and then I want to place in my $sign, and then I want to pass in my text. So basically what this means is, remember how we were able to pass in, let me just copy this, by the way, let me just paste it inside here so that you can see it. If I want to go into something like twitter.com, I don't know whether this will work, by the way, but you can see it right. So twitter.com, then we are going to have the short link here, the full short link, the second, the third, and so on and so forth. So this is the API request that we're going to get back, right? The response, sorry, that we're going to get back, not the request. So basically what we're doing is we are going to check for the text that we enter, and then we're going to append it to the end of this link. And then once we run it by submitting the form or clicking the submit button, then we're going to get back this such an API request, and then we're just going to check for what we want, right? So that's basically what is happening inside here. And then once that is run, then we're going to get back some data. So const data equals to await res.json. So just convert it into JSON format, like so. And then what you can do is just const log the data that we get back. Okay, and then right outside this, remember to run the function, so shorten link, like so. And then you can save this. So let's check the console, and we can say, let's say twitter.com, and we should see we get okay true, we'll get the result inside here. Okay, so once you run this function, then we're going to need another state value which is going to be holding our data, right? So you can go ahead and create another state value here, and I'm going to call it links and set links. This is equal to use state. By default is going to be an empty array, and then I can just go ahead and say set links into the data that we get back, and not just the data, but I want to get it, I want to set it into data.result, because the result is the object that contains all of these items that we need. So I can just say data.result, like so. And then if you try and console log data.result, then you should probably get the same thing as here, except this okay won't be there. So let's just try and run it again, and you can see now we no longer get the okay, we just get this. Okay, that's looking fantastic. Now let me place this back to the top, and then what I want to do is whenever we submit our form, then I want to clear this input. So we can just do that by saying set text into an empty string. Okay, so if I try to submit this, then it's going to clear this input. So that's looking okay. Okay, so we can go ahead and we can begin getting this data that we get back, and then we can just display it on the bottom, right? So let's go ahead and write after the form. So I think after the form, let me see, where does this appear? Let me have a div inside here with an h2 that says lorem2. Where does this appear? Okay, here. Okay, that's okay. So what I'm going to do is right after the form, then I'm going to say inside this div that I've just created, then I want to return a UL. Okay, how is this going to work? So this UL is going to have about you know, let me do this. So inside this div, let's return an article. This article is going to have an h6 that says what does it say? What was this? It says link. It says links.result. It says links.result. What was this original link dot original underscore link, and then we should see oops, oh sorry, it's not links.result because we've already set this to data.result, so we don't need this to be here. So just say links.original link. Okay, that was the problem. So twitter.com, of course this is not a valid link. That's not a valid link, or is it? It does show it as a valid link. Okay, that's interesting. That's quite interesting. And then once we have this on the left, then we want to have the shortened link here and then a copy button. Okay, so I'm going to have another article here, and then we're going to have a UL with 2 list items. And then this first one, probably I'm just going to have it as a button. So button, sorry, not a value, but a button element. Come on. And then this button element is going to say links dot what was it, dot full short link dot full underscore short underscore link. And then this second one is going to be a button as well that says copy, and then it's going to have a class name. Come on. It's going to have a class name of btn-cta and then rounded dash full. And we should see this. Okay, we should see this on the screen. That's looking okay. That's looking okay. And then what I want to do is, okay, you know what? I don't like this rounded button here. So let me say rounded dash large. Yeah, so that's much better. And then let me reduce the text. So text dash small. Okay. And then now on small screens, how I want this to look is I want them to stack one on top of the other. So what I'm going to do is inside this div, I'm going to give this a class name of flex and item center and justify dash center. And you know what? I'm going to remove item center. Okay, so that's going to have that, and then I'm going to say flex dash column like so. And then okay, then it means I have to have items dash center. And then what I want to do is this div is going to have a BG of white. Okay, and something is wrong. This is overflowing into this. Let me say text center and then figure out what is happening here. Why is this overflowing? I don't understand why it's overflowing. We're going to figure that out in a moment. Let me just handle this first. And then now what I want to do is this shortened link should be cyan in color. So let me go inside here, give this a class name of text-cyan-500 like so. So this is the shortened link. And then let me go inside this one, give this a class name of margin bottom of 3, pushed away from this just a bit. And then I can say that for empty screens, margin bottom of 0, which is going to reset it like so. And then for medium screens and above, I want this to go to the left and then this to go to the right. So let's go back inside here, and then let's say for empty screens, the flex should be row like so. And then for empty screens, I'm just going to say justify between, take it to the end like so. And then let's access this article. And where is it? Let's access this article, this second one. Oh, sorry, yeah, the UL. So give this UL a class name of flex and items dash center. And of course, this should be for empty screens before I forget and mess everything up. Okay, there we go. And then let's go inside this first list item, give this a class name of margin right of 5 to push it away from this. And of course, this is for empty screens as well. Please don't forget to do that. And then let's increase the padding of this white div. So let's go back inside this div. Let's just say padding all around of 3. There we go. That's looking fantastic. Okay. That's looking okay, though I still don't understand why this is overflowing into... Oh, wait a minute. Is it because the form is positioned absolute? Interesting. Let me just try and let me just try and increase the padding on the top of these two. Okay. So let's go inside our advanced.js right inside here. And then inside advanced.js. Okay, so inside advanced.js, I just want to change up these values. So I'm going to say padding top of 20 and padding bottom of 10. And this, I'm going to increase this to 32. That's still too small. So let's say 32 here. And then probably now we can just remove this. Yeah. Let's see how this looks. I think I'm just going to leave it at that. And then now I'm going to increase the margin on this white div just so that it pushes away from the form just a bit. So back inside the shortener right around here, I'm going to say margin top of 3. Push away just a bit. Let's say rounded dash large. Probably add a box shadow so that it's going to be visible just a bit. There we go. And then now what we need to do is we need to add the toggle for this copy button and the functionality for it. So let me just try something. Twitter.com. So it's going to appear here and we need to add this copy, right? So what we're going to do is let's handle the function for the copy button. So on this button, we're just going to say on click. We're going to create a function called handle copy, like so. And then we can go ahead and create it. So right below this, let's say const handle copy equals to, let's now inline function. And then we're going to say, what was it? Navigator dot clipboard dot write text, and we want to write the not the text, but we want to write the links dot full underscore short link. That should be it. So let me save this and let's test it out. So I'm going to click on this copy button. Okay, so I've clicked on it, and then I'm going to go into a new page, and then I'm just going to paste this in, and you see we can see that it copies the link that we have inside here, right? And it takes us to Twitter. Okay, so that's looking okay. So that means the copy button is working, but we need a kind of alert to show that we have clicked the copy button. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new state value inside here called button text. So button text and set button text. This is equal to use state. By default, I just wanted to say copy, like so. So what I'm going to do is inside here, and I'm just going to say display the button text. Okay, so by default it's just going to say copy, so that's looking okay. And then what I'm going to do is when we run this function, so which means I'm going to have to place this inside my curly brackets because we are increasing the size of this, then I'm going to say set button text into copied, like so. So when you click on this, okay, you can try it. So it's empty right now, but it should still work. So let's say copy, and there we go, copied. Okay, and you can see it's undefined because we have not copied anything really. Okay, and then what we're going to do now is I'm going to go back into this button, and then I'm going to add a focus event. So when you focus on it, then I want the bg to be slate bg dash slate dash, let's say 800. Let's see that. There we go. So when you click on it, and it's going to change the text color to this so that it alerts you that you have copied it. Okay, so let's reload that, and we're going to have this by default. Now the next thing that we do need to do is we want to handle our local storage so that when we reload this, then the link doesn't disappear. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to go inside right below this really, and then we're going to have our use effect, which I should import from React. Okay, so let's go ahead and import use effect. Okay, there we go. It imports it for me by default. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say local storage dot set item, and I want to set the item called items. Sorry, not items, but links. What am I doing? Is it links? Okay, links. Set the item dot links, and then I'm just saying JSON dot stringify, and I just want to stringify links like so. And then I want this use effect to run every time that the links change. Okay, this should be correct. If it's not correct, then we're going to know in a few minutes. And then I want to create another function called get local storage. Okay, or you can call it get stored links, for example. You know, just make it more descriptive. And then I'm going to say let links equals to local storage dot get item, and I want to get an item called links. And then I'm going to say that if links does exist, or rather if links does exist, then we're going to return local storage dot get item. Is that correct? Links, and then we're just going to say JSON dot parse, and we're going to be passing the links like so. And else we just want to return an empty array. This should work, hopefully. Is this going to work really? I sometimes forget how to do local storage. Okay, and then in order for this to work, then instead of this use effect being an empty array here, then we're going to pass in this function. So get local storage like so. Like so. So let's save this, and then let's see whether anything breaks. Okay, nothing breaks. Let's see twitter.com, and then let's reload. Okay, so something does break. Okay, so let's go ahead and check our local storage right inside here. So local storage, and so we get links inside here. So what is breaking really? Okay, so you know what, there's a couple of things that I've done wrong. So this should say quote links, and then this should be the links state value like so, and then this should say return remove this from here, and then just grab this, and then we're going to return JSON dot parse, and then pass this in. Like I said, sometimes I forget how to do local storage. Okay, and okay, now we have the key and we have the value inside here. So I can say twitter.com, and we should see this, and if we try to reload it, then it should persist. There we go. So now local storage is working correctly. Okay, so now what I want to do is let's see, we can copy this and we can paste it in, and we can go to Twitter and so on and so forth. What is it that I wanted to do? I've forgotten. Our link shortener is working. Okay, so before I do forget, I want to check something out, because I did realize another error that we had. If I go into the smaller the mobile screens, right, then I try to open our menu, then this happens. Okay, I am not sure why that happens, but it happens. So let me try and figure it out. Let's go into our header, and then we have this is our nav bar. So our nav should be this one, right? Okay, this is our nav. So my is 5, and you know what, because we are rendering this here for mobile screens, and then it's above here for large screens. So what you can do is, we don't really need this. We don't need this. Okay, and of course let me try and remove this to see whether this is also toggling this. Okay, so my5, so that means my5, that would mean that this should be flex column, so that it goes downwards. There we go. Items center, items center, and justify center. Take it to the center. There we go. And then do the same for this. So let's go inside here, flex column, item center, justify center. and we're going to have that, and then margin left 5, we can remove this. Okay, fantastic. So that is going to be that, and then because we are now we've added this for the mobile screens and then this for large screens. Okay, probably this is a crude way to do it, and you can find a better way really, but then again I was building in this out for the shortening API and not really for the design. Okay, and then let's try and increase it so that we make sure that everything is still working as it should. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so that is going to be the URL shortening, the shortly URL shortening API challenge. And yeah, you can go ahead and submit it if you want or not. I don't really feel like submitting it right now because it's almost midnight really, and I'm really tired. If you've reached this far, hello everyone and welcome back to another video, and today we're going to be learning React Router DOM version 6 by building out this simple products application. So if you click on more details, it's going to take you to a bigger image of this with a bigger title and a description, and then when you click on back, obviously it's going to take you back to the home page, and notice how it snaps back to the top, right? It snaps back to the top. So we're also going to implement that using scroll restoration in React Router DOM. And then when you click on add to cart, then it pops up your cart to the side, and of course it's nothing fancy, it just displays all the products inside here. And I've not created the function for this, I've left that up to you who is going to be watching this video. So you click on close, it's going to close this out. Okay, so before we begin, I just want to mention that we're going to be using this repository. It's called products page YT, so YouTube. And you can go ahead and can close this, and then we can go ahead and begin. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and copy this link right here, and then I'm going to open up my command prompt, make it just a bit smaller like so, and then I'm going to cd into my desktop. You know what, I should probably make it a bit bigger for the recording. And then in my desktop I'm going to say git clone, and then I'm going to paste this link, and then it's going to clone it into this folder. So once it finishes cloning this, then I'm just going to say cd into products page YT. Okay, so once I cd into this folder, then I just want to say code dot, which will open up VS Code in this folder. And then as VS Code is opening up, then what I want to do is I want to install all the dependencies which are available in my package.json. And my package.json is this. So I have React Router DOM inside here, and then I have Tailwind CSS and Auto Prefixer and Post CSS as dev dependencies. And you can install this from the Tailwind CSS installation guides from the framework guides. Okay, I just did it so that it becomes easier and we don't have to keep on jumping through pages. So let me go ahead and say npm install, and then we can take a look at the folder structure as this installs. So now I can make it smaller. And let's go ahead and in the source folder, we have an app.js. So I did a bit of cleanup, and the app.js just renders a section that has products app as the title. And then we have a db.json file, which is basically our API. So the API is called products. It has the ID, the name, description, the small, and the small, this refers to the smaller image. And then large is obviously the larger image, and so on and so forth. And it is a total of 5 products that we have in our db.json. In our index.css, I have imported Tailwind here, and then I have also imported a font called Inter right here, and that is set to the font family of the body by default, with the WebKit font smoothing set to anti-aliased. And then in index.js, we have nothing fancy. I just removed the report web vitals at the bottom, as well as the import at the top. Okay, so once we have that, I think we are ready to begin. So I'm just going to let this finish running, and then we can begin. Okay, so once this is done, then I'm just going to say npm run start, which is going to open up our dev server on localhost 3000. Okay, so as expected, it only renders products up as the title. So we can go ahead and let's begin building this out. And remember, once again, I have already installed all the dependencies, okay? If you want to learn how to install them, then I'm going to leave a link in the description for Tailwind CSS. And if you want to install React Router DOM, then all you have to say is npm install React Router DOM or yarn add React Router DOM. I guess that is the command if you're using yarn. So the first thing that I'm going to do is inside my source folder, I'm going to create a new folder called components. And inside components, I'm going to create a new file called fetch products.js, like so. Okay, so inside fetch products, obviously we want to get all our products data and then display it on the screen right hand side here, right? So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm just going to say import use state from React. And then I'm also going to import data from our db.json, so /db.json, like so. And then I'm going to say export default function fetch products, like so. And then in the return, then I'm going to just return a section for now. And the section is going to have an h1 that says all products, okay? And there's a reason for this. I just want to set up React Router DOM first before we do all this. So I'm going to go inside my app.js, and then inside app.js, I'm going to import fetch products at the top. So import fetch products, like so. And then inside this section now, we want to set up React Router DOM. So instead of rendering a section, then I want to render my fetch products, right? Okay, so let's go ahead, and at the top, we're going to start importing the components from React Router DOM. So I'm going to say import browser router. Okay, it's a named import by the way, that's why you have it in curly brackets. And then we're also going to import another component called routes, and then another one called route. Okay, so routes and route, they're two different components, they do two different functions. Now, obviously, our entire application is going to be wrapped inside the browser router. That hasn't changed from React Router DOM version 5. And then now, oops, this hasn't changed at the bottom, so browser router. So this, let's remove this. Okay, and then once we have this, then our entire application is going to be wrapped inside the routes component, okay? So the routes, which is like the parent for the route, which is the single route, right? And then we're going to have a route component here. The path for this is going to be /, right? And now the thing that has changed from React Router DOM version 5 to 6 is that now we no longer have the component rendering inside here. Instead, we're going to pass it in kind of like a prop, where we're going to say the element that we want to be rendered is called fetch products. Okay, and then we're going to remove this from here. So this is how the route is going to look for our /fetch products. So let's go ahead and test this out. So I'm going to save this, and we should still see this on the screen, right? We should see all products on the screen. Sorry, as you can see, it has changed. Now, if you want this to go to a different path, for example, we can say /products, right? Products like so. Then nothing renders here, okay? And that is very interesting. I'm going to explain why. But if we go into /products, then we should have all products, okay? So whatever you have inside here is going to be the URL that is shown inside here. So be very careful about that as well. Now, what I was saying about this being interesting is that notice that when we're on the /, then this renders. But when we're not on the /, then it doesn't render. That's because version 6 has introduced automatic, like, what should I call it, like link detection, where the problem with version 5 was that if you had multiple links, right? So for example, if this was to go into products, and then this was to go into /cart, if you had something like this, then what would happen is that all of these elements, or all of these components, sorry, would render at the same time on the same page once you're on the /, okay? But because we are now on version 6, they have introduced automatic error handling, where the component that is rendered on the screen is going to be dependent on the path that matches exactly, okay? So this is very, very important, and it is very, very nice. As you can see, I'm on the /s path, and nothing renders because there's no link that matches inside here. Okay, so I'm going to remove this. And then I'm going to create another route here. The path for this is going to be a wildcard, so *, and then the element for this is going to be our error page, like so. So let's go ahead and create error.js. let's go ahead and create the error.js. So inside, let me just go inside the components. Let's go error.js like so. Let me say RFC, and then inside here we're going to render a section. The section is going to have a class of flex and flex dash column, and we're going to say items dash center. I'm using emmet, that's why I can do this. And then we're going to say justify dash center and text dash center, and then it's going to have an h1 that says it says error. Oh, is this actually going to work? Okay, there we go. As you can see, this is what emmet is going to show. So error 44, and then we're going to place this inside a span, and then this span is going to say the page you are looking for does not exist. Okay, so let me see that. There we go. And you can do that because of emmet, by the way. If emmet comes pre-installed with VS Code, but if you're using another text editor, I'm not sure about them, I think you'd have to install them manually. Okay, so below this we're going to have a link, and this is obviously the link tag to the /. So back to the home page, and then I'm going to render a ampersand and LARR, so left arrow, that says back to home page like so. And this is going to have a custom class name probably, or I don't think it's going to have a custom class name. Let me just style it out manually. So it's going to say btn, it's going to say bg-white, and let's say text dash slate dash 900, and let's say padding y of 2, padding x of 10. Let's say this should be a block element. Rather, let me not make this a block element. Let me make the h1. Let me add the margin of the h1. So class name margin bottom 5, which will push this downwards, and now let me say margin bottom of 10. That's much better. And then on hover, so when I hover over this, I want the, oh, you know what, let me make this bg 800, and then when I hover over this, I want the bg to be slate dash 900 with a transition dash all and a duration of dash 150 like so. And let's save this, and hopefully this is going to work. Let me remember to import error right here. So error, and link is not defined, of course, because we need to import it at the top. So import link from reactor.dom, and we should see this. Would you look at this? Okay, fantastic. And why is it this? Oh, it's not flex column, it's flex col. Sorry, that's the class. There we go. And then I want this to come all the way to the center, so we can add a fixed height of this of each screen, which is 100 pivot heights, and we should have this. Okay. The reason why I have the button as a white background is because this background is going to be a dark background. So let's go ahead and do that. So in the index.css, I just want to say at apply, which is a Tailwind utility. So I'm going to say at apply bg-slate dash 900. And we should see this, okay? And then I've just realized that this is kind of an error. You won't be able to see this when you hover over it. So this should not be bg-slate. Where's the error page? This should be bg, oops, can't see. This should be bg gray dash 100. Yeah, a very slight hover effect, but it works. And then let's change this up now. So let me add a space here. Let me add a this line thing. So error 44, and you know what? I don't want it here actually. I want it here, like so. And then on the h1, let's say text dash 4xl and text dash white. And then on the span, let's say class name of text dash base and text dash slate dash 200. Okay, so we're going to have that. That's looking okay. Let me say inside here, let me say font dash bold, and you know what, this is too big. Let me say XL, like so. And then inside here, let's say font light, so font light. And there we go. So this is going to be our error page, not too shabby. So let's go back to the home page, and then we can begin working on the fetch products now. So inside here, we're going to set up our state values. So now I'm going to say const items is equal to use state, and we want to pass in the data. And the reason I'm only saying items is because we're not going to be using the set items function, so there's no need to add it in. Okay, and then inside here now, instead of saying all products, I'm going to say items.products.map. okay, I have to say dot products because items technically, let me show you, items technically is this, okay, which is an object, and you can't map over an object. So we need to go into the products, which is now an array of objects, and then we can map over it. Okay, so that's why I have items.products.map. And then I want to destructure immediately by getting the ID, what was it? ID name description small large. So ID name description small and large, like so. Okay, really? Okay, right there. And then once you have that, then I want to render an article, okay, with the key of ID, like so. And then inside this key of ID, I want to have, inside the article, I want to have a div, and this div is going to have an image. First of all, the image is going to be coming from small, and you know what, I'm actually doing this wrong. I actually want this to be a picture tag, okay? So picture tag like that, and it's going to have a source media like so, for a min width of 768 pixels. Right, the source set, remember to change this to common case. So the source set for this is going to be large, and then below this now we can have our image tag, and the source for this is going to be small. And then the alt attribute for this is the name, so in case the image fails to load, then just display the name of the product. So what this means is that this is kind of adding responsiveness inside HTML without really toggling it in your CSS. Okay, so what this means basically is that by default, this is going to be the smaller image. This is going to be the image that shows on the UI of the user. But once the device of the user exceeds 768 pixels, then the larger image is going to show. Okay, so it just removes a lot of overhead in terms of styling and rendering, adding responsiveness using CSS. Okay, so once we are outside of this div, I want to create another div, and inside here we're going to have an h2 that says the name of the product, and then a paragraph that says the description of the product, and then below this we're going to have two list items, so ul into li by 2, and these are going to be links to some pages. The first one is going to say more details, and then the second one is going to say add to cart, and actually, sorry, the second one is not a link, the second one is a button. Okay, so button like so, and then this is going to say link to / a link that we're going to create inside here, which is going to be very interesting, but for now we can just go into the /. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's save this, and let's see what on the screen, and say link is not defined. I always forget that, so sorry for that. So always import it at the top, and we should see this. Look at that. So we have all our items. Now we can just begin styling it out. So the first thing that I'm going to do is go inside this section, and I want to add padding on the left and right. So actually everywhere. So padding on the left and right, top and bottom of 5. And then I want to say that for medium screens, let me say for large screens, actually, you know what, let me say padding X of 5 and padding Y of 10, and then for large screens, padding Y of 20. And then for extra large screens, I want to have a limit to the max width. So max width, I'm going to say 6XL. And then for XL screens, I just want to say MX Auto, which is going to center everything like so, as you can see, very nice. And then let's begin styling this out. So for the H1 inside here, sorry, for the H2, I'm going to give this a class name of font-bold and text-4XL, margin bottom 5, and text-white. That's how this looks. So we have that looking fantastic. And then inside this paragraph, let's give this a class name of text-slate-200. Let me see how 300 looks. Okay, 300, I think 300 is much better. And then inside this UL, let's give this a class name of flex and items center and justify center. Oh, sorry, justify between, so that they go end to end like so. And then let's tag this button, the first link, sorry. So this is going to have a class name of border-2 and border-white, padding-2, padding on the Y of 2, padding on the X of 4. And then let's say text-white. Okay, so that we're going to have this, and then let's title this other button. So this button is going to have a class name of bg white text dash slate dash 800. Yeah, let's do 800. Padding on the y of 2, padding on the x of 4. And is there anything else? Let's see. And we have this add to cart looking fantastic. Okay, so the next thing that I want to do is I want to add a padding on the bottom of this paragraph so that it pushes away from this button. So inside here, I'm just going to say margin bottom, sorry, not padding bottom, margin bottom of 10, like so. And then, yeah, that's looking almost done. But before it's done, we just want to display the image on the left and the text on the right. So let's go back inside this article and give this a class name of grid and grid dash calls dash 1 with a gap of 5, first of all, for mobile screens. Okay. Actually, did I do that correctly? Gap of 5 added this gap on top, right? Okay. So let's say that for MD screens, then the grid columns should be 2. So grid calls 2. Let's see what happens. And we're going to have that. And then I just want this to move to the center. So I'm going to say for MD screens, let's say plus items center. Is that the class? I keep on forgetting sometimes. Okay, there we go. So place item center moves it to the center. And then I want to say that for large screens, then the gap should increase to 10. Increase this gap. And then I say for XL screens, then the gap should be 20. Make it even bigger. There we go. Okay. And then now I want to go inside this parent element, which is our section, right? And then I want this section to be a grid as well so that we can add the gaps between these cards. So let's go inside this, and we can say grid and grid calls dash 1. Obviously, they're going to be 1 with a gap of 5. And this is going to happen. Look at that. And then we can say for large screens, then the gap should be 10. Make it just a bit bigger. There we go. And probably we can say that for XL screens, the gap should be 20. Don't mind doing that so that this is kind of symmetrical. So it's 20 here and 20 here. So it's a bit symmetrical, looking fantastic. Okay. Now the next thing that I want to do is I don't want all of this text to show up here, right? I only want a bit of it to show up. That would be the validation for clicking this more details link, okay? So let's go ahead and do that. We can go inside here, okay? So now instead of just rendering the description, I'm going to render template literals first, and then my $sign and my curly brackets, okay? So this is just basically adding variables inside strings. So I'm going to say, inside here I want to say description dot substring, and substring basically takes a number of items beginning from 0 to whatever number that you're going to choose. And in this case, I'm going to choose 200, and then ... So outside of this, is it 3 dots? Why can't I say this? Let me zoom out of it. ... There we go. So what this basically means is that it's going to take the number of characters from the first character, which is 0, to the 200th character, and then it's going to display them, and then the rest of the string past 200 characters is just going to say ... Okay, and let me say this and you will see what happens. And there we go. Look at this, looking fantastic. Okay, and then now the next thing that we need to do is we need to create the link for this more details card, okay, for this more details button. So let's go ahead, and that would mean that we need to create a component called single product. Okay, so single product.js, and then let's just do RFC. For now, we can just have single product like that. There's no problem. Okay, so let's create this route for our single products page. So the route for this, the path is going to go into / name, which is the name of the product, and the element that we want to render is going to be the single product, like so. And remember to close it out and import it at the top. So this for the full column name is basically going to be the slug that we have in our URL bar on the browser, okay? So if you wanted this to go into, for example, let me see what we have. So you can choose the ID or the name or the description or the small or the large, but I don't recommend doing that because these are just too, what's the word? Ambiguous, conspicuous. No, that's not the word. Too large for nothing. Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Not in so many words, but yeah, you get the point. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's save this. And then now we need to go into fetch products. And then where we have our link, now this is no longer going to link into /. Instead, we're going to have our brackets. So we're going to have our template routers, and then this is going to go into $, and we're going to be accessing the name which we get from here when we destructure it. Okay, looking fantastic. So let me save this and let's see whether this is going to work. So by just hovering over it, you can see on the bottom left that the link changes, right? So I'm going to go and try and click this, and hopefully we're going to see single product right around here. Okay, so click on this and you can see single product here. Okay, and you can see that the URL inside here has also changed into Air Jordans. And now if I click on this, then the URL also changes. Fantastic. And we can still see single product. Now the next thing that we do need to do, now that we've confirmed that this is working, is that we need to go ahead and we need to get the item that the URL is referring to. Okay, that's easy enough to do. So let's go ahead and go into our single products page. Okay, so let's begin building this out. The first thing that we do need to do is we need to import use state and use effect from React. We're going to be needing those two hooks, sorry, not links. And then I'm going to set up my state values, right? So I'm going to call this single product and set single product. This is going to be equal to use state, and by default is going to be an empty array. Okay, looking fantastic. And then I should probably import my data. So import data from ./dbjson, db.json, like so. And we need to get this name that we have inside. Remember, this is the / name, right? We need to get this name from the URL, right? So let's go ahead and we're going to import a hook from React Router DOM called use params. Okay, so we need to actually put the link and then use params, and these are coming from React Router DOM, like so. So this hook comes from React Router DOM. It is not in React. Okay, remember that sometimes I get mixed up in the imports. Okay, and then what we can do is now we can destructure the name, which is comes from the use params, like so. And use params is going to access this right inside here, and then it's going to get the name that we have set it inside here. Okay, so that's quite interesting. Okay, and what you can do actually, if you want to test whether this is working, is you can just render the name inside here, and then probably let me change this text to text dash 4xl, let's say text white. And once I save this, then you should see Air Jordans right inside here, and you can go to another page and you can see it's going to change as well. So that basically means that this is working correctly. So what we do need to do though is, because we are getting this data locally, then you need to create a function that is going to check for the product that we have clicked on, and we can do that inside the use effect. So we're going to set up our use effect like so. Okay, we're going to have a callback dependency array. So we're going to have a dependency array, which is going to be the name basically inside here, which basically means that whatever function that we're going to write inside here should run every single time that the name changes. And by the name changing, that basically means that we are going into a different link with a different product. So we therefore want this function inside here to run. So let's go ahead and create this function. So I'm going to create the function called find product, because we are finding a single product, right? Like so, make it an arrow function because they're cool. And then we're going to say const new product equals to data.products dot find. I was thinking of filter. Okay, so we want to find the product dot name, which is equal to the name of the current URL that we're on. Okay, and then once we do this, we're going to say set single product into new product, like so. And then just to be on the safe side, let me say, I could have added a console log, but let me not do that. So let me say find product. So basically call our function that we've just created. Okay, so hopefully this is going to work. I really do hope it works. Okay, I really do hope it works. So now instead of this rendering this, I want to render an empty fragment, and then we can remove this from here, and then instead of this rendering the name, we need to do a few things. So I'm going to render a section with a class of on XL screens I want the max dash width to be 6XL, and then on XL screens then let's say MX auto to center everything, and then we're going to have an H1 that says the name like so, and then below this we want to have an image, right? And this image is going to be coming from the single product from here, right? Once we get the product that we want, then we get the single product, then we can map over it. I hope the map is going to work. Actually, is that correct? I don't think that is correct. Will that work really? Let me see what happens when I hover over this. Declared but never used. Okay, you know, let me just have the, let's say, let me add a console log. Let's console log single product. Sorry, let's console log new product. Let's see what you have on the screen. Okay, product is not defined. Wait, was product 1145 line 11. Products defined. Oops. This should say products defined for every product, like so, and then this. Oops, not with that filter. So this is the correct one. Okay, sorry about that. And we should see Bose headphones here. So let me open up our DevTools. Let's see what we have in the console. So we have an object that says description, ID2, large, and name and small. Okay, so let me try something. Okay, so inside here, let me have the image saying single product dot large. What happens then? Okay, so we have single product dot large. Okay, and then below this, let me try reloading. Sometimes it breaks. Okay, so everything seems to be running correctly. And then below this, so I no longer want the H1 to be above, I want it to be below the image. And then below this, we're going to have the single paragraph that says single product dot description. And then below this, we're going to have a UL with two list items. Okay, the first one is going to be a link that goes back to the home page. So link to / that says back, come on. And then this is going to be rendering a left arrow, so ampersand LARR, like so. And you know what, I want this to be the second one. And then the first one is going to say add to cart. And I just want to copy these links because this is going to be a button. Actually make it a button. And then let's say fetch products, and let me copy these class names. Copy this and paste it inside here. Okay. So give this a class name of flex and items dash center, and then let's go inside this first list item, give this a class name of margin on the right of 5, and we should see this. Would you look at that? Looking amazing. So now that this is working, I can place it full screen, and we should see something similar to this. That's looking okay. That's looking okay. So let me go inside this link, give this a class name of text dash slate dash 200, and then when you hover over it, I want the text to change to white. So very slight, I don't know whether you can see it, but it's smooth. And then let's go inside this UL, let's imagine top of 5, let's imagine top of 10, let's add some more space, right? And then let's go inside this section, let's say padding on the Y of 10, and for large screens, padding on the Y of 20. So we can have a bit of padding on the top and padding on the bottom. And then let's tell this H1. So the H1 here is going to say, give this a class name of text dash for XL for smooth screens. Let's say margin bottom of 5. Actually, now let's say margin Y of 5, and then for large screens, then margin bottom of 10. Let's say text dash white and font dashboard. And then let's say that for medium screens, the text should be 5XL. For large screens, the text should be 6XL. Make it big for nothing because it looks cooler. And then let's grab this paragraph and then let's change its color. So class name text dash slate dash 300. And there we go. Would you look at that? So we have our single products page working for correctly. Let's go back. Let's go into another one. Okay. Into another one. Oops, that's the same one. This one. Correct. And this one. Look at that, looking fantastic. Okay, so the next thing that we do need to do is notice how I want that when you click on the back button, it snaps me back to the top. Probably you don't want to do that, but I think it would be nice to know how you do that, right? So let's go ahead and we're going to create another component called scroll to top.js. Inside here, we're going to say import use, do we need use state? Let's say use effect from React. And then let's say export default function scroll to top. Okay, and then inside here, we're going to have our use effect. And the use effect is going to say window dot scroll to 0, 0, 0, which basically means take it back to this point of the document. So 0, 0. So left of 0 and top of 0. Now this is going to have a dependency array called path name, and path name comes from a React hook called a React router DOM hook called use location. So let's import use location from React router DOM like so, and then we can destructure the path name because the path name is what we have in the URL address bar. So destructure the path name like this, and this is just a use location. Okay. So once you have this, then we just want to say return null, and we should save this, and then we can go into our app.js, and then I want this to render above everything else. So it's going to be a component for the whole document. So import it here and then render it above the routes, and it should work correctly. So let's test it out. Okay, just reload it to be on the safe side. So I'm going to be inside here, and then when I click on back, then it takes me back to the top. Okay, fantastic. Now, if you don't want to do this, then of course you can just disable this. It doesn't really matter. It all depends on the on how you want your app to behave. Okay. Okay. So once you have that, then we want to create our add to cut. We want to add the functionality for our add to cut button, right? So in order to do that, then we're going to create a component called cut.js. Okay. And then let's just say RFC like so, and then this is going to be an empty fragment that says inside here, we're going to have an aside tag like so. And then inside this aside tag, let's have an issue that says your cut. And then below this, we're just going to render our products like we did in the fetch products. Okay. We're going to do basically this same destructuring. Not everything. We're only going to get the ID, the name, and the small image. Okay. So we need to import this, and we need this as well. So inside cut.js, let's say import use state from here, use state, and then this is going to say we're also going to import data from db.json. Okay, and then we're going to have const items equals to use state, and inside here we're going to pass in our data. And by the way, I should mention that I'm doing something here on purpose. Okay. And I'm going to explain what it is when we get to it. And then I'm going to also give you the solution to it. So inside here, let's say items.map. And then we want to get the ID, the name of the item, and we want to get the small image like so. And then let's render an article with the key of ID. And then this is going to have an h3 that says the name. Okay, is that correct? Actually, let's have the image first of all, the image that says small. The alt attribute, in case the image fails to load, then we just want to render the name of the item. I think this should be correct. It should be correct. Let's try it out by going into the fetch products, and then let's have it where should it be? Let me place it outside the section. So we want to render our cut component, so cut like so, which imports it at the top. There we go. So let's save this, and then we should go to the bottom and we should see it. But something is wrong because of this. Is it? Let me remove this. And we should see your cut right here. Okay. Okay, so it means items.map is wrong because this should be items.products. .map. There we go. And then we should see items. There we go. So that is working correctly. So inside here, let me give this h2 a class name of text-slate-800, and font dash bold and text dash 2XL and uppercase and margin bottom of 5. And then inside this aside, let me give this aside a class name of padding all round of 5. And I've just remembered that if we go into this more detailed section and we go into the mobile version, it doesn't have a padding on the left and right. So let's go ahead and add that before I forget. So inside this section, let's just say padding 5 all around. There we go. Okay, fantastic. Items about, oh, this is the error that we just had that we just fixed. Okay. So where were we? We were here adding our cart. Okay, fantastic. Now what I want to do is, let me close this and close this and this and this as well. So for the cart, I want this cart to have a white background. First of all, so we're going to have that. And then I want it positioned fixed to the top right. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's say fixed, which is obviously going to remove it away from the page, as you can see, right? And then let's say take it to the right by 0 and to the top, sorry, not to the left, by 0. And then let's say H full, which is height 100%. Is it H full or H screen? I forget. Okay, so as you can see, we have this, that's looking okay. And then probably if you have many items that overflow, then you want to also handle the overflow, but ours are not going to be overflowing, so there's no need to do that. And then once you have this, then what I want is this H2 to be inside a div, like so that I can add a button here that says close. Okay, and then once I have that button that says close, I can say give this a class name of flex and item center and justify between. So close should be here. There we go. And the reason why this is kind of to the bottom is because this has a margin bottom of 5. Where is it? Here. Margin bottom of 5. So now they're on the same level, and then now we can add the margin bottom of 5 on this div. There we go. And then I want this button to be styled a bit differently. So class name is going to be border bottom dash 2 and then border dash transparent. Okay, and then when we hover over this, then I want the border to be dash slate dash 800. So look at that. That's looking nice, right? And then let's add a transition dash all with a duration of 150, just so that it kind of slides in, you know. It's the little animations that, you know, that are really nice. Okay, and then let's go ahead and grab these images. So this image is going to have a class name of width dash 20 and height dash 20 with a rounded dash full with a margin right of 2. Okay, so we have that. That's looking fantastic. Okay, and the next thing that I do want to do, actually, before I forget, is I want this to always be on top no matter what happens. So inside here, I'm going to have a z index of 50, just to make sure that it's always going to be on top of everything else on the every other element on the web page. Okay, and then let's make this into a fixed height. So let me say that the first width for this is going to be 11/12 for mobile screens. For small screens, it's going to be width dash 9/12. And then for medium screens, the width is going to be 7/12. And then for large screens, the width, actually, can that remain actually by that? This is too big. So for large screens, the width is going to be 5/12. Okay, this involved a lot of me doing trial and error. That's why I have these figures in mind. And actually, I don't know whether they all work, but you know, they work for now, so that's looking okay. And then, you know, let me reduce the width and the height of these images. So let me say width dash 12. Just making them a bit smaller. And then what I want to do is inside this article, I want to give this a class name of flex, that this goes to the side right here. Okay, and then items dash center, so that the text comes downwards like so. And then let's go inside. Let me grab all of this and place it inside a div like so that I can go inside this div and give this a class name of grid and grid columns dash 1 with a gap of 5 to push each of these items away from one another like so. And then once we have that, then I want to add a button. Where should I add this button? I want to add this button here, and this button is going to say remove item, but I've realized a problem. Okay, And that is basically the problem. You see this? I could add justify between here, but I don't want to do that because this text is then going to go into the center. I don't want to do that, okay? So the solution for this is I'm going to grab all of this, place it inside the div, and then this can remain as it is basically, and this is what is going to happen, which is once again not what I want to happen, right? So flex item center, and then now we can add justify between here and the button is going to go to the end. There we go. And then now these classes here, where is it? Now these classes here are going to go inside this div. So class name and this thing inside here. So we're going to have this looking amazing. And then obviously these buttons are going to be red in color. So give this a class name of bg red-500. When you hover over it, I want bg red-600. Let's say transition dash all and duration dash 150. Let's say padding y of 1 and padding x of 2. Let's say text dash small and text dash white. Okay, so there we go. There we go. And probably you can add this into an icon instead of having this text, okay? You know, let me say, instead of saying remove item, let's say delete. Yeah, I think that would be much better. And then below this, I want to have a button here that says clear cut. So below this, so outside of this, let's have a button here that says clear cut, like so. Let's give this button a class name of bg slate-900. Let's say padding y of 2, padding x of 10. Let's say margin top of 10. Let's say text dash white. Let's say is that correct? Let's see how this looks. Okay, yeah. So instead of this being 900, let me make it 800 so that when I hover over it, then I can say bg 900. So when I hover, I can say bg slate-900, and then transition dash all once again and duration dash 150. So let's see this. Look at this. Looking fantastic. Now, once again, I'm not going to create the function for this. I'm going to leave this up to you. And I'm not going to create the function for the delete items as well. I'm going to leave that up to you. Okay, fantastic. So we can have this, and then now we just need to handle our close, our display basically. So whether our cut is opened or closed. Now, the thing that comes to mind actually when you just think about this is to just have to go into the fetch products, right? And then to have a state value here. So const, let's say cut, let's say is open. Should I call it is open or what? So is open and set is open. It's going to be use state, and by default it's going to be false because we don't want our cut to be open by default. And then now we can place a conditional here where we can say only when only when is open is true, that's when you want to render our cut. Okay, and then this should disappear. There we go. And then now we want to place this conditional to be toggled every time that we click on this button. So that would mean that we just go inside this button and we can say that on click we want to place in our inline function and say set is open to true. Okay, now when you click on this, then our cut opens, and then now we want that when you click on this, then our cut closes, obviously. So let's go and say set. We're going to pass in a prop called set is open, which is going to be equal to the set is open function. Okay, so this is the name of the prop, and you can call this whatever you want. Okay, it doesn't have to be the same as this, but the naming convention requires that it should be okay, not requires really. The naming convention is that it should be the same as the prop that you want to get, just so that when you look at this code maybe in 6 months or someone else takes a look at it, then it becomes easy for them to understand. So once you have this, then we can go into our cut, of course save it, and we can destructure it inside here. So destructure set is open, and then we can go into this close button, and you can see that when you click on this, so on click, we want to place in our inline function, and you can say set is open to false. Okay, so let's test this out. So close it out, opens and close it. Okay, now one problem though. Okay, and this is the problem that I mentioned earlier. If you go into more details, right, we also want that when you click on this button, then the cart should also open up. Okay, now remember that this button is inside the single products page. Okay, which is okay. I've opened it. Come on, seriously. Okay, So we want that when you click on this button, then it also triggers the cart opening animation, right? Now, how would we do that though? Okay, now a solution for that would be, instead of having this inside here, then you would have it inside app.js, so somewhere inside here, and then you would pass down the state values as props into the fetch products, which requires it, as well as the single products, which requires it. Okay, so what I mean is this. Let's just go ahead and do it. So I would go inside fetch products, I would grab this from here, cut it out, and then I would paste it inside here, right? So now this is accessible from the parent app component, right? And then now I can pass them down as props inside here. So because I know that the fetch products component requires these two, then I can just say is open prop is going to be equal to the is open state value, and set is open function is going to be equal to the set is open the set is open prop is going to be equal to the set is open state function. Now when I save this though, okay, I can go inside the fetch products, and then I can destructure is open, which we are not really going to use, and set is open, like so, right? And then now this should still work. Where is it? This should still work. So let's save this and then let's try it out, okay? Use state is not defined. Sorry about that. I always forget to import it. So import use state. Let's go inside about this. Import use state. Oops. From React. Okay, now look at this. Let's just reload this. Okay, now I can go back inside here, and when I click add to cart, then it still opens, and when I click on close, it still opens, right? Now I can go into the more details, and I can do the very same thing. Okay, so I can just copy this from here, and then I want to pass them inside the single product. Okay, and then now I can go into single product, which I know requires this, and I can say that on click I want to pass in my inline function, and I can say set is open to true to open the cart. And then of course I need to grab this, I need to destructure the props in here, so set is open, like so. So once I save that, and we can reload this to be on the safe side, and then when I click on this, oops, when I click on this, it doesn't fuck. Did I do that correctly? So set is open, let's see, set is open. Set is open to true, set is open to true. Oh, you know what? It's not wrong, because I've just realized why this is not working. It's because the cart is not being rendered on this page, okay? So we need to go into set single product, and then let's go outside of this section, and then let's just render our cart once again. Sorry for that. So let's just render our cart, and then we can place it inside a conditional, actually, where we can say only when is open is true, then we want to render our cart, and then we need to get this prop as well from here. So is open, like so, and set is open. Okay, now look at that. So we can close it. What's happening? So why isn't this working actually? Let's take a look at this, and it says set is open is not oh, you know what? We need to add the props inside here. So set is open, prop is equal to set is open function. Is this correct? Why isn't this changing color? Let's try it out. Let's try it out once again. So let's close this, and you can say close. Okay, there we go. So you can open it and we can close it. Fantastic. Now, probably what you would want to do is, probably change this into a toggle, right? So when you click on this, either way, then it's going to open or close the cart. And then once the cart is open, then you can say close cart. And then once it is closed, then you can say add to cart. You can add those little bits of functionality inside if you want, but I don't want to do that. Okay. Now, I've showed you one solution, which is to have these state values inside the parent element, right? And this works, okay? This works. But when your application begins getting bigger and you have more and more state values, then it begins to become a bit cumbersome. So the next solution that I want to show you is by using the context API. So I'm going to close all of this down, and then inside the source folder, I'm going to create a new folder called context. And then inside here, I'm going to have context.js. So small c because it's context, okay? And then we can begin creating our context. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is I'm going to say import create context, and then we want to say import use state from React, okay? And then I want to create a cat context inside here. So cat context. I'm not really good at explaining context, okay? So I really do apologize for that. So we're going to create context inside here, create context, and then we want to say we're going to have 3 default values, right? The first one being is open, which is going to be false, obviously, because we want our cat to be closed by default. And then we're going to create our function called handle open cat, okay? And this is going to be our function like so. Oops. And then we're going to create another function called handle close cat like so, which is an arrow function, okay? And then we're going to say export const cat, cat context provider like so. And then inside here we're going to destructure children, which is going to be the rest of our application, and you're going to see how it's going to be the rest of our application, okay? And these are brackets, sorry. And then we can now say const is open. So basically what we did inside our app.js, so let me just copy it. So const is open, I'm going to grab it from here, and I'm going to paste it inside here. And by the way, now we can actually remove this. We don't really need them. We can remove this, and then we can also go ahead into our components. We can remove this from here, okay? I'm going to show you how we're going to fix it. And then is there anything else? Is open still inside here? What about set is open? Okay, so we can remove this as well. So this can just be something empty, and then we can remove this from here, okay? So this is just if you don't want to deal with props. And then let's go ahead and do what's happening inside here. Let's just comment this out, and then let's go inside our single product page. We can remove this, and we can remove this function. Let's just comment it out, and then we can remove this too, like so. Okay, and we can begin working on our context, and notice that everything now breaks, okay? So fetch products is open is not defined, so let's we're going to fix that, okay? We're going to fix that the is open that is not defined is this inside here, okay? And notice that in our context we already have it at the top, okay? So we're going to fix that. Okay, so what we need to do now is we want to create our function to open the cat, right? So const handle open cat. So const handle open cat. This is going to be an inline function like so, where we're just going to say set cat into true. Set cat into true. It's that easy, right? And then const handle close cat. This is just going to say set cat into false. Okay, and then once we have this, then we want to create our context, a variable called context, where we want to destructure these 3 items. So 1, 2, and 3, which is our state value, which is this as well. Just so that it's easier to pass it into our context provider. Okay, so I'm going to destructure the is open, and you know what, the set is open as well, because we're going to be using it. Set is open, and then handle open cat and handle close cat like so. And then once we have this, then we want to return something called cat context dot provider. Okay, so this is cat context dot provider. This is cat context provider. Okay, there's a difference, so please do make sure of that. This is a component. Oops. Okay, so this cat context dot provider takes in a value, and the value is going to be the context that we have inside here. Okay, so that's it. That's why I destructured it instead of adding all of this inside here, and technically I don't think it would work. Okay, and then once we have this, then we want to render our children, which we got from here. Now remember that I said our children is going to be the rest of our application, and I'm going to show you why it's going to be the rest of our application in just a few moments. And then before we exit out of this, I want to say export default cat context, and export default cat context is what we have right at the top inside here. Okay, so we're going to save this, and then we're going to go into index.js, this one right here. Okay, and then we're going to import what is it? I keep on forgetting the name. We're going to import this, which is a default import. Okay, remember it's export const, so it's a default it's a default export, sorry. So I'm going to say import cart context provider, like so. This comes from context / context, and then we're going to wrap our entire application into cart context provider, like so, and like so. Okay, now remember that our app component is basically the main parent of our application. Okay, now remember that in the context we say this is going to have, our provider is going to be rendering the children inside here. Now if you take the app and add it inside here, that's technically the children, and that's what I said. That's why I say that this is going to be the rest of our application. Okay, so we can save this, and then we can begin using the context into our application. So inside fetch products, I want to grab this, and then I want to also grab the function that controls this button. So the first thing that I'm going to do is right at the top, I'm going to import a function now called use context, which comes from React. And then below this, I'm going to say import cart context from / should be context / context, like so. And then I'm going to say const and destructure the is open, and I'm going to destructure the handle open cart. That's the function that I called. This is going to be equal to use context, and then we're going to pass in cart context, like so. And then now is open is already being used here, so this is fine, but the function now is going to be handle open cart. Okay, it is no longer an inline function because it is already an inline function inside here. Okay, so let's save this and let's see whether this works. Single product is open is not defined, of course. Set cart is not defined in context.js. What did I do? Oh, I said set cart. Oops. Oh my goodness. It's not set cart. I apologize for that. It's set is open. Set is open. I do apologize for that. I said set cart because that's the name of the value, that is the state value that I used while building up the other application. I do apologize for that. Sorry for that. So single product, yes, is open is not defined, so we can go into single product and we can just do the same thing. So we need to import use context from React, and then below this we're going to say import cart context, import cart context from context, and then we want to get the is open here. And does single product have the button to open the cart? It does, right? Okay, so the function is called handle open cart. Is going to be use context, and we want to pass in cart context, like so. And then is open is now defined. Now this function is no longer going to be this, it's going to be handle open cart. Fantastic. And okay, that reloads it, so we can click on this, and would you look at that, now our close button doesn't work technically. So let's fix that by going into our cart right inside here, and then we can remove this because we no longer need it. And then once again we go through the process of saying use context from React and import cart context from context, and then we can say const and destructure the handle close cart function. This is going to be use context, and we're going to pass in cart context, like so. And then this is no longer this function, but it is handle close cart. Okay, so let it reset. If not, you can try it out, and it's working. Would you look at this? And all of this is coming from context, and we can go back into our page inside here, and we can add to cart and close it as well. So that is, I've shown you two solutions where we can add your state values inside app.js and pass them down as props using what is called prop drilling, or you can add context to your application. I think adding context is a much better solution because, okay, you know what, you shouldn't really add context if your application is small enough. Okay, I just did it here because you know, it's better to have a big pool of knowledge than to get stuck on something. Okay, so yeah, I think that is going to be the rest of the application. But before I do that, I just want to deploy this to this page so that you can have the updated code that we actually use in this tutorial. Okay, so that there are not many differences in the code. So let's go ahead and do that. Let me say git add once this opens up. So git add, actually is this YT? Okay, so git add, sorry, let's go into the source, so cd source, and let's say git add context and git commit. Let's say context, git add app.js, let's say git commit, and let's say set up react router DOM. Let's say git add index.css, let's say git commit, let's say import tailwind plus fonts. Let's say git add index.js, oops, index.js. Let's say git commit, and we're going to call this, what did we do in index.js? We're going to say add context. And then let's cd into our components, so cd components, git add cat.js, git commit, let's say cat component, let's say git add error.js, git commit, let's say error page, git add fetch products.js, git commit fetch products, and let's say git add scroll to top.js, and git commit, let's say scroll restoration, and then let's say git add a single product.js, let's say git commit, and let's say single product page. Okay, and I've just remembered something where if you're going to deploy this to Netlify, what will happen is if you try to reload this on Netlify, let's say that you're going to go into this page, for example, if you try to reload it on Netlify, what will happen is that you're going to get an error page. So in order to fix that, let's say Netlify. We're going to create a new file called netlify.html, and then we're going to add some rules inside here. So redirects, we're going to be redirecting from asterisk, and we're going to be redirecting to /index.html with a status of 200, like so. And then I can cd out of this and out of this, and I can say git add netlify.html, let's say git commit -m, and you can say netlify redirects, and you can say git push. Okay, and then once you say git push, once this finishes, we can close this and we can reload this, and I can close this as well. Oops, never. Always remember to check this, because this is a warning in development, but it turns into an error when you try to deploy it. So let's fix that. Let's go into app.js and let's remove this from the top, because we don't really use it. There we go. And then once again, you can just say git add all and git commit, and you can say remove unused import. You can say git push once again, and that pushes it to GitHub. Okay, so this should now work. Okay, so we don't have any errors, and if I check on GitHub, then I should see 15 seconds ago removed unused import. So now you can go ahead and deploy this to Netlify, and it is going to work correctly. And I don't really want to do that because I already have another similar project on Netlify, and it doesn't really make sense to have duplicates. Okay, so yeah, so hello everyone, and welcome back to another video. And today we're going to be doing the advice generator application from Frontend Mentor. And what I want to do is I want to do two videos. So the first one is going to be a vanilla HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, where we're going to build this out. And then the other video is going to be the same application, but now built in React. Okay, so what I've done actually is I have the vanilla version of this on GitHub already, and I'm going to have this link in the description as well. The repository is called Vanilla Advice Generator App, and you can go ahead and clone this, and you'll find the application working correctly, you can just open up the index.html file however you wish. So you can go ahead and click on this card, and then you can download the files right here, but I'm not going to download it because I already have the files on my desktop. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this up using VS Code, and then we can begin. Okay, so once you extract the files from the zip file that you download, then you should have something like this in your text editor. My preference is Visual Studio Code, but you can work with any text editor that you wish. And you can go ahead and take a look at the index.html. This is what we have, and so on and so forth. And we have the gitignore, we have the images and the design. So actually what I'm going to do is right inside here, I want to create a style.css file, or let me call it styles.css. You know what, let me call it style.css because that's what I call it in the repository, just to be uniform. And then I'm going to cut these two from here, cut it out, paste them inside here, and then I'm going to go ahead and link my style.css file. Style.css. Okay, we can remove this, and we can have this is actually fine, but you can change this to your website or whatever you want. Okay, and then as you can see, it says the advice goes here and the advice text goes here. Now I'm going to open this image. Let me see if this image is going to open here. I don't know why it does this these days, but it doesn't. Okay, there we go. So we have this is so the advice title is going to be this, and then the text for the advice is this. This is the an image, and this is another image that we're going to make into a button. Okay, so right inside here, what I want to do is actually should go ahead and install an extension called 5server, which just allows for hot reloading. And let me just see, actually here it is. So live server, basically renamed to 5server. Okay, and you can go ahead and right click on this and say open with 5server, and it should open this up on localhost 5555. Okay, as that opens up, what I want to do is I want to create a div here with a class of container, and of course it doesn't work when I'm recording. What's happening? Div. Okay, so like I said, it opens up on localhost 5555. So let's just give this a class of container, like so. And then inside here, we're going to have an h1 that says advice number. So basically this, right? And then below this, we're going to have a paragraph that says this. And of course, we're going to remove the comments, so don't worry about it. And then we have the attribution at the bottom, so that's looking okay. And then below this paragraph, look at the design. We have this image, right? We have this image first of all. So let's go ahead and add that image. And that image is called the pattern divider mobile and the desktop. Okay, so just because I don't want to toggle this in CSS, I'm going to add it in HTML using the picture tag. Okay, so the picture has the source media, and for a minute of 760 pixels. Don't worry, I'm going to explain this in a moment. We want the /images, and it's called pattern divider desktop.svg, and then we have the image, the source for these images, pattern divider mobile, like so. So what this does basically is it's going to check whether the window, all right, so the size of your window, whether it is greater than 760 pixels, and if it is, then this is the image it's going to show. And then if it is less than 760 pixels, then this is the image it's going to show. And remember that when you're using the picture tag, then you must always have this, because this is the default image. This is going to be the fallback. So this is basically more of like it advances the responsiveness of your website. So this is actually very nice to know about. Okay, if you want to be a bit cheeky, what you can do is you can toggle these images in CSS using media queries. Okay, so but I don't want to do that because it introduces a bit of overhead, which I do not want to deal with. And then once we have our this image, then we can add this one at the bottom. Okay, so let's have this as a div, and then inside here we're going to have a button that goes to /images/icon dice, like so. And we can save this, and let's preview what we have, and look at that, looking horrible, but that's looking okay. So let's go ahead and let's begin to style this out. Okay, and actually I've forgotten something. Let me create an app.js file inside here. So app.js file which is basically going to be where we fetch our data. And then once we have our app.js, then I want to link this app.js just before the closing body tag. So script source app.js. Now, I know someone is going to mention this, so let me mention it first. You can link this below. You can link this just before the closing body tag, or you can have it inside your head tag, okay? But the reason why I don't want to have it inside my head tag is because I usually forget to cut it out and have it inside here. It would still work, okay? But the thing is, the script is going to load fast before the HTML, and that just reduces the loading time. That just increases the loading time, sorry. So you can go around this by having the defer attribute, which just means that load the script file after everything else in the HTML has been loaded. The reason why I don't like doing this up here is because I always forget to do this, okay? So it's just a matter of preference, and I like it at the bottom. That just means that everything inside the HTML is going to be passed from top to bottom, and I don't have to worry about the script file interfering with the loading times, okay? So I can save this, and we can begin working on the style.css. So the first thing that I want to do actually is go into the style guide, and then we can grab our fonts and colors. So let me copy this, and then let's open this link like so. Should be right there, okay? Let's remove the styles, and then let's go ahead into our style.css. Let's paste in this. So let's create a colon root, and then we can have our primary colors right here. So this is called light cyan. Let's rename this. So dash dash light cyan. This is dash dash neon green. Okay, this is grayish blue. Dash dash grayish blue. And this is dark grayish blue. So dark grayish blue. Okay. And then inside here, let's have our image. Let's say all the images should have a max width of 100%. Let's say that the body should have a font family of Manrock, which we are going to get with a fallback of sans serif. Like so, let's have the font size as 16 pixels as the default. And then let's have the background color for this as dark grayish blue. Like so, and then let's access the container, and then let's say that the container should have a background color of grayish blue. Okay, and by the way, if it doesn't give you suggestions like this, what you can say is Control and Spacebar, and then it will give you a drop down. Okay, and you can just select it so that you don't have to keep on typing this out all the time. Okay, so the container has a background color of this. Let's add a padding of the container of 1.25 rem to push everything inwards, and you're going to see how this is going to work. And then on the body, let's have a padding of 1.25 rem as well. And actually, you know what, I'm going to explain this because it's a bit hard if you don't see what's happening, right? So let's save this, and then let's go ahead and grab this. We're grabbing the 800 font weight. So let's go ahead and grab the extra bold 800 here. Okay, and let's grab the import, copy this, and inside here right at the top, we are going to place this right there. Okay, fantastic. So let's save this, and let's see whether the font changes, and as you can see, it changes as well. Now let me just explain what we were doing in our CSS, right? Let me remove this padding. Let me remove this padding. Now look at this, and as you know, I've just realized that I haven't reset everything. So let's go ahead and reset the margin to 0. Look at this. Okay, set the padding to 0. Look at that. And then let's set the box sizing to border box. Okay, the reason why this is important is because there are some elements that have a default margin and a default padding. So if you don't add them in, if you don't reset this, and you try to add the margin and padding on the elements, then you'll find that they are going to start overflowing and behaving in a manner that you don't expect. And then the box sizing border box just tells the document that we are going to be using the CSS box model, okay, which just means that place the margin on the outside and then place the padding on the inside of the elements. Okay, so if I add the padding here, notice how this container, our container is this light one. Notice how it's going to push inwards just a bit, okay, so that it doesn't push all the way to the edges, especially on mobile screens. And then on the container, once I have the padding here, then it's also going to push the text and the content inside the container inwards. Okay, so that's looking fantastic. And let me check something. yeah, the body, so the quote has a font size of 28 pixels. So let's add that inside here by saying the paragraph has a font size of 28 pixels. I don't know what 28 pixels is in rem, so I'm just going to use this. But then remember that using pixels is slowly being phased out, if I can use that term. And then let's have a line height of 1.5. Okay, and just to show you what this is, let me go inside the index.html, and then let's remove this, and then let's just say lorem 10, because it doesn't work. So lorem 10, like so. And this is emmet, but then I'm using emmet, that's why I'm able to generate this random text. Okay, so if I say lorem 100, then it's going to generate 100 words. Okay, so we just need 10 of them, so let's have that. Okay, and look at this. Okay, so if I remove the line height, then it's going to be squeezed just a bit, and if I add it in, and so on and so forth. Okay, now what should we do? The text is aligned to the center, so let's say text align center, like so. And then let's begin to style the h1. So we have an h1, and you might be wondering, look at this, we have the design right here. I have this as the h1, but it looks small, right? But it is advisable that every single page should have an h1 just to tell what the page is about, and should only have one single h1 per page. Okay, so always remember that. So let's have the container h1. Let's say the color for this is neon green. Let's say the text transform to uppercase. Let's have the letter spacing to 4rem. Sorry, not 4rem. 1 rem is 16 pixels. So let's say 0.5 rem. I'm going to have that. Let's say font size 0.6 to 5 rem. Make it smaller. 0.65 rem, I think, is 10 pixels if my estimates are correct. And then let's reduce it to 0.4, like so. And then margin bottom, let's say 1 rem, push it downwards. Okay, and then we can go ahead and grab the container paragraph. We can say padding bottom, not padding bottom, sorry, but margin bottom to 1 rem as well. Pushed away from this, and let's say 2 rem probably. Okay, and then we need the container paragraph as well. Actually, we're already there, so let's change this to light cyan, no, light gray. What was the color? Okay, light cyan. Okay, light cyan. Okay, fantastic. And then we can go ahead and target this picture. So the container picture, let's say margin bottom of 1 rem as well. And am I in the wrong one? Container picture img, probably. Okay, there we go. And the container has a border radius around it, so let's add a border radius of 1 rem, which is 16 pixels, and that's looking fantastic. And then let's go inside the attribution right here. Let's just say margin top of 1 rem. Okay, and then change the color for this, change the color to light cyan to change this text, and then this can remain as it is. Probably let's just make it a bit lighter, right one there. Okay, fantastic. And just to make it a bit nicer in terms of user experience, we can add a hover state for this, where we can change the color from this light blue to just a bit darker, right around there. And then we can add a transition, so we can transition the color by 0.3 seconds, and we can just say ease in out. So just like that. Okay, that's a bit dark. There we go. Okay, now let's go ahead and let's move this container to the center. Okay, because it's positioned to the center by default. So that's easy enough to do. We can just go to the body, and we can add the display flex and align item center and justify content to the center. And then let's add a flex direction of column, so that it is aligned in column form. If I remove this, then notice how it looks. Okay, because there are technically 2 elements in the body. Okay, there are only 2 elements in the body, the first one being the container, and the second one being this attribution div. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's add this back in, like so. And then in order to move this to the center using flexbox, then we need to add a fixed height. So I'm going to add the height of, actually, you know what, I can just say 100 viewport heights, but technically I don't want to do this because if the content is going to be resized in the container, then this is going to be a bit of a bad UX for mobile. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to add a function called calculate. Okay, and I'm going to say calculate 100 viewport heights minus 0.1 pixels, and this is just going to return the height in pixels, and this is CALC. So calculate, and it's going to be technically almost the same because 0.1 is negligible enough that you can't really see its effect. Okay, and then once we do this, then let's type this button, this image, sorry. And this image, actually, I want it to be a button because we're going to be clicking on it in order to generate random pieces of advice. So let's cut this out and let's add a button here, just like that. And then let's begin to style it out. So the container button, I just want to go right here. So container button, and I'm going to say the background color is going to be the neon green. Look at that. Okay, and this has a border. I don't know whether you can see it, but I can add a padding of 1.25 rem all around, and now you can see the border, right? So you don't want that border. You can remove that border by saying border none, and then it is rounded, so we can add a border radius of 50% to make it rounded like so. And then let's have transition all the elements. You know what, I just want to change the background color, right? So transition the background color by 0.3 seconds, and then let's say easy in out as well. And then let's add the hover state for this. So copy this. Let's say for the hover state, then we just want the background color to be this color, but just a bit darker. So right around here probably. Let's see how this looks. Look at that. Okay, and then let's have cursor pointer. So cursor pointer. There we go. So now when we click on this button, then we need to generate random pieces of advice from this. Okay, and this button isn't really placed here, it's placed right around here, right? So let's go ahead and do that by saying position absolute. And I'm doing this on purpose. Probably you already know that this is going to be a bit of a mistake technically, but you won't really see it until I explain it. So position absolute, and then let's say position this to the left by 50%. Okay, and then let's say, notice how it's a bit to the right, we want to move it back to the center, right? So let's say transform, and we're going to say translate on the x-axis by minus 50%. Now it's perfectly positioned to the center. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to add the bottom padding on this container so that it's just a bit so this pattern just moves just a bit on top, right? Just going into here, and let's say 1.25 rem on the top and 1.25 rem on the left and right, and then let's say 3 rem on the bottom, just like that. Or you know, let's just say 2 rem. Okay, and that's, you know, that's looking actually okay, but I want now this to move a bit further down, right? So where did I add the margin bottom for the attribution? Margin top here. So let's just say margin top of 3 rem. Okay, and we already have that, and that's looking okay, right? Let's just say 4 rem just to add a bit more space. And then what we can do is, what did I want to do? What do I want to do? The next thing that we need to style is actually this, right? So that it looks like this. Okay, and for that I'm going to grab the code from my repository because it was a bit hard to figure out and it involved a lot of trial and error. So what I'm going to do is right inside here, I'm going to go inside my style.css. Okay, that's why I'm going to link this in the description. And then I'm going to grab this. Notice how we have the before and after. So right up to here, I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it where they have it after the paragraph. So right here, and hopefully, okay. And I probably should remove this. Yeah, and I should add it here. Margin bottom 1 rem. Hopefully this will work and it doesn't give me errors. And of course it gives me errors. And I actually know the reason why that's an error. Okay, so let me just comment this out and let me explain. Okay, so notice how this button is positioned absolute here, right? It's positioned absolute to the body technically. Now, if I add another property called top and set it to the top by 10 pixels, notice what happens. Now it goes all the way to the top instead of being contained within the container. Now, in order to fix that, then we need to go into the parent element of the button, which we know is the container. So let's go into the container right here, and then let's say position this as relative. And when I save this, now notice the button goes here instead of being on the top. Okay, so we don't want it to be on the top. Actually, we want it to be on the bottom, so we can remove this. And we're going to have that. Now, if I uncomment this, then it should work. Look at that, looking fantastic, right? And the reason why it worked is because now I think this one is positioned absolute. That's how I did it, okay? I positioned this one as absolute, and then this one is positioned as a relative. So I want this to move upwards just a bit. So this should be the after block. I want it to the bottom by, notice how I did a lot of trial and error here, okay? That's why these widths are a bit off. You can tell just from doing this. And if you have a better solution for this, then go ahead and do that, okay? You don't have to follow everything that I'm doing. It's okay to have, you know, your own solutions. So let's test 1 rem, let's say 2 rem, let's say to 1.5 rem, 1.6 rem, 1.7. There we go. Notice how it's a lot of trial and error, you know, and that's why I'm saying that if you have a better solution, please go ahead and do that. Okay, so once we have that, then I guess we are done with everything inside the HTML and CSS. Okay, you know what, I've realized that we are not, because we need to contain this. So let's add a media query right below this. We can say at media for a min width of 500 pixels. Then I want to access the dot container, and I want the container to have a max width of 480 pixels. Now 480, I've chosen it because technically the body has a padding of 20 pixels all around. Where is it? This 20 pixels all around, okay? That's why I chose 480. So once we save that, then look at this. We have this looking fantastic, okay? So I can place it to the right, and we're going to have that. Now let's go ahead and deal with our button here, because when we click on this, then we want the quote to change, okay? So we can go ahead into our app.js, and we can say we want to fetch our advice. And actually, what is the API? The API is called this one. So the advice slip API, and right here. Okay, so this is the response that we're going to be getting back, okay? So I'm just going to copy this link, and then inside here, I'm going to say, let's create a function called fetch advice, right? And this is going to be an asynchronous function, because I like asynchronous functions, like so. Oops. Where I'm going to say const res equals to await fetch, and we're going to be fetching this URL. And then we're going to say const data equals to await res.json. Okay, and just to see what we have, I'm just going to say console.log the data, and then let's remember to call this function fetch advice. Okay, and let's go ahead back into our application, which is right here, and let's open up our console, and we should see this. Look at this. So we get back an object, and we have the slip and the advice. So that's looking okay. That's looking okay. And what we can do next is we can go ahead and grab this h1 and this paragraph, because we need to populate them, right? So let me give it an ID. I know I used classes in my repository, so let me give this an ID of title, and then let's give this paragraph an ID of text. Okay, so right after this console log, I want to grab the title, the h1, and the paragraph. So I'm going to say document dot get element by ID, and I want the title like so, and I'm going to say dot inner HTML equals to, and it's going to be equals to data dot slip dot ID. Let's see that. Look at that. So we have ID number 62, right? Because we are accessing the slip from here, and then we're getting the ID property, and we're displaying it here. And then what I can do is document dot get element by ID, and we want the ID of text, and can say dot inner HTML equals to data slip dot advice, which is the next one, And would you look at that? So this is already working pretty much, right? But technically we don't want to have that. So what I want to do is I want this to be in quotes like this. Okay, I want it to be in quotes, and then we can get this and then display it on the screen, because if I save this, then it's just going to write this on the screen, and I don't want that to happen. And before I forget, let me remove this text because we don't need it anymore. Okay, and then adverse ID, we can remove this. Okay, and let me just remove all of this because technically we don't need any of that. Okay, now we can go ahead and inside here, instead of just returning the variable, then I'm going to return template literals, okay, backticks, and I'm going to say advice number, so hashtag, and then placing my $, like so, and then we can say data.slip.id. Okay, and we're going to have this, okay, so advice number 5, and then we're going to do the same thing here. Okay, so I'm going to return my template literals and say we're going to have $data.slip.advice. Okay, and we need to add quotes on the left and right, so that's why I have this right here, because this works, because technically we're accessing the variables, and we can do that because of ES6 we are using template literals. Okay, so would you look at that? That's looking fantastic. And then now we just need to handle our button click, right? So remember the function is called fetch advice, so you can go back into our index.html, and on this button right here we can say, when we click on this, so on click we can say fetch advice, which is the name of our function. Okay, so look at that. When you click on this, another function and another function, and looking another quote, sorry, not function, another quote. Okay, now I just want to explain something that, notice if you try and click fast enough, then it technically doesn't change. That's because in the API documentation, which is right here, it says advice is cached for 2 seconds. So any repeat request within 2 seconds will return the same piece of advice. That's why this happens. Okay, it's not that your application is broken or anything, but it's because of the caching that is happening. Okay, so that's looking fantastic. And so what I want to do is, actually not, I've already deployed this on GitHub, so there's nothing more to do, and I already have it on Netlify as well, so everything is looking fantastic. So in the next video, and what I can do actually is I can submit this to Frontend Mentor, right? So let's go ahead and let me just open Netlify because I've forgotten the link to that website. Okay, so this is a link to my website, right? The one that I deployed. So let me go ahead and go into Frontend Mentor, and let's say visit Challenge Hub, and then let's say submit solution because I already done it. Is that the correct one? Okay. So submit solution, and we have, let's say, mobile fast advice generator app in vanilla, vanilla HTML, CSS, JavaScript. There we go. So the repository URL, we have the live site URL. So let me get the repository URL from here, right here. And then we don't need to add this, and we can just say submit solution. Okay, and would you look at that? We're already done with that. Now in the next video, I want to build out this same application, but now in React, and it's going to be faster because I'm just going to copy the CSS that we have from this application that we've just built. I'm just going to copy out this CSS, and then everything should be fine. Hello everyone, in this video we're going to be doing the advice generator app, and this time we're going to be building it in reactjs. So you can go ahead and click on this card, and I want to click on restart so that it starts as a new challenge. Okay, you can click on get started, and you can say download starter, but since it already started this, then I'm not going to do this because I don't want to have duplicate files, right? So I'm going to open up the extracted file in my text editor, which is Visual Studio Code, and then we can begin. Okay, so once you download and extract the files, then you should have this in your workspace. So the design folder and the images folder and the default index.html, which is just this looking very crude, right? Now what I want to do is, and actually what I've already done is I've already canvassed a new React application, which is this right here, okay? And I've called it advice generator. So you can go ahead and say npx install, npx create React app, adverse generator, you can give this you can give your application whatever name that you want. I just prefer to call it like this. And then I'm going to open this up in VS Code by saying code dot right there. Okay, so this is my React application, and then what I want to do is just say npm run start, which should open up my React application on localhost 3000. Now I want to place this to the left, and I want to place my extracted folder from Frontend mentor to the right, because we want to do a bit of copying and pasting. So I want to copy the style guide, the readme template. We don't need to copy the index.html, and we need the images and the design. So just copy this, and then we can paste them inside here. So paste. And then what I want to do is these images, I want the favicon from here, so cut it out from here, and this is going to be inside the public folder, so paste it here. And then we can delete this default favicon from React. Okay, and then what I want to do next is the images folder. I'm going to cut it out from here and paste it inside my source folder, so paste it inside here. Okay, and then the design can remain right here. We don't really need it to be inside any other folder. And then once you have that, then I want to go inside the .gitignore, okay, and I want to copy all of this, and then in my React application I want to go inside this gitignore, and right at the bottom I want to paste this in. And then we need to change this from line 5 to line 29, and this from line 6 to line 30, and then this is going to say 36, and we can save this, and I think we should be ready to begin. But we are not yet, because we need to change this from favicon.ico to favicon-32 by 32.png. Okay, and probably we should change this as well as this, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. So let's go ahead and save this. And what I want to do is, just because I want this video to move a bit faster, and because we've already done it before, I want to go ahead and inside the repository for the vanilla app that we created, then I just want to grab the CSS, okay, because it's going to be faster. So let me just find out where that repository is. So this right here, so vanilla adverse generator, and inside the style.css I just want to copy everything. Okay, it's not everything, but just this. Copy all this to the bottom, so copy this. And then inside my React application, I'm going to go inside the index.css, and then I'm just going to paste it inside here, and we should have this. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's do a bit of cleanup. So let me delete this file and this file and this and this and this, and then just say delete. And then inside the index.js I want to remove this because we've deleted it, and remove the import as well. And then in app.js, so in app.js I want to remove this from here, and then I want to remove all of this. And you know what, let me remove I don't need to remove that. Actually, I can just give this a class name of container, which is going to grab this class from here. Okay, so we can save that, and we can see what we have on the screen if it's opened up, and there we go. Okay, so we can place this to the right, and we can have this to the left, and now I can close this out. There we go. So let's have this as a class of container, and then inside this div, what I want to do is I want to have an h1 that says lorem2, and then below this I want to have a paragraph that says lorem10, and then below this we're going to have a picture tag. So pick picture, come on, it's not working obviously because I'm recording. And then this picture tag is going to have a source. Come on, what's happening? It's going to have a source, but it's not opening up. So let me just go ahead, and we need to import the images that we're going to use, right? So let me go ahead and import these two images. So I'm going to say import, let me say it looks like a pause button, so import pause from // or // is it // yeah, it's // images, / images, because we're only going up by one folder, / images, and it should be called, let me place this full screen. Let's say pause mobile, because there are two of them. Pause mobile from images pattern dash divider dash mobile dot svg, and then copy this down. Oops, copy this down. There we go. What's happening? Okay, pause desktop. This is going to be pause desktop, and this is called desktop, like so. And then we're going to have the source, if it actually works. So source media for once again for a minimum of 760 pixels. Now this is now React, so this is going to be camel case, and the source set for this is going to be pose desktop, because you want the desktop image to show when the window width is greater than 760 pixels. And then the fallback, the image is going to be pose mobile, like so. And then below this, we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have a button, and this button is going to be an image, and the source for this is going to be this icon dice. So we need to import it, and I just want to call it dice. So I'm going to say import dice from /images/icon-dice.svg. Okay, my computer is a bit slow. I don't know whether I'm dropping frames. Okay, so let's just continue. So let me save this, and we should have this on the screen. Look at that. Now the reason why this is already applied like this is because, once again, remember, I've just copied the styles from the project that we did before in vanilla CSS. Okay, so if you need to go through it, then you can just open this file. We have our variables on top. So the light cyan is this gray text, the neon green is this one, and this background as well. The grayish blue is this container, and then the dark grayish blue is the body. Okay, and what is important to note as well is about this height. This calculates the height as 100 VH by -0.1, which returns the height in pixels instead of viewport heights. Okay, and this is also what centers all of this. So if I comment this out, then it's going to go back to the top. Okay, and it centers it like that because we're using display flex. And then manrop is our font here, and the body has a padding of 1.25 rem to push this inwards, to push the container inwards. If I remove it, then this is what is going to happen. Okay, and what else can we note from here? The button has a user select none, so I can't select the button. Okay, like I can select this other text. And then another thing to note is the container has a padding of 1.25 rem on the top, 1.25 rem on the left and right, and then 3 rem on the bottom, because this is positioned absolute within this container. And then something else, the before and after are actually what add these two horizontal lines. Okay, so if I were to remove all of this, then we would have nothing on the screen. Okay, so that's how I've added in these two, and it involved a lot of trial and error. So you can go ahead, and if you have a better solution, once again, I said this in the last video, that if you have a better solution, then please do go ahead and use the better solution. Okay, and we have the button, which is basically this, and we have the hover state for this. That's why it changes the color just to a slighter darker one because of this. And then the container min width 500 pixels is what limits this to the center. If I remove it, then it's going to go all the way to the end, which I do not want. Okay, so yeah, that is going to be our CSS. So now the next thing that we need to do is we need to create our function to fetch our data, and for that we need to import two hooks from React. So we're going to say import use state and use effect from React. Okay, and then we're going to set up our state values. So const, let me call this what do we need to do actually? Let me say const text and set text, right? And this is going to be equal to use state. By default is going to be an empty array, and then we are going to call our function. We're going to create our function called fetch advice. So const fetch advice is equal to an asynchronous function, and I'm going to say const res equals to await res.json. Okay, sorry, await fetch, and we're fetching the URL, which I do not have. So this is the URL, this one actually, from the API that we're using. So this is the URL to the API. Just go ahead and copy it, and we can paste it inside here, and we can go ahead and say const data equals to await res.json. And then once we do that, remember there's an empty array. We need to populate this array using this function, which will then populate our state value. So we're going to say set text into our data that we get back. Okay, and then the next thing that we need to do is we need to call this function inside a use effect. So I'm going to say use effect, set up my callback function, and then set up an empty dependency array so that the function only runs once, and I'm going to call fetch advice inside here. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this, and let's see what we have. we have a console log. Let me just console log the data, console.log the data to see what we have on the screen, to see whether we're getting back anything, right? So let me open this up in our console, and we should have object. Okay, so look at that, we have the object. Now the next thing that we do need to do is, I've just realized that I want to change this title because I'm going to forget. So index.html, let me just change this to advice generator app. Okay, and it changes just like that. So what we need to do is we now need to access these properties inside here and then display them on the screen, right? So what we're going to do is inside the h1, okay, we're just going to say place in our curly brackets, and then we're going to say text, because now remember we have populated this state value when you said set text into the data, because remember this is our state value, and then this is the function that controls how we access this state value. Okay, so we want to say text dot sleep dot id, and sleep is coming from here. Okay, so this is the object that is called sleep, and then we want to access the property inside this object called advice and id. So the id is going to be this one, and let's see whether that works. Look at that, it works fantastic. And we just want to have advice hashtag, so advice number, there we go, and we have that. And then for the paragraph inside here, we just want to say place now our brackets as well, and we just say text.sleep.advice. Okay, so there we go, and would you look at that. And then when you click on this button, then you want this to change. So let's go inside the button here, and we can say on click, we want to place in our inline function, and we're going to say sorry, not our inline function, sorry for that. We're just going to call this function, so the function called fetch advice. So fetch advice, like so. And let's try it out. So when you click on this, there we go, and we can click on it again, and again you'll notice that I'm pausing for a moment before I click on it. That's because the API caches the response for 2 seconds before you can make another get request. So let's click on this, and looking fantastic. Now probably you're going to ask why I have the fetch advice outside the use effect. The reason is because if I would have it inside the use effect, then this will not work, okay, and it's actually going to throw an error. Look at that, fetch advice is not defined because it's inside a hook. So that's why I have placed it on the outside. Okay, simple reason, simple enough. And another thing is I wanted to mention that you might also notice that we have not used map, right? That's because map is an array method, and what we're getting back as the response is an object and not an array. And if you want to access objects, then you just use dot notation as we have used inside here. Okay, so once we do all that, then the next thing that we do want to do is I want to deploy this to GitHub. So let me just open GitHub, and then I want to deploy it to Netlify as well, and then submit my solution back to Frontend Mentor. So I can close this, I can close this, and I can close this, and I can actually close this as well. Make sure that there are no warnings or errors. Looking amazing. And then let's create a new repository, and then I'm going to call it reactjs and advice generator app, like so, and then create repository. And then I'm going to copy this link, okay, and then back inside here, let me close all of this down, and then let's open my integrated terminal. Okay, so the first thing that I'm going to do is just say git remote add origin. You know what, let me explain this first. When you create a new React application, it automatically creates a Git repository for you. It initializes a Git repository for you on your local host. That's why I'm not doing Git init, because I already have it initialized. Okay. Now you can follow all of this, and it will still be the same thing. Okay. So Git init, and then I can say git remote add origin and paste in my link, and I can say git push -u origin main, and it's going to push the default React application into the main branch. Okay, so let me just wait for this to run. And then once it runs and I can reload this, then would you look at this? So this is our default React application. Okay, now the next thing that I want to do is I want to add in the design, the public, and everything else that we've done. Okay, so I'm going to say git add design, and I'm going to say git commit -m. I'm just going to say design files. I'm going to say git add public, and I'm going to say git commit -m, and I just want to say update favicon plus index.html, and I want to change the theme color. Actually, let me change the theme color just so that you have a default theme color on mobile, and I want the theme color to be probably neon green. So let me just grab the hex value because it's not recommended to add HSL in your index.html theme color. So let's go inside here, and where we have theme color, let's have this. Okay, we can have the description as it is, it doesn't really matter all that much. So let's say git add public once again, and let's say git commit, if I can spell it, commit -m, and I'll just say update theme color for the index.html. And then we can go into the source, so cd source, and I can say git add images, git commit, and I can say images. Let's say git add, oops, what I do? Let's say images, like so. Git add app.js, let's say git commit fetch data, okay, fetch and display data. Let's say git add index.css, I can say git commit, I can say style component as the message, git add index.js and git commit, and I can say remove unused import like so. And then I need to go out of this, so cd out, and let's say git add dot git ignore and git commit, and I can say update dot git ignore, and then I can say read. Oh, you know what, I don't need this readme now because this is a default readme from React. So let me rename this to readme like so, and I can say git add readme.md and git commit, and I can say update readme like so, and then I can say git add style guide.md, and I can say git commit style guide file, and then let's say git add readme like so, it's readme, and I can say git commit, and I can just say -m, say read me template, which I haven't changed actually. And then remember that we actually deleted some files, so we also need to add them. So git add all and git commit, say deleted files, okay. Okay, so did I push that? So let's say git push, which is now going to push everything into my remote repository, and we can begin to deploy it to Netlify. Now you might be wondering why I showed that long process of adding git comments. That's because I realized that I do get a lot of questions in my comment section of how to do that, and I thought this would be a good practice. Okay, so let's reload this and we should see this. Okay, would you look at that? All our files are updated, including our readme. So let's go ahead into Netlify, and I want to say import an existing project from GitHub, and it's called reactjs advice. So reactjs advice. Okay, so let's have this, and then it's going to run the build script, and it's going to deploy it. So deploy site, and then let's rename this, change site name into reactjs advice generator app. Okay, fantastic. So once this finishes deploying, then we should be able to see this on this link, but it's not yet done deploying, and you can actually go into the deploys and you can see it's still building. Okay, so we're just going to wait for a moment, and then we'll be able to see the changes. And as that goes ahead and does that, I just want to copy this link, and I want to go into Frontend Mentor and submit solution. So the repository URL, I need the live site URL, which is this. The repository URL is this, and I'm just going to say mobile first advice generator app in React.js. Okay, we don't need to add the tags and so on and so forth, but we do need this link to be up actually, so it's still building. Okay, so it is done building, and we can reload this, and we have our React application not showing. What's happening? Cannot read property. What is this error? What is this error? We did something wrong. What did I do wrong? I mean, it was working a moment ago. Did I do something wrong? This effect. What? Are you serious? Let's try to run this again because I can't really see where the error is. What is happening? Even our local state is running. Cannot read property undefined of read ID. So ID is coming back undefined. Why is ID coming back as undefined? Let me comment all of this. Can we have our console? So what? So the console log is working. The console log is working. Is it because this is running before? Wait, it's because this is running before this can run. Probably, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, so what I've done to fix that error is I'm now setting text into data.sleep, okay? And then inside here we're saying text.id instead of text.sleep.id, and then text.advice instead of text.sleep.advice. So that is that's the only thing that I've changed. And so far it seems to be working correctly, and I'm not really sure why that error occurred in the first place. And I really can't tell why. So let's try and push this back to GitHub, and let's see if the deploy is going to work. So git add all and git commit, let's say update component. So let's say git push. And let's see, so WebSocket failed. Of course, that's because I've closed the server, but we can check this out. Let's say 16 seconds ago. So this should trigger a redeploy. Where is it? Building right here. So let's wait a moment, and then this should be fantastic. We can close this. So let's close this, and we can close this down as well. And let's close this. And is this done? There we go, published. So let's reload this, and it works hopefully. And there we go. Okay, so now it is working correctly. Why wait and debug? Okay, so we can click on this, and we can generate random quotes every 2 seconds. Okay, so that's looking fantastic, and that is going to be the end of it all. But let me remember to submit solution here, and there we go, looking amazing. Hello everyone and welcome back to another video, and today we're going to be doing the advice generator application from Frontend Mentor. And what I want to do is I want to do two videos. So the first one is going to be a vanilla HTML, CSS and JavaScript where we're going to build this out, and then the other video is going to be the same application but now built in React. Okay, so what I've done actually is I have the vanilla version of this on GitHub already, and I'm going to have this link in the description as well. The repository is called Vanilla Advice Generator App, and you can go ahead and clone this and you'll find the application working correctly. You can just open up the index.html file however you wish. So you can go ahead and click on this card and then you can download the files right here, but I'm not going to download it because I already have the files on my desktop. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this up using VS Code and then we can begin. Okay, so once you extract the files from the zip file that you download, then you should have something like this in your text editor. My preference is Visual Studio Code, but you can work with any text editor that you wish. And you can go ahead and take a look at the index.html. This is what we have, and so on and so forth. And we have the git ignore, we have the images and the design. So actually what I'm going to do is right inside here, I want to create a style.css file, or let me call it styles.css. You know what, let me call it style.css because that's what I call it in the repository, just to be uniform. And then I'm going to cut these two from here, cut it out, place them inside here, and then I'm going to go ahead and link my style.css file, style.css. Okay, we can remove this, and we can have this is actually fine, but you can change this to your website or whatever you want. Okay, and then as you can see, it says the advice goes here and the advice text goes here. Now I'm going to open this image. Let me see if this image is going to open here. I don't know why it does this these days, but it doesn't. Okay, there we go. So we have this is so the advice title is going to be this, and then the text for the advice is this. This is the an image, and there's another image that we're going to make into a button. Okay, so right inside here, what I want to do is actually should go ahead and install an extension called 5server, which just allows for hot reloading. And let me just see, actually here it is. So live server, basically renamed to 5server. Okay, and you can go ahead and right click on this and say open with 5server, and it should open this up on localhost 5555. Okay, as that opens up, what I want to do is I want to create a div here with a class of container, and of course it doesn't work when I'm recording. What's happening? Div. Okay, so like I said, it opens up on localhost 5555. So let's just give this a class of container, like so. And then inside here we're going to have an h1 that says advice number, so basically this, right? And then below this, we're going to have a paragraph that says this. And of course, we're going to remove the comments, so don't worry about it. And then we have the attribution at the bottom, so that's looking okay. And then below this paragraph, look at the design. We have this image, right? We have this image first of all. So let's go ahead and add that image. And that image is called the pattern divider mobile and the desktop. Okay, so just because I don't want to toggle this in CSS, I'm going to add it in HTML using the picture tag. Okay, so the picture has the source media, and for a minute of 760 pixels. Don't worry, I'm going to explain this in a moment. We want the /images, and it's called pattern divider desktop.svg. And then we have the image, the source for these images, pattern divider mobile, like so. So what this does basically is it's going to check whether the window, all right, so the size of your window, whether it is greater than 760 pixels, and if it is, then this is the image it's going to show. And then if it is less than 760 pixels, then this is the image it's going to show. And remember that when you're using the picture tag, then you must always have this, because this is the default image. This is going to be the fallback. So this is basically more of like it advances the responsiveness of your website. So this is actually very nice to know about. Okay, if you want to be a bit cheeky, what you can do is you can toggle these images in CSS using media queries. Okay, so but I don't want to do that because it introduces a bit of overhead, which I do not want to deal with. And then once we have our this image, then we can add this one at the bottom. Okay, so let's have this as a div, and then inside it we're going to have a button that goes to /images/icon dice, like so. And we can save this, and let's preview what we have, and look at that, looking horrible, but that's looking okay. So let's go ahead and let's begin to style this out. Okay, and actually I've forgotten something. Let me create an app.js file inside here. So app.js file, which is basically going to be where we fetch our data. And then once we have our app.js, then I want to link this app.js just before the closing body tag. So script source app.js. Now, I know someone is going to mention this, so let me mention it first. You can link this below. You can link this just before the closing body tag, or you can have it inside your head tag. Okay, but the reason why I don't want to have it inside my head tag is because I usually forget to cut it out and have it inside here. It would still work, okay, but the thing is, the script is going to load fast before the HTML, and that just reduces the loading time. That just increases the loading time, sorry. So you can go around this by having the defer attribute, which just means that load the script file after everything else in the HTML has been loaded. The reason why I don't like doing this up here is because I always forget to do this, okay? So it's just a matter of preference, and I like it at the bottom. That just means that everything inside the HTML is going to be passed from top to bottom, and I don't have to worry about the script file interfering with the loading times, okay? So I can save this, and we can begin working on the style.css. So the first thing that I want to do actually is go into the style guide, and then we can grab our fonts and colors. So let me copy this, and then let's open this link like so. Should be right there. Okay, let's remove the styles, and then let's go ahead into our style.css. Let's paste in this. So let's create a colon root, and then we can have our primary colors right here. So this is called light cyan. Let's rename this. So dash light cyan. This is dash neon green. Okay, this is grayish blue. Dash grayish blue, and this is dark grayish blue. So dark grayish blue. Okay, and then inside here, let's have our image. Let's say all the images should have a max width of 100%. Let's say that the body should have a font family of Manrock, which we are going to get with a fallback of sans serif, like so. Let's have the font size as 16 pixels as the default, and then let's have the background color for this as dark grayish blue, like so. And then let's access the container, and then let's say that the container should have a background color of grayish blue. Okay, and by the way, if it doesn't give you suggestions like this, what you can say is Control and spacebar, and then it will give you a drop down. Okay, and you can just select it so that you don't have to keep on typing this out all the time. Okay, so the container has a background color of this. Let's add a padding of the container of 1.25 rem to push everything inwards, and you're going to see how this is going to work. And then on the body, let's have a padding of 1.25 rem as well. And actually, you know what, I'm going to explain this because it's a bit hard if you don't see what's happening, right? So let's save this, and then let's go ahead and grab this. We're grabbing the 800 font weight. So let's go ahead and grab the extra bold 800 here. Okay, and let's grab the import, copy this, and inside here right at the top we are going to place this right there. Okay, fantastic. So let's save this, and let's see whether the font changes, and as you can see, it changes as well. Now let me just explain what we were doing in our CSS, right? Let me remove this padding. Let me remove this padding. Now look at this, and actually not, I've just realized that I haven't reset everything. So let's go ahead and reset the margin to 0. Look at this. Okay, set the padding to 0. Look at that. And then let's set the box sizing to border box. Okay, the reason why this is important is because there are some elements that have a default margin and a default padding. So if you don't add them in, if you don't reset this, and you try to add the margin and padding on the elements, then you'll find that they are going to start overflowing and behaving in a manner that you don't expect. And then the box sizing border box just tells the document that we are going to be using the CSS box model. okay, which just means that place the margin on the outside and then place the padding on the inside of the elements. Okay, so if I add the padding here, notice how this container, our container is this light one. Notice how it's going to push inwards just a bit, okay, so that it doesn't push all the way to the edges, especially on mobile screens. And then on the container, once I have the padding here, then it's also going to push the text and the content inside the container inwards, okay. So that's looking fantastic. And let me check something. Yeah, the body, so the quote has a font size of 28 pixels. So let's add that inside here by saying the paragraph has a font size of 28 pixels. I don't know what 28 pixels is in rem, so I'm just going to use this. But then remember that using pixels is slowly being phased out, if I can use that term. And then let's have a line height of 1.5. Okay, and just to show you what this is, let me go inside the index.html and then let's remove this. And then let's just say lorem 10. Of course, it doesn't work. So lorem 10 like so. And this is emmet, but then I'm using emmet. That's why I'm able to generate this random text. Okay. So if I say lorem 100, then it's going to generate 100 words. Okay. So we just need 10 of them. So let's have that. Okay. And look at this. Okay. So if I remove the line height, then it's going to be squeezed just a bit. And if I add it in, and so on and so forth. Okay. Now what should we do? The text is aligned to the center, so let's say text align center, like so. And then let's begin to style the H1. So we have an H1, and you might be wondering, look at this. We have the design right here. I have this as the H1, but it looks small, right? But it is advisable that every single page should have an H1 just to tell what the page is about, and should only have one single H1 per page. Okay, so always remember that. So let's have the container H1. Let's say the color for this is neon green. Let's say the text transform to uppercase. Let's have the letter spacing to 4rem. Sorry, not 4rem. 1 rem is 16 pixels. So let's say 0.5 rem. I'm going to have that. Let's say font size 0.6 to 5 rem. Make it smaller. 0.65 rem I think is 10 pixels if my estimates are correct. And then let's reduce it to 0.4 like so. And then margin bottom, let's say 1 rem, push it downwards. Okay, and then we can go ahead and grab the container paragraph. We can say padding bottom, not padding bottom, sorry, but margin bottom to 1 rem as well. Pushed away from this, and let's say 2 rem probably. Okay, and then we need the container paragraph as well. Actually, we're already there, so let's change this to light cyan, no, light gray. What was the color? Okay, light cyan. Okay, light cyan. Okay, fantastic. And then we can go ahead and target this picture. So the container picture, let's say margin bottom of 1 rem as well. And am I in the wrong one? Container picture img probably. Okay, there we go. And the container has a border radius around it, so let's add a border radius of 1 rem, which is 16 pixels, and that's looking fantastic. And then let's go inside the attribution right here. Let's just say margin top of 1 rem. Okay, and then change the color for this, change the color to light cyan to change this text, and then this can remain as it is. Probably let's just make it a bit lighter, right on there. Okay, fantastic. And just to make it a bit nicer in terms of user experience, we can add a hover state for this, where we can change the color from this light blue to just a bit darker, right around there. And then we can add a transition, so we can transition the color by 0.3 seconds, and we can just say ease in out. So just like that. Okay, that's a bit dark. There we go. Okay, now let's go ahead and let's move this container to the center, okay, because it's positioned to the center by default. So that's easy enough to do. We can just go to the body and we can add the display flex. and align item center and justify content to the center, and then let's add a flex direction of column so that it is aligned in column form. If I remove this, then notice how it looks, okay? Because there are technically two elements in the body, okay? There are only two elements in the body, the first one being the container and the second one being this attribution div, okay? So let's go ahead and let's add this back in like so. And then in order to move this to the center using flexbox, then we need to add a fixed height. So I'm going to add the height of, actually, you know what, I can just say 100 viewport heights, but technically I don't want to do this because if the content is going to be resized in the container, then this is going to be a bit of a bad UX for mobile, okay? So what I want to do is I want to add a function called calculate, okay? And I'm going to say calculate 100 viewport heights minus 0.1 pixels, and this is just going to return the height in pixels, and this is CALC. So calculate, and it's going to be technically almost the same because 0.1 is negligible enough that you can't really see its effect. Okay, and then once we do this, then let's type this button, this image, sorry. And this image, actually, I want it to be a button because we're going to be clicking on it in order to generate random pieces of advice. So let's cut this out and let's add a button here, just like that. And then let's begin to style it out. So the container button, I just want to go right here. So container button, and I'm going to say the background color is going to be the neon green. Look at that, okay? And this has a border. I don't know whether you can see it, but I can add a padding of 1.25 rem all around, and now you can see the border, right? So you don't want that border. You can remove that border by saying border none. And then it is rounded, so we can add a border radius of 50% to make it rounded like so. And then let's have transition all the elements. You know what, I just want to change the background color, right? So transition the background color by 0.3 seconds, and then let's say easy in out as well. And then let's add the hover state for this. So copy this. Let's say for the hover state, then we just want the background color to be this color, but just a bit darker. So right around here probably. Let's see how this looks. Look at that, okay? And then let's have cursor pointer. So cursor pointer. There we go. So now when we click on this button, then we need to generate random pieces of advice from this. Okay, and this button isn't really placed here, it's placed right around here, right? So let's go ahead and do that by saying position absolute. And I'm doing this on purpose. Probably you already know that this is going to be a bit of a mistake technically, but you won't really see it until I explain it. So position absolute, and then let's say position this to the left by 50%. Okay, and then let's say, notice how it's a bit to the right, we want to move it back to the center, right? So let's say transform, and we're going to say translate on the x-axis by minus 50%. Now it's perfectly positioned to the center, okay? Now what I want to do is I want to add the bottom padding on this container so that it's just a bit, so this button just moves just a bit on top, right? Just move into here, and let's say 1.25 rem on the top and 1.25 rem on the left and right, and then let's say 3 rem on the bottom, just like that. Or you know, let's just say 2 rem. Okay, and that's, you know, that's looking actually okay, but I want now this to move a bit further down, right? So where did I add the margin bottom for the attribution? Margin top here. So let's just say margin top of 3 rem. Okay, and we already have that, and that's looking okay, right? Let's just say 4 rem just to add a bit more space. And then what we can do is, what did I want to do? The next thing that we need to style is actually this, right? So that it looks like this, okay? And for that, I'm going to grab the code from my repository because it was a bit hard to figure out and it involved a lot of trial and error. So what I'm going to do is right inside here, I'm going to go inside my style.css. Okay, that's why I'm going to link this in the description. And then I'm going to grab this. Notice how we have the before and after. So right up to here, I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it where they have it after the paragraph. So right here, and hopefully, okay, And I probably should remove this here, and I should add it here. Margin bottom 1 rem. Hopefully this will work and it doesn't give me errors. And of course it gives me errors. And I actually know the reason why that's an error. Okay, so let me just comment this out and let me explain. Okay, so notice how this button is positioned absolute here, right? It's positioned absolute to the body technically. Now, if I add another property called top and set it to the top by 10 pixels, notice what happens. Now it goes all the way to the top instead of being contained within the container. Now, in order to fix that, then we need to go into the parent element of the button, which we know is the container. So let's go into the container right here, and then let's say position this as relative. And when I save this, now notice the button goes here instead of being on the top. Okay, so we don't want it to be on the top. Actually, we want it to be on the bottom, so we can remove this. And we're going to have that. Now, if I uncomment this, then it should work. Look at that, looking fantastic, right? And the reason why it worked is because now I think this one is positioned absolute. That's how I did it, okay? I positioned this one as absolute, and then this one is positioned as a relative. So I want this to move upwards just a bit. So this should be the after block. I want it to the bottom by, notice how I did a lot of trial and error here, okay? That's why these widths are a bit off. You can tell just from doing this. And if you have a better solution for this, then go ahead and do that, okay? You don't have to follow everything that I'm doing. It's okay to have, you know, your own solutions. So let's test 1 rem, let's say 2 rem, let's say 1.5 rem, 1.6 rem, 1.7. There we go. Notice how it's a lot of trial and error, you know, and that's why I'm saying that if you have a better solution, please go ahead and do that. Okay, so once we have that, then I guess we are done with everything inside the HTML and CSS. Okay, you know what, I've realized that we are not, because we need to contain this. So let's add a media query right below this. We can say at media for a min width of 500 pixels. Then I want to access the dot container, and I want the container to have a max width of 480 pixels. Now 480, I've chosen it because technically the body has a padding of 20 pixels all around. Where is it? This 20 pixels all around, okay? That's why I chose 480. So once we save that, then look at this. We have this looking fantastic, okay? So I can place it to the right, and we're going to have that. Now let's go ahead and deal with our button here, because when we click on this, then we want the quote to change, okay? So we can go ahead into our app.js, and we can say we want to fetch our advice. And actually, what was the API? The API is called this one. So the advice slip API, and right here. Okay, so this is the response that we're going to be getting back, okay? So I'm just going to copy this link, and then inside here, I'm going to say, let's create a function called fetch advice, right? And this is going to be an asynchronous function, because I like asynchronous functions, like so. Oops. Where I'm going to say const res equals to await fetch, and we're going to be fetching this URL. And then we're going to say const data equals to await res.json. Okay, and just to see what we have, I'm just going to say console.log the data, and then let's remember to call this function fetch advice. Okay, and let's go ahead back into our application, which is right here, and let's open up our console, and we should see this. Look at this. So we get back an object, and we have the slip and the advice. So that's looking okay. That's looking okay. And what we can do next is we can go ahead and grab this h1 and this paragraph, because we need to populate them, right? So let me give it an ID. I know I used classes in my repository, so let me give this an ID of title, and then let's give this paragraph an ID of text. Okay, so right after this console log, I want to grab the title, the h1, and the paragraph. So I'm going to say document dot get element by ID, and I want the title like so, and I'm going to say dot inner HTML equals to and it's going to be equals to data.slip.id. Let's see that. Look at that. So we have ID number 62, right? Because we are accessing the slip from here, and then we're getting the ID property, and we're displaying it here. And then what we can do is document.get element by ID, and we want the ID of text, and can say .inner HTML equals to data.slip.advice, which is the next one. And would you look at that? So this is already working pretty much, right? But technically we don't want to have that. So what I want to do is I want this to be in quotes like this. Okay, I want it to be in quotes, and then we can get this and then display it on the screen, because if I save this, then it's just going to write this on the screen, and I don't want that to happen. And before I forget, let me remove this text because we don't need it anymore. Okay, and then adverse ID, we can remove this. Okay, and let me just remove all of this, because technically still we don't need any of that. Okay, now we can go ahead, and inside here, instead of just returning the variable, then I'm going to be return template literals, okay, backticks, and I'm going to say advice number, so hashtag, and then placing my $, like so, and then we can say data.slip.id. Okay, and we're going to have this. Okay, so advice number 5, and then we're going to do the same thing here. Okay, so I'm going to return my template literals and say we're going to have $data.slip.advice. Okay, and we need to add quotes on the left and right, so that's why I have this right here, because this works, because technically we are accessing the variables, and we can do that because of ES6 we are using template literals. Okay, so would you look at that? That's looking fantastic. And then now we just need to handle our button click, right? So remember, the function is called fetch advice, so you can go back into our index.html, and on this button right here we can say, when we click on this, so on click, we can say fetch advice, which is the name of our function. Okay, so look at that. When you click on this, another function and another function, and looking another quote, sorry, not function, another quote. Okay, now I just want to explain something that, notice if you try and click fast enough, then it technically doesn't change, just because in the API documentation, which is right here, it says advice is cached for 2 seconds. So any repeat request within 2 seconds will return the same piece of advice. That's why this happens. Okay, it's not that your application is broken or anything, but it's because of the caching that is happening. Okay, so that's looking fantastic. And so what I want to do is, actually not, I've already deployed this on GitHub, so there's nothing more to do, and I already have it on Netlify as well, so everything is looking fantastic. So in the next video, and what I can do actually is I can submit this to Frontend Mentor, right? So let's go ahead and let me just open Netlify, because I've forgotten the link to that website. Okay, so this is a link to my website, right? The one that I deployed. So let me go ahead and go into Frontend Mentor, and let's say visit Challenge Hub, and then let's say submit solution, because I already done it. Is that the correct one? Okay, so submit solution, and we have, let's say, mobile fast advice generator app in vanilla, vanilla HTML, CSS, JavaScript. There we go. So the repository URL, we have the live site URL. So let me get the repository URL from here, right here, and then we don't need to add this, and we can just say submit solution. Okay, and would you look at that? We're already done with that. Now in the next video, I want to build out this same application, but now in React, and it's going to be faster because I'm just going to copy the CSS that we have from this application that we've just built. I'm just going to copy out this CSS, and then everything should be fine. Okay, so thank you for watching. Hello everyone and welcome back to another video, and today we're going to be doing the space tourism multi-page website. I think it's very interesting and we're going to go ahead and download the files in a moment. So what we'll be building is this. Basically, I managed to build it and I've deployed it to Netlify. So we have our home page with just some text and an explore button that pulses in and out, and we're going to be using Tailwind CSS for this. And then we have a destination page, we have a crew page, we have a technology page, and we can cycle through the images and the text. As well as for the crew page, you can cycle through the images and the text. So basically we are going to be creating tabs, right? So you can cycle through the images and the text. I think it's a very good project because it tests your layout skills as well as creating tabs, and we're going to be building this in reactjs. So before we get started, I just want to show you that we're going to be using this repository. You can head over to my GitHub profile, or you can check the description below. So the repository is called Space Tourism Multi-Page Website, and you can go ahead and you can clone this. But one thing that I want to note, okay? One thing that you should note is that when you clone this, you're going to be using React Rotterdam version 5, okay? Please take note of this because it's very important, because the current version of React Rotterdam is version 6 and it introduces many changes which, if you're used to version 5, they're going to be just a bit different, okay? So we're going to be using React Rotterdam version 5 for this project. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and clone this repository. So I'm going to copy this link and then I'm going to open up my command prompt. So cd into desktop and into work folder. And then I'm going to say git clone, and then I'm just going to paste this link in, and then I'm going to let this run. Let me increase this. Okay, so it clones that folder, and then I'm going to say cd into space tourism multi-page website. Okay, and I'm going to open VS Code in this folder. Okay, so this is what we're going to have as our initial workspace. But remember that this is the complete project, okay? So I'm going to delete my some of these components so that we can start from scratch, okay? So I'm going to be deleting the components folder, and I'm going to delete the app.js as well. Only the text inside the app.js, and then I think that is all that we're going to be deleting, okay? But before I do that, what I want to do is I want to go back into my command prompt and I want to say npm install, which is going to install all the dependencies that we have in our package.json, because this is very, very important, okay? And remember that we're going to be using Tailwind CSS, so I'm going to grab the CDN, and actually, you know what? The CDN is already inside here because I linked it in the repository. So this is the Tailwind CSS CDN, and then these are the fonts that we're going to use. So we have the font that is called Mojave, and we have another one that is called Zen Antique. Okay, so let's go ahead and say npm install, and then I'm going to let this run, and then once this finishes running, then we're going to come back and then I'm going to continue the project. Okay, so once this finishes running, then what I want to do is just say npm start, which will start our dev server on localhost 3000, and it is going to start the complete project. But like I said, I want to delete some of these items inside here so we can start from scratch, okay? Okay, so once your dev server spins up, then this is what you're going to have on the screen. You're going to have this cool looking home page, or the destination page that you can cycle through these images and the text, the crew page, as well as the technology page. And on small screens, this is how it's going to look. So we're going to have a hamburger menu that just drops down like that, and so on and so forth. So we're going to be creating that as well in CSS, and of course in just a bit of JavaScript, React technically, but yeah, that's okay. Screen can't see my screen, increase brightness. Okay, there we go. So what I want to do now is let's just go back to the home page, and then I'm going to close this, and I'm just going to delete the components page. So I'm going to just say delete the components folder, and everything inside is going to break. There we go. And then in app.js, I just want to grab all of this and remove it, and then I'm just going to say import React from React, and then I'm going to say export default function app, and then let's just return a fragment. So oops, okay, so return a fragment with an h1 that says hello world. Okay, so we should see hello world on the screen. There we go. So we have hello world, and notice that in our CSS, what I want to do is I'm going to remove everything in our CSS except for this, okay? Because this imports our font as well as this inside here, and then this just resets our margin. And for the rest of this, we're just going to add it in manually. And you know what, rather than adding all of this in manually, what I want to do is right around here, all the way down, all the way to the bottom. I'm going to delete everything all the way to the bottom, and then we're going to do that. Basically, we're going to redo that. Okay, so let's save this, and nothing should change on the screen. Fantastic. So the first thing that I want to do obviously now is create a new folder called components, like so. And then in components, I want to create header.js, like so. And then in header.js, what I want to do is just say _rfc, come on. It's not loading, so just type it out, export default function header. And then we're going to be returning, like so, return a fragment. And then inside here, let's have a header tag. And then the header tag is going to have a div, and this div is going to be a link that comes from react.dom. It's going to be linking down back to the /, and it's just going to say our logo. So inside here is the logo that we're going to get because it's an image, okay? And actually, let's just get the logo right away. So I'm just going to say import logo from / should be / where is it? In starter code, and then assets / starter code / assets / and it is called, where is it? I can't find it. Where's my logo? I actually can't find it. No, it should be in shared. Yeah, there we go, logo.svg. So shared folder and then logo.svg. There we go. So that's our logo, and we're going to be displaying our logo inside this link. So instead of the logo here, let's just add an image tag. The source for this is going to be the logo that we've just imported. The alt for this is just going to say, let's say, space tourism. And then the title for this is going to say space tourism as well. Okay. Now for now, we can save this, and then we can go into app.js, and then we can begin setting up React.dom. Okay, so I'm just going to say import React from React, and then I'm going to say import. We're going to be importing browser router as router. We're going to import route, and then we're going to import the switch. So once again, this is React.dom version 5. I'm going to go inside my components folder. Okay, so let me just close this. Where is it? Close this. Close this. So I'm going to go inside my components folder, and I'm going to create an index.js file. Okay, index.js, and then in index.js, I'm just going to say import header from /header, like so, and then I'm going to say export header. Okay, so the reason why I do this is because some of these files become so many where we want to import all of them in app.js. Okay, because we're also going to have a pages folder. So they become so many, so we just want to consolidate them into one file called index.js. And when you have a file called index.js in your workspace, then React automatically detects it as the entry file for that kind of folder, right? So what I mean basically is, if I have index.js in my components, then let me show you what is going to happen. So let's save this, and if I go into app.js, I'm just going to say import header as a named import, and see now it comes from /components. Okay, so you don't have to completely reference the file all the way to its extension, right? So just say import header from components. So let's save this, and then let's begin setting up our React router. And link is not defined, of course, because I need to import it. So let's say import link from React router.dom, like so. And then inside here, let's wrap all of this inside the router, like so. And then let's have our header displayed at the top, and then let's have our switch component. And then inside our switch, we're going to have a route. The path for this is going to be /, and then it's going to have an exact prop, and then it's going to be rendering a bit more components that we don't have yet. So let's save that, and then you can see our logo displays immediately. And then we're going to also have another route. The path for this is going to be crew, that is going to be rendering the crew component, and your destination is the first one, so destination. Okay, and then the next route, the path for this is going to be /crew, and then the final route path for this is going to be /technology, like so. So let's go ahead and create these components, and these components are going to be inside our folder called pages, okay, because they're technically pages. So pages folder, and then we're going to have destination.js, and then we're going to have crew.js, and then we're going to have technology.js. And then remember that we have a data.json file. If I can just find it, we have a data.json file. So destination page is going to be referencing this data, and then the crew page is going to be referencing this, and then the technology page is going to be referencing this. Okay, so that's quite interesting, and it's really, really nice. So in destination, I just want to say underscore RFC, like so, return on each one that says destination page. And then in crew, I just want to do the same thing, return on each one that says crew page. And then in technology, just do the same thing, and then return on each one that says technology page. Okay, so you can close that, And then one thing that I do want to do once again is inside pages. So inside my pages folder, I want to create an index.js. Okay, and then inside here, we're going to import destination from /destination. Just copy this down, then import crew, and then import technology, like so. And then we're going to export destination, crew, and technology. There we go. And then we can go into app.js, and then we can import destination, and then we can import crew, and then we can import technology as well from /pages, and then we can begin to render them inside here. So for our destination route, we're going to be rendering /destination, like so. For our crew, we're going to be rendering crew component, and then for technology, we're going to be rendering technology, like so. Fantastic. So we can go ahead and we can save this, and we can navigate manually into these pages. So if I go into technology, we're going to see technology page. If I go into crew, we're going to see crew page, and if I go into destination, we're going to see destination page. Okay, fantastic. That is working correctly. Okay, so let's begin working on our home page, which we actually don't have. It's going to be a component. So inside components, inside here, let me just have home.js, and then in home.js, let me say underscore RFC, like so. Okay, and then we're going to be returning a fragment, and then inside here, we're going to have a section with a class of, let me just call this home, like so. And then in this class of home, we're going to have a div with a class of overlay in the section of home, sorry. And then this div with a class of overlay is going to have an h4 that says something. Let me just go ahead into this page, my home page. So you want to travel to space, that's what it says. Okay, let's just have that open so that we can continue to just copy and paste to move faster. So you want to travel to, and then we're going to have an, you know what, let me just make this an h1. Okay, and then we can say, let me place this into a span that says space, like so. Okay, fantastic. And then below this, we're going to have a paragraph that says this. So let's copy this and paste it inside here. Okay, you can just pause the video and type it out if you want, or you can just go into this website inside here, and then you can just copy and paste to move faster. Okay, so after this div with a class of overlay, actually, you know what I want to do is grab all of this, paste it inside an article, like so, and then have another article. And this article is going to have a button, and this button is going to link to /destination, which is basically this button inside here, like so. Oops, like so, and it's good. The text is going to say explore. Fantastic. So let's save this. Let's see what we have. This is home.js. Let's go inside our components index.js. So inside here, we're going to say import home from /home, like so, and then we're going to render. We're going to export home, like so. Oops. We're going to export home, and then inside app.js, we can just render in home. So let's see what we have on the screen. Unexpected token. What is happening in home.js? What is happening? What is happening? This shouldn't be here. Okay, so let's reload that. Home is not defined, link is not defined. Oh, I need to import link inside here. So import link from React Rotterdam. Okay, and then in app.js, I need to import home inside here from components. If I can just type it. Okay, so there we go. So we have, when it does that, you can just reload it. So we have our header here, we have our text for the h1, we have our paragraph text, and then we have our button that goes to /destination. Fantastic. Okay, So let's go ahead and let's style out our home page. Now the first thing that I want to do is add the background image. Okay, so let's go inside index.js and then let's access the .home class. And for the home, I'm just going to say background. I'm going to set this to URL, and it's going to run from it's going to run from its starter code, and then /assets. So it should be it /home/background mobile. Okay, and then we're going to set the background repeat to no repeat, and then we're going to set it to the center and cover. And then I'm building this mobile first, that's why we have our mobile image first. And then I'm going to add a media query inside here. So at media, for a min width of, let's say, 768 pixels, then I just want to change this. So copy this, and I want to change this to desktop, like so. Okay, fantastic. And then I want to set the height for this to calculate, let's say calculate 100 viewport heights plus 1 pixel. So that the height comes back in terms of pixels, so that we don't have our content getting restructured because of a change in the viewport heights. Okay, so let's just save this. Let's save this at that. So let's save this, and we have this. So is our text. So right here is our text. Fantastic. Okay, looking nice. But the header, remember the header is positioned absolute. So let's go ahead and we can do that actually. So for the header, let's give this let me give it a class name of header, and then let's just go into index.css, and above this let's access the dot header, and then let's just say position absolute. Okay, let's take it to the top by 0, let's take it to the left by 0. Actually, is that correct? That should be almost correct, but we won't really see how correct we are until we add our links. Okay, so let's just leave it at that for now, and then we can go ahead and let's start dealing with our text inside here. So for the home, I want to access the home and then the overlay class, like so. I just want to say display flex, align it and center, just to encode it to the center. And then the height, I'm going to say calculate 100 viewport heights plus 1 pixel, just like we did above, like so. And it should go to the center, so our text is to the center, and then I just want to say text line center, like so. Fantastic. And then of course, let's say text should be white, so the color should be white. There we go, looking fantastic, looking amazing. And of course, we want the flex direction to be column, so that this button here goes to the bottom. So let's say flex direction, set this to column, and there we go. So let's go ahead inside our home.js, and then let's begin styling this out much better. So inside h1, let me give this a class name of text dash, let's say 2xl. Okay, let me say text gray dash 200. And what I've just realized is probably I shouldn't have added this here, so let me remove that. Okay, let's go back inside here. Let's say text gray dash 400. Let's have it at 400, and then inside this span, I want to give this span a class name of block, so that it goes to the next line. And then let's say text dash 4xl, and then let's say that for large screen the text should go to 6xl, and then let's say text white to change it to white. There we go. Let's say margin top of 5, margin bottom of 10. Fantastic. And then let's go inside this paragraph, give this a class name of text dash gray dash 400. There we go. Fantastic. Looking amazing. And then let's go inside our button, give this button a class name of width dash 52 and height dash 52 and rounded dash full and bg white, and then text gray dash 800. Okay, so that we're going to have this, and then let's say uppercase, and then let's say font bold. Actually, can that text got bold? Let's say text dash 4xl, make it bigger. And then let's say that for large screens, let's say text dash 5xl. Okay, and then what I want to do is just add an animate pulse on it, so that it pulses in and out like that. Look at that, looking amazing. Fantastic. So let me reduce this from height 52 to, let me see how height 40 looks. Too small. Let's say height 48. Okay, that's much better. And then for this article, I'm going to give this article a class name of margin top of 20. Push it downwards from this. There we go. Fantastic. And then the final thing that I do want to do is I want to add padding on the left and right, so that there's a bit more space between this text. Okay, so let's go ahead and inside here, let's say padding and x of 5. There we go. Now let's see, let's scale it up and let's see. So how does it look? Right around there, see how the image changes because of the media query, right? The image changes, right? Fantastic. Now what I want to do is that for about large screens, then I want this text to go to the left and then this to go to the right, okay? So for large screens, let's go ahead and say this. Let's do this. Let's go inside this overlay and say that for large screens, then I want this to display as a grid with grid columns dash 2 with a gap of 10, okay? So we're going to have right around, oops, this is the first article, this is the second article. This is the parent, grid columns dash 2 gap 10. Am I doing that wrong? Grid columns 2, or is this not large enough? Interesting, it's because we have flex inside here. It's because we have flex inside here, so probably we're going to have to do this manually inside here. So at media for a min width of 1024 pixels, then I want to access the home.overlay class, and I want to say display grid with grid template columns to repeat twice with one fractional column. Let's add a grid gap of 1 rem, which is 16 pixels. Did I specify that? Let's say font size, let's set it to 18 pixels. Okay, so 1 rem is going to be 18 pixels. Okay, let's see. There we go. So it now displays as a grid, right around there. And then want this text to go back to the left. So where did I have it? I had it inside here. So let's say text align center to the left. Sorry. There we go. Okay. And then what I want to do is for the home overlay at 1024 pixels, at 1024 pixels, then I want to have a max width of, let's say, 1000 pixels. And then let's say margin, set this to auto so that it goes back to the center. There we go. And then probably this gap is too small. Let's say gap 4M. That is too small, still too small. How does this look actually? Where is it? How did I position this? Did I position this as absolute? I think I did position it as absolute. What we can do is, actually, not before I do forget, let me remove these styles from here because they're going to mess us up. What I can do is, let me comment this out, and then let's say display flex, align item center, just for it to the center. You know, it's already flex above here, so I don't need these classes. So let's just say flex direction, set this to row, so that this happens. And then what I can do is go inside my home.js, and inside this article, give this a class name that on large screens, the width should be half. Let me see how that looks. So width half goes around up to there. That is almost correct. Let me say width should be a third. Not too small. Let's just have it at half. Okay, and then I can say that for large screens, then the margin on the right should be 20. There we go. That is looking much better. I actually think this looks much better than what I had in my first one. We're just going to work with this one. That's okay. And then when we click on explore, it's going to take us to the destination page, and we can click on the logo to take us back to the home page, so that we have this for our initial. Now let's go ahead and deal with our header. So for the header, let's see what we're going to do. For the header, let's go ahead and say this is our div. So we're going to have a nav with UL with how many list items? There are going to be 4 list items. Okay, and these list items are going to have links like so. And this first one is going to be linking to /. The second one is going to be linking to / destination. The third one is going to be linking to / crew. And then the fourth one is going to be linking to / technology. There we go. And then the text for this obviously is going to say 01. So I'm going to place this inside a span and says 01, and then this is going to say home. Okay, because as you can see in our design, we have like 00, 01, 02, 03, and I said that is 00. What am I doing? 00. And then I'm just going to copy this span, copy this inside here and here and here. Paste this in, change this to 01, change this to 02, and then change this to 03. And then the text for this is going to say destination. If I can just type destination, this is going to say crew, and then this is going to say technology. There we go. So you can save this, and then let's see what you have on the screen. So crew is not defined. Sorry, this should not be a component, should be text. Okay, so we're going to have the links inside here. Look at those. Okay, so let's begin styling this out. Let's just go ahead and give this now a class name. And you know what? Let me give this a class name of number so that I can style it in the CSS. So let's go right about here. No. Let's go here. So for the header and for the navbar, I'm going to say position this as absolute. Okay. And then you know what? Actually, you know what? What am I doing? The header is positioned absolute. The navbar is also positioned absolute. I think that will still work actually. So position this absolute. Let me give this a background color. I think I want to change this background color to white. What am I doing? I don't have the variable. So let's say FFF. Okay, let's say that for the width should be 100%. 100%. Come on. Really? Let's say 100 viewport widths. There we go. And then for the header, let me go ahead into the header. Let me give this a padding of 20 pixels all around. Push it in on just a bit. There we go. And then what I want to do is this is going to be positioned up to the top by, let me see how, let's say calculate, and I'm going to be calculating 80 pixels minus 10 pixels. Let me see how this looks. Let's say 90 pixels. There we go. And then let me give this some padding as well of 20 pixels, like so. And then let me go inside the header.navbar, and then the navbar is the actual navbar, right? Is the nav element. So I need to go inside the UL. So UL and then the list items, and then I'm going to say margin on the top and bottom of 10 pixels and 0 on the left and right. There we go. You know what? Let's make this 20 pixels. Just make it bigger. Still looking a bit too small. Let's say 40 pixels. Probably overkill, but you know, it works. And notice how we have our horizontal scroll bar. That's because of this 100 viewport widths. Okay, so let's change this up. So let's say calculate 100 viewport widths minus what did you have on the left and right. So 20 pixels. Let's say minus 40 pixels. 40 pixels, which should now limit it. Let's say minus 100 pixels just to be safe. That's looking horrible, but that's okay because we can fix it by setting this to the left by 50%, and then you can say transform and translate on the x-axis. I can't even see what I'm typing. On the x-axis by minus 50%, which will take it back to the center. Really? Wait a minute. Okay, there we go. Okay, we don't need this. Okay, we don't need this. That's okay, that's okay. And then we're going to be resetting these styles on bigger screens, but the first thing that we do need is our navbar, okay? Not our navbar, sorry, but our menu button. So let's go inside header, and I think I have React icons installed. Let me just confirm. Yeah, I have React icons. So let me go ahead into header.js, and then I'm going to say import. The icon I think is called CG Alt Left. If it's not, then we're just going to get it from React icons. Where is it? React icons. There we go. And it's /CG. That's the folder. And then below this, inside this navbar, below this navbar, we're going to have a div. This div is going to be a button, and this button is going to be CG left out, like so. And then let's see what we have. Let me give this a class name of text white and text dash for example. Where are you? I can see you. CG alt left is not okay. So let me check out what the icon is called from React icons. Let's say menu. It's called, where is it? Where is that icon? Not this one, now the opposite of CG menu left. Okay, it's called CG menu left. Paste this inside here and paste this inside here. Okay, so here it is right there, right? Fantastic. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's go inside our header. Let's give this header a class name of flex, like so, and item center, and justify between. Justify between, come on, it doesn't go the way. Let's say width dash full because it's positioned absolute. There we go. Now, okay, now I see why this wasn't working. So we actually need to say transform, and translate on the x-axis by minus 50%, which will bring it back to the center. There we go. Now it works. And then now let's add the functionality for this for our thing inside here. Now by default, what I want to do is, by default, I want this to disappear on the top, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, just cut this out. I'm going to set this to the top by minus 100%. Okay, so it's going to disappear, or you're not minus 100, 1,000. Let's say 1,000. Actually, does that work? No. Set it to the top by, what am I doing? Let's set it to the top by minus 100%. Wait, how does that not work? So let's say minus 10,000%. Okay. Because apparently it won't work. And then for the header, now I want to add a class on the navbar for the class of open. So what this means is that when the navbar has a class of open, then the styles inside here should apply. And then I'm just going to paste this in. Okay. So we're going to paste this in, and then I'm just going to say add a transition here, and I'm going to say transition, and I'm going to be transition the transform property. Is it transform? No, not the transform. Transition the top property by 0.5 seconds, and then I'm just going to say easy in out. Okay, so let's save this, and then let's go ahead into our navbar, our header, sorry, and then let's add a class of navbar inside here, class of open. Look at that. Now if we remove it, it disappears. If we add it, then it appears. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's add our click event on our button. So for the button, I'm going to say on click, then I want to toggle the handle click method or function that we're going to create, which is going to be toggling the class of open on the navbar. Okay, so let's go ahead and create our function. So I'm going to say const handle click, and this is going to be equal to an arrow function because I love arrow functions. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get the navbar, right? So I'm going to be getting this navbar. So I'm going to say const navbar equals to document dot query selector, and I'm selecting the class of navbar like so. So dot navbar, and then I'm just going to say navbar dot class list dot toggle, and we're toggling the class of open. So let's save this and look at that. Look at that. Looking amazing. Looking amazing. Fantastic. Okay. Now let's go ahead and now we can begin dealing with our other pages. So we have the home page, we have the destination page, we have the crew page, we have the technology page. And you know what I can do is, because I want that when you click on each of these, then this class should be removed, right? So that the navbar disappears. So let's see if we can do that. Let's go ahead and let's give these list items, all of these list items, I'm going to give this a class name of, let's just say list item, like so. And then inside here, I'm going to say const list items equals to document dot query selector all, and I'm selecting all with the class of list item, like so. And then we're going to say list items dot for each, right? And for each list item, for each item that we get back, then I want to say item dot add event listener, and we're listening for the click event, right? And we're going to say that when the click event fires, then we just want to say navbar dot class list dot remove the class of open. I think this was going to work. So we're going to be, what this does is we are looping over each list item that we get, right? So all the list items in our navbar, and then when we click on the list items, then we're going to be removing the class of open. If the toggle sets the class of open on the navbar, then when we click on this, then it's going to remove it, which would make it disappear. So let's test this out. Let's see if it works. And it doesn't work. It doesn't. Oh, there we go. It only needed a reload. Okay, so it actually works. There we go. There we go. Looking fantastic. Looking amazing. Fantastic. Now let's go ahead and let's style out our navbar for bigger screens, right? Because we don't want this to happen on bigger screens. We want on large screens, then we want this to disappear, and then we want to set this back to here. Okay, so let's go ahead and go into index.css and play around with our CSS. Okay, So actually I want to place this on bigger screen because it's going to be easier, and then I'm going to split the screens like so, using Control and backslash to split the screens. And then what I want to do is this is going to be right here for the header, and then I'm going to go inside here. And now I can remove this now that we don't need it. So I'm going to say that for the header and for the .navbar class, what I want to do is position this as relative. Okay, position relative. And then what I want to do is that for the header class, and where did I add the flex on the header? Is it here? Okay, so let's add it here. Let's say that for large screens, then this should go to flex row. Okay, so for the header, what I want to do is actually, you know what, right inside here as well, I want to give this a class name that for large screens, then this should be hidden, so display none. Okay, and then for the header navbar, I want the background color to be a transparent, right? So let's say RGBA 255 255 255 and 0.5, like so. And then let's say to the top by 0. Let's set it to the left by 0. I don't know whether that will work. And what else do we need to do? Let's set the width to auto. Let me see what that does. So it does that. Okay, fantastic. We are getting there. We're getting there. Now what you need to do is this needs to be flex the UL. Okay, so for the header.navbar, for the UL, I will just want to say display flex. There we go. And then the list items had a margin of 40 pixels. Okay, so for the header navbar ULL, I just want to say margin of 0 on the top and bottom, and then now 40 pixels on the left and right. Separate them out like so. And then what is this? Let's check out what that is. What is this? What? I'm confused. Let's set up by minus 100%. Let me see what this goes. Interesting. Where does that go? I can't tell where it goes. Okay, top by 100%. What? 0%. What? Item center, where is it? Did I justify this to the center as well? Justify between. But why doesn't this go all the way to the right therefore? What did I have inside our header? Let me just check. Header, flex, item center, justify between with full flex row. And what have I here? Position relative, background color, left. Oh, you know what? It's because of the left. I should place it to the right. What am I doing? There we go. So let's say right. We have a transform translate somewhere inside here. Let me just confirm this. Transform translate here, so we need to remove it. So transform, and let's say translate on the x-axis by 0%. Or by minus, or by minus 100%. Is that correct? Really? Really? 1000%? Minus 500%. 200. Really? Why isn't this working? By 5%. On the right by 5%. 50%. Why isn't this working? Set it to the right by 20 pixels. What is happening? What is really happening inside here? What is happening? You know what? It's because of this position absolute of the header. Let me just touch it out. Position relative. Nope, it still behaves the same way. Still behaves the same way, which I don't want. Okay. Now, so let's set this to the left by 20 pixels. I sometimes hate CSS. Let's say 40 pixels. Wait, what is happening inside here? Oh, it's going further. It's going further. So let's say by minus 20 pixels. Push it down. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. And then transform translate X by, let's say, let me say by minus 20 pixels. What does that do? Okay, there we go. That is almost correct. I don't like it though, so let's set it to 10 pixels so that the total becomes 20 pixels. Okay, there we go. Fantastic. Now what I want to do is actually remove this header and remove that one. And then this needs to be a glass filter thingy, right? It's going to be a glass filter, and the text needs to be white as well. So let's go ahead, let me close this now, and let's go ahead into the links inside here. So inside each of these links, so here, not there, here, and then here, nope, not there, here, and here. Really? Why do you do that? And then here. Let's give this a class name of text white. Okay. Actually not text white, but on large screens then text white. And then let's go ahead inside this span, and then this span, and then this one and this one. Let's give this a class name of text-4XL, and then font-bold. And now this is for large screens as well. What am I doing? For large screens as well. That's all. Okay. Let's go inside each of these list items inside here, and let me test out something. Let's say flex. Okay, so let's set it that on large screens, then flex, and then on large screens, then items that center. Okay, and then let's go ahead inside these spans once again. So inside these spans, and then let's say that for large screens, then the margin right should be 2. Separate them out, and not only for large screens really, but let's just set it for even for smaller screens. So margin left to be 2. Fantastic. Now we can navigate this, and of course this needs to be a glass filter. That's what I was saying, right? So let's go ahead and go inside the header, into the header navbar, and then we can add what is called a backdrop filter. Backdrop filter. Set this to blur, and let's blur it by 4 pixels. There we go. So it's just slightly glass filter, as you can see. And then we need to add a what's it called, a vendor prefix. So WebKit backdrop filter to ensure that it works on other browsers as well. So by blur it by 4 pixels. Okay. Now this is our header. This is looking quite nice as well. It's a bit different from what I had built, but you know, you live, you learn. So let's go ahead, and now we can start dealing with our destination page, and this is where things get interesting. Yes, they do. Okay, so for our destination page, let me close all of this down. Let me close all of this down. Let's go ahead into destination.js. And then in destination.js, what I want to do, the first thing we're going to do is, because we're going to be fetching our data, so we need to import useState from React, and then we need to import our actual data. So we need to import it's called inside starter code, inside destination.js. So it's called destinations. Okay, so let me see, let's say import destinations from // should be starter code / data.json. Okay, and then let's go ahead and say const, let me say items equals to use state, and by default it's going to be using the destinations. Is that going to work? Actually, let me see what we have. Okay, that actually works. That works fantastic. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have another state value called value, and then set value. This is going to be equal to use state. By default it's going to be 0. Notice how I've only specified the items and not the set items. That's because we are not going to use the set items function, so you don't really need to specify it. Okay, so you can just destructure the items alone. And then once we do this, then we know that we are going to be getting the name, the images, the description, the distance, and the travel time. Okay, so what we're going to do is you know what, instead of calling this items, let me call this planets, because we're dealing with the planets first, right? planets, or rather whatever, the heavenly bodies. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to destructure this data. We're going to destructure this data inside here and then set it to the value. So I'm going to say const, let's say const, what do we have? Name, images, description, distance, travel. Name, images, description, distance, and travel. And then this is going to be equal to the value. This is going to be equal to the planets into the value. Is that correct? So what this means is that the planets, we're going to be fetching the data of the planets, which is equal to the value that we have inside here, and this value is going to be the index of the planet. So the index, index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on and so forth. Oops, don't do that. And so on and so forth. So let's see what we have. Let's return a fragment inside here, and then let's return a section. And then this section is going to have an h1 that says 01, and it says 01. What is it? Pick your destination. I think it was pick your destination, like so. And then inside here we're going to have a div, and then this div is going to have an article, and then this article is going to have an image, and the source for these images is going to be images dot. It's going to be images dot what? What do we have inside here? We have images dot png. I prefer using the png. You can use the WebP as well. It's all preference. So images dot png. The alt for this, in case the image fails to load, is going to be the name of the planet or the heavenly body, and then the title is going to be the name as well. And then beside this article, we're going to have buttons on the top, but we're going to deal with that in a moment. Okay, so we're going to have some buttons, and then below this article we're going to have an h2 that says the name. Okay, and then below this we're going to have a paragraph that says the description, and then below this we're going to have a ul with two list items, and the first list item is going to say the distance. Is it? Yeah, distance. So distance, and then the second one is going to say the travel. Okay, I think that should be correct. That should be correct. So let's save this. Let's see what we have. Look at that, looking amazing. And notice that if I change this to index 1, then it's going to say mass, and 2 and 3, and we don't have a fourth one, so it's going to try an error. Look at that. Right, okay, fantastic. So from 0 we're going to have that. Now we just need to style this out a bit better, and this has some text actually. What did it say? It says average distance and estimated travel days. Okay, so this says, what does it say? It says AVG distance, okay, and estimated travel time. Okay, so fantastic. Now what we need to do is we need to get our buttons, right? Because notice that we have buttons inside here that we can just toggle, right? That we can click on instead of manually having to change it inside here. So let's go ahead and do this, right? So I'm going to say inside here, I'm going to say right about inside here. Then I'm going to say, okay, so let's go ahead and let's say inside here, let's say planets.map. Okay, and for every planet that we get back, so let's call this item, and then let's call the index, we're getting the index, like so, and then we're going to be returning a button. Okay, close this out, and this button is going to have a key of index, like so, and then this is going to say item.name, right, which is going to access the name this inside here. Now we're going to need an on click on this button so that when we click on it, then the value inside here is going to change. So we're going to say on click, and on click we're going to say set value into the index of the button that we click on. That should be correct. Let's save this. Let's test this out. So we have moon, we have mass. There we go. Look at that, looking fantastic. And that is as simple as that. So let's begin styling this out. We know that these buttons should be uppercase. Oops. So give this a class name of uppercase. Let's say text white, let's say text dash to XL, and then let's go ahead and say padding bottom of 2, and let's say border dash B, and this is almost correct but not so quite. So let's go ahead and let's do this. Let's do let's go inside this section, give this section a class name of home, okay, and then we're going to give it a class name of destination as well. I'm saying home because I wanted to grab the classes of the home page that we already had, look at that, and then all we need to do is now just change the background image. So let's go ahead, and you know what, inside this class name we need to have a padding of the X of 5 as well, okay, push it in once, and then let's go inside our index.css, which is right inside here, and then we can just copy this. You know what, instead of doing that, we can just we can say right around here, we can say dot destination nation, we can set the background to URL, and then the URL is going to be /startercode /assets / should be destination / background destination mobile. Oh, you know what, we have the tablet image as well, so you know what, this should be tablet. Ooh, that was quite a huge mistake, so let's do the same for this, and then set the background repeat to no repeat, and then set it to the center and cover, okay, and we don't need to set the height on it because the height is coming from the home right hand side here, because we have set the class for this to be home as well. And then, and by the way, the reason why this applies is because of CSS specificity, where the more you add to the bottom of the CSS file, then the more specificity you have. That's why this doesn't apply when you apply this. So I can save this and notice that the background is going to change, okay? So let's grab this inside here, let's paste it here, and then let's change this to tablet. And then let's do the same for right around here, and then let's change this to desktop, okay? And then we're going to do the same thing for the home page. So homepage, this is tablet, and then right around here should be the desktop, so that it scales nicer. Okay, fantastic. So we have our, let's increase it, our tablet image right there, and then we have our desktop image right there. Look at that, looking amazing. It looks amazing, it does. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's continue styling this out. So in destination, what I want to do is give this div, is it this div? Let's give this, actually not this image first of all, give this image a class name of block and mx auto, which will push it to the center, okay? Let's give it a width of, let's say 75%, which is about 3/4, so 3/4. Okay, make it just a bit smaller. Then let's say margin bottom of 10, pushed away from this text. And then inside these buttons, let's go inside these buttons, and then let's say mx of 2. Okay, separate them out like so, looking fantastic. And then what we can do is, I want these buttons to be aligned to the center, and actually not everything inside here is going to be aligned to the center. So let's give this article a class name of text-center, like so. And then let's go inside this h2, give this a class name of text-5xl and font-bold, and then let's say text white. And then let's say margin top 5, margin, oh, you know, margin top 10, margin bottom 5. And we're going to have that, and then set this to uppercase. Okay, and let's increase the letter spacing, so tracking widest. There we go, looking fantastic. And then let's go ahead into this paragraph, give this paragraph a class name of text gray-400. Look at that, so we can cycle through this and we can cycle through them. Okay, so what I want to do is, I only want the user to see this bottom border when we are actually on the actual item that we click on. And before I forget, let me add a margin top here so that this pushes downwards, so that on large screens I want this. I don't want this to happen, I don't want this to happen where the moon is going to be here, okay? Okay, so let's go ahead and let's go inside this, should be this div. Let's give this div a class name of padding top of 10. Let's say padding top of 20. Okay, you know what, let's say padding y of 20. That's what I didn't want to happen. So let's just say padding top of 20 first of all. We're going to fix that in a moment. And then what I want to do is, let's see, how are we going to do that therefore for the buttons? What we can do is, instead of having this class name inside here, let me just cut this out, okay? and then let me place my curly brackets, and then let's place my template literals. And then what I'm going to do is we're going to paste in these classes, and then I want to check that when the index when the button we click on is equal to the index, that's when we want to add the bottom border. Okay, so we can do that by saying, let's add our $sign like so, and then let's say when index is equal to the value, right? When this is true, then we want to say border bottom. So let's say border dash B and border dash white. Okay, and then we need to remove, you know what, actually this is actually correct inside here. So let's say border transparent. And then, you know what, before I actually write that, let me show you why we have to add this inside here. Let's save that, and then, you know what, let me remove this inside here so you can actually see that it works. So there we go. So we can toggle through this. Look at that, looking fantastic, looking amazing. Now all we need to do is just scale it up. Okay, so we can go ahead and do this. We have two articles inside this div. We can say that for medium screens, then we should display as a grid with grid columns to be 2 with a gap of 5. Look at that, looking amazing right around there, and then our thingy disappears. And then what I want to do is we can say for medium screens, let me see if item center is going to work. Item center only pushes this downwards a bit, right? Okay, so that's what it does. And then we're going to have this. And then now what I want to do is I want this text to align to the left. So where did I have text center? Right inside here. I want to say that for large screens, then the text should go back to the left. Text left. Would you look at that, looking amazing? And then I want to add a max width so that this text doesn't go all the way to the end, right? Oh, and I haven't tagged this below. We're going to do that. So let's go ahead and say that for large screens, then the max width should be, you know what, I added a max width, a custom max width inside here. What was it? 1000 pixels. So let's say that for the destination, then the first div, this is the only div, right? That's actually counterintuitive now that I think about it. Let me just add it. Let me add it inside here. So I'm going to say that for large screens, then the max width should be 7XL, and then for large screens, then let's say MX Auto. There we go. Limit it just a bit, and it's looking amazing. And then for large screens, I want to increase this padding on the top. So for large screens, the padding on the top should be 52. That's too much. Let's say 40. There we go. Looking amazing. Would you look at that? And now let's style out this final text at the bottom. And right inside here, I'm going to give this a class name of flex and item center and justify between. And then I'm just going to say flex wrap. So I'm going to add flex wrap so that in case the text doesn't fit on smaller devices, then it's automatically going to go into the next line. Okay, so let's change this text to white. So let's grab both of these, give this a class name of text dash white. Okay, and then let me grab this text, place it inside a span like so, and then grab this as well, place it inside a span. And then let's grab this 2, give this a class name of text dash 2XL. Okay, and then inside here, let's say text dash 4XL. There we go. And then for this, what I want to do is, you know what, I've actually done something wrong. You know what, I'm actually correct. So inside here, all we need to do is go inside this span and then give this span a class name of block, so that this is going to happen. Would you look at that? And then let's say font light. Or it doesn't work because it's already font light. Okay, now what you need to do is add a border on the top, right? So let's say, let me go inside this UL inside here. Let's say border top, and then let's say border gray dash 400. Okay, and then let's say padding top of 10, push it downwards. There we go. And then let's go inside this paragraph, and then let's say padding bottom of 10, push it downwards. There we go. Would you look at that, looking amazing? So now we have this looking fantastic. Now, as you can tell, for the rest of the pages, we're just going to be doing basically the same thing. The only thing that is going to be changing is the layout. Okay, so let's go ahead into the crew page. Okay, And you know what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy all of this inside here, and then let's go into crew.js, and then let's just paste this inside here, and then let's change this to crew. Okay, and then grab this and this. Okay, and then let's change this to crew, like so. Change this to from planets to crew as well. Is it crew? Let me say people, because we're talking about people here. And then this is going to say people. Okay, and then we need to change these items in here because we're referencing the name, images, role, and bio. So role and bio, we don't need all of this. Role and bio. Okay, and then this is, I think this is going to say know your crew. What does it say? What does it say? Say meet your crew. Okay, meet your crew. So 02 meet your crew. Come to think of it, did I actually style this? Did I actually style, where is it? Oh, planets is not defined. So this should now say, what did I have? People. People, okay. So description is not defined, so we need to remove description from here. Actually, you know what? Instead of removing it, then we need to just say bio. This should say bio, okay. And then what else do we need to remove? Distance and travel. So we don't need this UL inside here. We can remove it. Okay, and we don't need the padding bottom of 10 anymore. Okay, plans. Okay, so there we go. Look at that. We already have something to work with. We already have something to work with, but you can tell that we need to move this to the left, and then this image should go to the right. Okay, that's almost easy enough. And then of course we need to change this from text to actual like circles that you can click on. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's say where am I? I'm not seeing meet your crew. Where is this text? Meet your crew. I don't see it. Where are you? Where? Oh, here it is. Oh, there we go. So that means I didn't style it out for destination as well. Pick a destination. Yeah, I didn't style it out. How did I forget? I have no idea. So this padding top shouldn't be here. It should be on the H1. So class name padding top 20. Put it downwards. Where is it? Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong page. I'm on the wrong page. Sorry about that. So class name padding top 20. There we go. And then we can remove this from here. And where is it? It's still here. So what is this? What is this space? What is this space? Padding top 40. So we need to remove this from here. Let's say for large screens padding top 40. Okay. And then you know what? Actually, this would mean something. Let's say that for large screens, that max width should be 7XL. We should push it where? Let's say for large screens, then the MX should be auto, but I don't want that to center. Okay, there we go. So let's say text white. Let's say text dash 4XL, and then for large screens text dash 6XL. Too big. Okay, let's set this to uppercase. Let's say margin button 10. There we go. Okay, pick a destination and so on and so forth. Fantastic. Now let's just copy these tiles from here to here, copy them into crew.js from here to here, and then we can remove this padding top. Okay, fantastic. So meet your crew is going to have this, and then for the crew page we need this to be changed to crew page. Okay, so the class to change from destination to crew, and then we're going to do something similar that we have already done before. So inside here, below this, now let me just copy this, and then let's change this to crew, like so. And then we can copy this, paste it inside here, change this to tablet, and then paste it inside here, change this to desktop. Look at that, looking amazing. Oops, what's this? Oh, it's because of this image. Okay, I think it's because of the image. I think so. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's deal with this. So now what we need to do is inside the crew.js, what we need to do is this. What do we need to do? This is still correct. So now instead of this rendering item.name, we need to render circles. Okay, so let's go into React icons. Let's get this circle logo. So circle, And then let's grab which one? Let's use this one, Bootstrap. Okay, so we're going to be rendering. Oops, I didn't copy it. Okay, so let's import that icon. So import this icon from React icons / Bootstrap. There we go. Let's save this. Let's see what we have on the screen. And we should have this on the screen. Look at that. Now we don't want this border bottom. Instead, now what we want to do is that when this matches, then we want the let's say BG white. Is it BG or text white? BG white. Do I want to do that? Do I want to do that? And obviously you can tell that now we need to take this from here, cut it out, and place it below this there. Okay, so that now it comes to the bottom. And then this has a padding top. Where is it? This is a margin top of 10. So you need to move it from here, right? Move it upwards and then place the margin on the paragraph. So on this paragraph, let's say margin bottom 10, like so. And then you know what? Inside here, we need to say, give this a class name. No, not there really. Give this a class name of rounded-full. I don't like it. Let's see. Can I specify a height here? So let's say height -10, width -10, and then rounded-full. That's a bit too big. A bit too big. Let's say height 5. Okay, but that doesn't work because now the icon is bigger than the thingy. So let's maybe cut it out from here. Let me add it here. Give this a class name of this. Okay, so height is big, so we need the height to be smaller. Is that it? Really, why isn't this working? These, guys, are some of the reasons why I do not like CSS. Okay, so height -2. Height -4. Height -5. Okay, so height -5 works. Okay. Look at that, looking amazing. Now we can toggle through this, we can cycle through this, and it's looking fine. These buttons are a bit different from what you have in the design, but it looks fine according to me. Now what we need to do is, actually, do I need this now inside here? No, I don't need it anyway. What we need to do now is bring this text to the left, and then this guy should go to the right, right? So what we can do is, on small screens, let me first of all look how it looks on small screens. The text eats up a bit because of he has a really long name. What we can do, because this looks fine on small screens, only that now this doesn't go all the way to the bottom. So let's change this up. Let's change this up a bit. Remember where we had the height of, remember where we're calculating this height? So now I want to change this to 100%. Let's see if that will work. Let's see if that would work. Will that work? Will that work? That doesn't work. That doesn't work. So let's say calculate 105 viewport heights. Don't tell me that doesn't work as well. Really? Really? Oh, wait a minute. I'm changing it on the wrong place. What am I doing? 105 viewport heights. Are you serious? Are you serious? This is annoying sometimes. You know what? Let's just deal with what we have first of all, and then we can fix the bugs later. So let's bring this to the left, and then the text to the image to the right. So what I can do is now, the only thing I need to do is just grab this article from here and place it below this article. Okay, and then what we need to do now is that on small screens, we need this to go back to the top. We need this to go back to the top. So what we can do is, right inside here, we can say flex item center and justify center. and then you can say flex flex column reverse, like so. There we go, looking amazing. And then on large screens this happens. Look at that, would you look at that, just playing around with CSS. So we have the destination, we have the crew page that we can toggle through, and so on and so forth. And then now actually what we would need to do now is maybe do something like this, where remember we had a fixed width for the image inside here. So for the crew, what I can do is I can go inside here, and you know what, I'm actually not using this, so we can remove it and remove it. So we can do this, instead of limiting this, we don't need it anymore, like so. And then now what I can do is just position this as absolute. So let me say that for large screens, position this as absolute, position it to the bottom by 0. Oops, that didn't go as planned. Oh, you know what, I think I do need this. I do need that. Okay, that did not go as planned, so rather than dealing with it, let me remove it. There we go. And then let's deal with our technology page. And then of course, once again, you can tell that we're just going to be doing something similar. So I'm going to copy all of this, and then let's go into the technology page, and then let's just paste this inside here. Let's change this to technology, and then let's grab all of this and change this to technology. Technology, small t. Okay. And then what does the text say? The text says space launch 101. Copy this, paste it inside here. There we go. And then once we have space launch 101, then we need to change this once again. Let's say what do we call this now? Let's call this cards, like so. And then for these cards, what do we need to do? We need the names, images, and description. Okay, so we need the description. And then this needs to say card value, or cards value, like so. And then let's say we don't need this, but we do need the description, like so. And then what else do we need? We don't need actually we do need this tail, because now this is going to be showing numbers instead, right? So this shows numbers. And then we need the image, so the image.png. Okay, and then let's see, what else do we need? We can save that and we can test it out. What does it say? People is not defined. People is not defined because now this needs to be cards. Okay, there we go. Role is assigned a value but never used. Where is it? Oh, in our crew we missed something. Oops, sorry for that. We missed this. So this needs to go above our H2, which is this one. So let's say an H4 that says role. Okay, so let's see what we have on our screen. We have crew, reload. Something's about to break, I can tell. That's what it does before it breaks. Oh, there we go. Nothing broke. Okay. Okay, so let's go back inside here. Let's give this a class name of uppercase, uppercase. Let's say text grade -400. Let's say margin bottom 5. And then let's see, why do we have so much margin inside here? Why is there so much margin? Let's say text dash 2XL. Okay. Why is there so much margin? Is it because of the image? Not too sure. Okay, so let's go ahead. So this is the what? So this is meet your crew. So what does this third one say? This third one says space launch 101. Okay, so space launch 101, and then we need to change this from crew. We already changed it. So technology, we're going to do the same thing. Just copy this below this, change this to mobile, to technology, sorry, like so, and then just copy this. Actually, this should say technology as well. Technology, paste this inside here, change this to tablet. I apologize because I'm getting a bit tired. And then we can paste this inside here as well. So tablet, oh sorry, no, desktop. Did I do that correctly? Okay, fantastic. So this should change. Really, what did it do? What did it do? Technology, tablet. What does it say? Background technology tablet. Which one does it say? It says mobile does not exist. The mobile technology mobile.jpg. Let's see. Oh, you know what? This is technology. What am I doing? Technology / mobile, like so. So we need just to change this. We need to change this here to say, now this should say tablet. And then we need to change that as well here, so that now this should say desktop. Really? Desktop. Okay. Reload this. Make sure that it reloads. There we go. Fantastic. Okay, so this is what we have on the screen currently, and you can tell that now we can toggle through the text and whatever, and the images as well, but we can't really see the image. Let's find out why. Images. Oh, now it's portrait, not PNG. Okay. So images of portrait. Wait a minute. Portrait. Portrait is the one that stands. Okay, so which means landscape, we will need to toggle this for larger screens, or what? You know what? Let's do this. Let's cut this out, and then let's add a picture tag, and then let's add a source for media queries for a min width of 768 pixels, and this source set is going to be coming from images.portrait, right? And then this other image is going to be image of landscape for smaller screens. There we go. So on small screens, basically, then the image is going to change to a landscape image, like so. And then on larger screens, it's going to change to a portrait image. Fantastic. Now, what we need to do is deal with this so that it actually shows the text. So right inside here, instead of rendering numbers, we're going to be rendering the index of the item. And we're going to be rendering, we don't need this BG white. We don't need the BG white. We're going to be adding some more class name. This is 0, 1, 2. We need to say 1, 2, 3. So let's return index +1. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, fantastic. And then what we need to do is we need this to have a border, right? So let's say border -2, border white. Okay, let's remove this height. Okay, and you know, let's add a height of 10 and a width of 10. Okay, and then we can say we can add, let's say, padding of 1. What does that do? Okay, moves it just to the center, much better. And then, you know what, let's say padding, let's say height of 12. Okay, let's say padding of 2, push it back to the center. Fantastic. And then now when we click on this, then the background should be white. There we go. And then we should now change the text. So the text should now say gray-800 so that it's visible. There we go. Would you look at that? Simple as ABC. Okay, simple as ABC. Amazing. Now we just need to grab this and place it inside here. So that would mean that we now need to grab all of this. And you know, that means that this needs to be one div or an article, and then this needs to be the other one. Okay, so let's see. Actually, on small screens, how do we want to make this look on small screens? So on small screens, then I want the text to go back to the top and then the image to go to the bottom. So let's grab this article, cut it out and place it above this article right inside here, like so. Okay, and then let's bring these numbers on the top. So let's grab this, place it on top right inside here, like so. And then for the header, let's say margin Y of 5, so on the top and bottom, pushes it away from this as well. So we can have this, so we can toggle those. And then what we need to do now is just scale it up. Let's say that that actually looks quite nice. It does. What you need to do now is that for large screens, no, did I do that correctly actually? I think it's correct, but now we need to just bring this image to the right using Flexbox. So let's go ahead and let's say, what I want to do is now this H2 and the paragraph are going to be one div, like so. Cut it out, place it inside the div, and then this is going to be another div, like so. Nothing changes. Fantastic. Now what I'm going to do is right here, let's say for large screens, then I want flex. Okay, and then let's say item center. Okay, fantastic. And then let's say flex row reverse should be correct. Now what am I doing? Wait, am I stating the wrong one? Wait, I'm actually stating the wrong one. Okay, so actually this is actually nice because now we can already deal with this. So let's go inside this div and then give this div a class name of grid, and then grid. No, let's say for large screens. No, grid, and grid columns too, and actually not grid columns one. Okay, so let's have this as grid, and then let's say grid grid columns 1 with a gap of 5. We should separate these buttons. That is not what I expected. That is not what I expected. So probably on large screens. Wait, why does it do that? What? Okay, you know what? Then let's just go inside these buttons. Let's say MY2. You know what? Let's say M all round, margin all round of 2. There we go. And then we can say margin on the right of 5, pushed away from the text. Okay. Now instead of adding this inside here, let's go inside this div. Let me give this div a class name of margin left of 10. There we go. And then what we need to do is now, I thought I was in the parent div. So this is the div, this is the div. I thought I was, let's remove this. So I need to go inside this div. Okay, so this should be flex column now instead of flex column reverse. Move, come on, move. What? Why isn't none of this working? Oh, this is for small screens. What am I doing? Okay. Then it means that on large screens, let me place it here. Let's say on large screens, then it should say flex row or flex row or flex row reverse. Why isn't none of this working? I'm really annoying. And you know what? It's because this is already grid. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Let's say for large screens, then let's take it back to flex. There we go. There we go. And then let's go and let's limit this div. So this div is this one right here. Let's say that for large screens, then the width should be half. Okay. And I don't want this to happen. Let's say width should be 2/3. No, let's just set it to width half. And then you know what? Okay, this is going to be a bit hard to style because of playing around with all this. It's going to be a bit hard. So you know what? Let me grab this article and place it back on the bottom. Let me place it back on the bottom like so. And then let's remove this. Let's remove this. Oh. Wait, what was that? Really? Now where's my text? Where's my text? There's supposed to be some text above this. Let me copy this H2. Where's this H2? No, the H4. Copy this and then let's place it above this H2. And then let's set this to the terminology. Logi dot dot dot. There we go. There we go. Okay, so just to make sure that on small screens it also appears nicely. Just making sure. Okay, fantastic, fantastic. That is looking amazing, but it seems as though I have more margin here. And it's because I have a margin left somewhere. What did I have here? This should say on large screens. There we go. That now is complete to the center. Okay, fantastic. Fantastic. Okay, just to make sure that everything is working correctly. So the Moon, Europa, Titan, and so on and so forth. For the crew page, we have this. And why do we have this? Oh, you know what? It's because of the it's because of the image. The image goes all the way to the bottom. And then for the crew page, for the technology page, we have this. Okay, fantastic, fantastic. Now let me just see. Let's see if we can play around with this crew page. For the crew, we have this image. Let's go inside this article, give this a class name of absolute, take it to the right by 0 and to the bottom by 0. Okay, so that we're going to have this. But then what does this do? That's the reason why I didn't want to play around with this. I didn't want to play around with the position absolute because it's sometimes annoying. Sometimes let me go to the parent div. Let's say that for large screens, then this should be relative. Yeah, see that? Now I don't want to do that. I'm really not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Let's remove this. Okay, so that we're going to have this. Probably, you know what? We have, I think it's because we have quite a bit of margin on this right somewhere about here. So let's see, let me see where I have that margin bottom. Wait, what? Let's check this out. What is this? Oh, it's because we have item center on this grid. Okay, you know what? Then that would mean that let's just limit this to width half. The image to width half. Or let's say width 3/4. Yeah. I think that would be the best solution for this currently because I don't really feel like starting to play around with these images. And yeah, so now that we have this, the next that we do need to do is just to confirm that all of this, we don't have any errors. So let's remove this. Let's remove this image, this icon, because we're not using it. Just to make sure that we don't have any errors, okay? And then we can close this. And then what you need to do now is, once you have this, because I'm not going to be deploying this, or not, no, just so that everything is uniform. Okay, so I'm going to deploy this to GitHub just so that you can have access to the code and in case you want a bit of reference. But what I'm going to do next is I'm going to go inside my GitHub and then I'm going to go into Frontend Mentor and then I'm going to submit this website. I'm going to submit this challenge, sorry. So let's go ahead inside here, click on this, let's say visit Challenge Hub, let's say submit solution. Repo URL, let's copy this and paste it inside here and then copy this and paste it inside here. Let's say mobile first space tourism landing page, and yep, let's submit solution. Okay, that's looking amazing, looking fantastic. Let's see, where's our solution? Can see our solution. View solution. Yep, we didn't really get all that close to the design, but remember that this is the first one that I did. This is not the current one that I've done right now. Okay, just to make sure. Okay, this also has a line. Didn't catch that, but that's okay. That's okay. You can't really catch everything, you know. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed the video and you liked it. Hello everyone, in this video we're going to attempt the latest front-end mental challenge, which is the NFT preview card component. So let's go ahead and download the files necessary. Start challenge. And we can just say download starter. Okay, and it should download the zip file for me. There we go. So let me get it. It is the NFT preview card component. So I'm just going to extract this folder here, and then I'm going to open up this folder in VS Code. So open in code, and we should get started. We're going to be building this using HTML and CSS because it's basically just simple UI. Okay. So this is what we have. Now I'm going to be using an extension called Live Server. So you can go ahead and install it. The extension is this one right here. It launches a local server with live reload, which is why I love it, because you don't have to keep on manually reloading every time you make a change. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's see what we have in the index.html. So I'm going to right click and I'm going to say open with live server right there. Okay, so this is what we have currently. I'm going to place this to the right and then place this to the left. And we should get started by first checking our design. Let's see what we have in the design. We have the desktop preview and the mobile design. Let's see what we have. Okay, so it looks very simple enough. So we have a background color. We have the background color for the card. We have this image, and then we have the text, which is white. Which is just slightly gray. This is green. This is also the same as this. And then we have an image with a border right here. So that's what we're going to be doing. And now I've just noticed that we're going to need to get some fonts here. So let me check what we have in our style guide markdown file. And these are the primary colors and the neutral colors. And then font size is 18 pixels and the family is called outfit. And we need the 300, 400, and 600 font widths. So let's go ahead and grab these in fonts.google.com. So just open this link. And then before I actually open that link, I want to create a styles.css inside here where we're going to be importing our font. And then what I want to do is just copy all of these colors from here, copy them and then paste them inside here because these are going to be our variables. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab the 300, the 400, and the 600, and then we're just going to import them. So copy this and then we can paste them on top of this. There we go. And then now we need to specify that the body should have a font family of outfit with a font back of sans serif. This is a small u. There we go. Okay, and actually let's specify the font size as well to 18 pixels, just so it's uniform all around. And then we can begin creating our variables. So I'm going to say full colon root, and then just grab all of this and push it upwards, and then I can replace this to be a comment. So this is called soft blue, so dash dash soft blue. That's how you add comments in CSS. Not comments, sorry, but variables with 2 dashes. This is called cyan. This is called main bg, so main dash bg. This is called card bg, so card dash bg. This is the line, and this is white. Okay. So there we go. We should remember to add our semicolons as well, otherwise the variables don't reflect. And there we go. So let's save this for now, and then let's link our CSS file so that we can begin building this out. So let's go ahead into index.js, index.html. Okay, and then actually I can remove this as well. So cut this out, and I'm going to paste it right here because this is the attribution, which is this text right here. And then I'm going to change this to 12 pixels just to make it a bit bigger. And actually it doesn't reload because I haven't linked my CSS file, so remember to do that. So link, and then we're going to say style.css, styles.css, and there we go. So our text changes. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's check our desktop preview. And actually, you know what, I want the mobile preview because it's much more visible. So we have the image on top, so let me get the image, and the image should be this one, equilibrium. Okay, so in index.html I'm going to just grab all of this, and actually it's only this. So I'm going to paste this inside a div with a class of container, and then paste this in. Okay, so the body is going to have a dark background color, and then the container is going to be our slightly light background color, this one right here. and then the container is the one that is going to house this image and then the text. Okay, so we need the image first of all, so let me place this inside an article and then add the image. So image is coming from /images and it's called equilibrium. Okay, and then let me place another article, and this article is going to have an h2 that says what? Let me move this here. So an h2 that says equilibrium, this, and then below this is a paragraph that says this. Cut it out and paste it inside here, and then we have this text. Okay, so this I'm going to place it inside a UL, and this UL is going to have two list items. So the first list item is going to say this, and then the second one is going to say 3 days left. Okay, and I think they have images. Yeah, they do have images. Okay, and then below this we're going to have, okay, so below this is where the line comes in, right? The line comes in, and then this text. Okay, so for this text we're going to have a div, and you know what, I've been using articles, let me use article as well, just so you remain uniform. And this is not inside here, sorry, excuse me. So let me do it outside of this article. So article, and we're going to have an image, right? So we're going to have an image that comes from /images, and it's called the avatar. And then this is going to be a paragraph with the text that says creation of Jules Wyvern. Okay, and then just to change this text a bit, coded by, I'm going to place my name here and then link my website, https://netlify.app. Okay, that should be almost correct, except we don't have these two images. Let me just check what these images are called: Ethereum and clock. Okay, so this first one is going to say img./images/Ethereum, and then this second one is going to say img./images/clock. And I'm using Emmet, that's why I'm able to type in shorthands, and then it just places the code inside for me. Emmet comes pre-installed with VS Code. Okay, so let's save this and let's see what we have. And looking almost amazing. Okay, so let's begin styling this out. Should be easy enough. Let's begin by going inside our CSS, and then let's just target the all selector, and then let's reset the margin to 0, the padding to 0, and the box sizing, set this to border box. Okay, and just in case you're wondering, the reason why you need to reset this is because of this slight margin that we have on the left and right and on the top and bottom. So when we set this to 0, then it's going to remove this slight space. And then it's also going to remove these margins that we have on headers and on paragraphs. And then the padding is going to remove things such as this left padding that we have on list items, which is around 30 pixels. Okay, and the border box, what it does is that it just tells the document that padding should be placed on inside of the elements and margins should be placed on the outsides. That's the CSS box model, so that's why it's important to specify this as well. Okay, and then let's just say that for all the images, the max width should be 100%. You might have noticed that we have a horizontal scroll bar that is being caused by this image, but when we set this to 100%, then it will make sure that it will always fit into the container of the device that you're viewing it on. Okay, and then actually let me take this from here and let me place it here. And then let me target the ULs, and then let's just say list style type to be none. Okay, to remove these two bullets that we have inside here, and that should be fine. So let's save this, and we have that looking fantastic. Now on the body we need to specify a background color, which is called main BG. So background color main BG, there we go. And then the color for this should probably be, which text is it? The text is white. Let me just confirm. This text is white, but it has a slight opacity. So let's do this. Let me grab this, copy this here, and then let me add an opacity of 75%. That is going to be for the text. Actually, let me say 60. Let's say 60. Okay, and then for the paragraphs, what I want to do is the font weight. Font weight is going to be 300, so very light. There we go. Let me just confirm. Okay, and then this is just a bit bold, which is 400, and then this now is 600. Okay, looking amazing, looking amazing. So the next thing that we do need to do is actually let me go inside the body. Actually no, not inside the body, sorry, add a space here. Let me go inside the container, And then for the container, let me have a padding of, let me say 1.25 rems. Okay. And then the container is going to have a background color of, what was it? Card BG. Yes, card BG. There we go. And then let's go inside the body, give this a padding of 1.25 rem as well. 1.25 rem. And actually, you know what? Wait. Yeah, that's actually correct. That's correct. And then let's have a border radius. So border radius of 0. Let's say 0.1 rem. Let me see how that looks. Sorry, not the body, but of the container. Move this downwards. Let's say 0.5. That's much more manageable. Okay, fantastic. Now let's go ahead and let's get this H2. Okay, so the container H2, so container H2 is going to have a color of white. Make it white. Let's say margin of 1 rem at the bottom. Sorry, 1 rem on the top and 0.5 rem on the right and on the left. Wait, what am I doing? This is margin top. This is right. So bottom should also be 0.5 rem. Yeah, there we go. And then 0 on the left because I don't want this left side to have a margin. There we go. Fantastic. Fantastical. Okay. Let's go ahead and grab this UL. So the container UL. Okay. And what I want to do for this UL is I just want to say display flex, underline item center and justify content to space between. Take it to the left and right. Okay. Then let's have a padding of 1 rem at the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right. Let's say 2 rem. Okay. And then let's have border bottom of 1 pixel solid and dash line to be the color. Let's say var dash line. There we go. So that we introduced this line. Looking amazing, looking amazing. And then we need to change this text to be green, right? So we can do that by just saying that container UL and with what I get the list item, which is the first list item. So first child. Okay, first child, and we just want to change the color to, I think it's cyan. Let's just confirm that. Yeah, there we go. It's cyan. Okay. So save that, and there we go. Look at that, looking fantastic, isn't it? And notice how this image is, the image and the text isn't really that aligned. You'd have to zoom in just a bit to look at it, but you know, once you've done it this long enough, then you can just look at it and you can tell. So let's fix that by saying the container ULLI, and then let's say display flex, and notice now they're kind of aligned. Now they're just, the image is just stretched out, right? But I want to say align item center so that the image is no longer stretched out, and now they are perfectly to the center. And then what I want to do is, let's say let's target the container ULLI IMG, so this slide image, and then let's say margin right of 0.2 rem. There we go. Now let's say 0.3 rem, 0.5. Yeah, that's much better. And then let me grab this and move this to the bottom. There we go. Looking fantastic. Okay, so let's go ahead and start this article finally. And for this article, I would need to give this a class name so that I can target it. So class name, sorry, this is class, no longer React. Okay, so this is a class of, let's say, avatar. Now technically I could just use the pseudo class names as I've just done here, but I don't want to do that because sometimes it becomes confusing. So avatar, let's go ahead and target the container with the class of avatar, like so, and then let's say display flex. Okay, and the align item center and justify content to the center. Sorry, not to the center, but to start, right? Because this is aligned to the left, isn't it? Yeah, this is aligned to the left, this is not to the right. Okay, and then let's go ahead and grab the image. So container avatar image, container avatar img. Let's say the width for this should be about 2 rem. Let's see how this looks. Nope, let's say 5. How much is 5? Let's say 4. And then let's have a border of 1 pixel solid and white, like so. And then let's have a border radius of 50%, make it rounded. Fantastic. Now let me make this 2 pixels just so it's more visible. And then for the container avatar class, what I want to do is have a padding top of, what did I have on this UL? I had a padding top of 2 rem. Let's replicate that here. So padding top of 2 rem. Okay, so padding top, and of course you can use margin top as well if you want. You can say margin top and it still works. I just prefer using padding because this is my border. And then let's go ahead and let's go into this. You know, this image is still looking a bit big, so let's say 3 rem. Let's say 3.5. Okay, and then let's say margin right of 0.5 rem. No, let's say margin right of 1 rem. Okay, so that we're going to have this. Now we can target this text, and this text is inside the paragraph. So let me get this to be a span, so that I can change the color of the span to white, because the color is white inside here. So let's go ahead and say dot container dot avatar. Let's target the paragraph and let's target the span, and then let's change the color to white. And there we go. And probably the font weight as well. So font weight to 400. There we go. Just so that it's a bit more bold than the rest of it. And would you look at that? We have this already. Now, technically this works, but when you scale it up, look at what happens. We do not want this to happen. We just want to limit it just a bit, right? So what I'm going to do is, let's first of all go inside this container. So let's go inside this container, and then let's say margin bottom of 1 rem. Okay, just push away this text a bit. And you know what? Let me change this to 16 pixels. Make it a bit bigger so it's more readable. Didn't need to do that. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's begin adding our media queries to make it responsive. So I'm going to say add media for a min width of 500 pixels. Oops. What I want to do is target the container class and give this container a width of 450 pixels. Let's see how this looks. Let's see, look at that. Okay, so I'm already at 500 pixels as my screen is right now, right? So if I try to scale it up, look at what happens. Now it remains the same with the same width, right? But technically we don't want this to happen because we want this to move to the middle, right? So let me see if this will work. So margin of auto. Okay, pushes it back to the center. And then now what we need to do is I just want to say, you know what, not margin auto, I want margin of 0 on the top, and then auto on the left and right. We should push it to the center, and then 1 rem on the bottom, which will push this text downwards as it was before. And technically this works, although I would like to show you something else that you can do. Okay, something else that you can do is this. Okay, you can say, you can remove this. Okay, and then you can say, let's see, you can target the body, right? And then you can say for the body, display flex, align item center, justify content center, and then with the flex direction of column, and then you can set the height to 100 viewport heights, and this will still do this. But technically the reason why I don't like doing this, as you can tell, is that it does something that is hard to explain. Notice how I can scroll to the bottom. Now, even though the container starts right here, that you can tell that this is the container, if I keep on adding more and more content, then this is going to keep on pushing upwards and you won't be able to see the image. So what I mean is this: if I just go right inside here and add a paragraph that says Lauren 500, look at this, look at that. Now look at what happens. Now you can see that there is kind of a mistake here, right? Now that's why I don't like doing that. And in order to fix this, then you can add a margin on the top, so that there's always going to be some margin on the top, but that's a bit of a hassle that I really don't want to get into. Okay, so let's remove this, and then let's go ahead and remove this as well. Okay, so this is just another way to center your divs. By the way, this is a way to center your items if you want to know about it. And then let's bring this back in, and there we go. So this is our preview card component, but let me just confirm something. Is this complete? Where's the preview? Active states. Okay, so we need this active state. Okay, so let's add the active states. So we need the active states on the H2, on the image, and on this text. Okay, so let's go where we had our span, and let's grab this, and then let's say for the span hover, then want the color to go to cyan, like so. Okay, and then we want the cursor to be pointer, so cursor pointer. There we go. Fantastic. Let's target the H2, so that the H2 is right here. copy this. Let's target the hover and set this color to cyan. Let's set the cursor to pointer. There we go, looking fantastic. And then we need to add the same thing on the image. Now for the image, this might be a bit different. Where's the image? Didn't I style the image? I did not. Okay, so let's just say that for the container, and let's say this is a bit hard because we have multiple images in the container and we don't want to target all of them by accident. So let me give this a class of article-main-image, like so that I can target this image. So let's say container-main-image, and then I want to target the img. So let's say, let me try something. So for the hover, and I know this won't work actually, let me just say cursor pointer. This will work for the cursor pointer, but if I try to add a background color, of cyan, then look at this, this doesn't happen anymore, right? Now let me see if I can do this, right? So I would need to add another div somewhere inside here, right? So let me add this div inside here, an empty div, okay? And then let's go ahead into this class of main image. So I'm going to remove this. Okay, so I'm targeting the class of main image, like so. And then I'm going to say position this as relative, like so. And then I'm going to say for the container dot main dash image, dash image. And then I want to target the div inside. Then I want to say position this, position absolute with a background color of cyan, so cyan, like so. And then let's set the width to 100%, and the height, let me set this to, is it height 100% as well or height auto? It confuses me a bit between height 100% and height auto. And then let's say z index, set this to 999 so that it's always on top. And now look at that now. So it's not height 100%. Let me set this to height auto. Now I can't see the div. Now that is actually a bad idea. Let me set the height to 500 pixels first of all. Okay, 500 pixels is right there. Okay. And then let's say, so it's position absolute. So let me set it to the top by 0. There we go. Look at that looking amazing. Now let me test height 100% how it looks. Okay, so height 100% takes up the image only. Okay, and then now what we need to do is we just want the image to be visible. We want the image to be visible when we hover over it, right? So the image, so this background color will need to be cyan, but it will need to be transparent just a bit. So let's copy this, and then let's go here, let's paste this here, and then let's set it to an opacity of 75%. How does that look? Almost there. Let's see. It's almost there. Oh, there's an image in the middle. How did I miss that? So let's set this to height 60, opacity 60, sorry. And the image needs to be in the middle, right? So inside this div, what we're going to do is inside this div, I'm going to add an image, which is ./images, and it should be icon view. Okay, so it goes there. Okay, and what we can do is, let me go inside the styles. Let me see whether I can do this. Sorry, let me see whether these styles are going to apply. So for the image, let me say display flex, align item center, justify content to the center. Where does that go? Goes nowhere because this is positioned absolute, right? So let me try this once again. So let me say position absolute. Okay, let's set it to the left by 50%. Okay, and then let's set it to the top by 50%, which will take it to the center, like so. And then let's reset it because technically this is to the center, but if you draw a line here and then draw a line here, the center meets right around here. Okay, but you don't want it to be here. Instead, you want it to be to the perfect center. So we need to reset this by saying transform and translate on the translate by -50% on the x-axis and -50% on the y-axis. And there we go. Now it's perfectly centered, right? Now when we hover over this, we need the cursor to be pointer. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. First of all, I would need this to be display none, right? So it's not going to be visible. And then when you hover over it, so let me copy this and say for the hover, we just want to say display block. Is that going to work? No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. You know what? Not display none, sorry, but let's say opacity is 0. Okay, and then let's set this to opacity 1. There we go. Would you look at that? And now I don't want this pop-up. So let's first of all, let's add a cursor pointer, and then let's add a transition, right? So let's say transition the opacity property by 0.5 seconds, and then let's say is in out. And look at that. Wonderful. Would you look at it? This is looking quite nice. The transition is just a bit slow. So let me set this to 0.3 seconds. Just to make it just a bit faster. Okay, looking amazing. Now I've just noticed that, notice how the image ends right here, but this background color goes all the way there, right? So there's a bit of like an overlap. So let's try and fix that by going to the height and saying CSS has a function called calculate, right? So we can say calculate 100% of the image minus 10 pixels. Let's see how this looks. That's too big. Let's say minus 4 pixels. Yeah, there we go. So 4 pixels works. And would you look at that, looking amazing. So yeah, this is going to be this project. So what I want to do is now create a GitHub repository, and then we're going to push it to Netlify, and then we're going to submit it. So let's go ahead and let's create a repository called NFT preview card component. So this is going to be the repository in case you want to take a look at it. It's going to be public, okay? So NFT preview card component, let me log into Netlify, and then let's copy this, and then let's create our commit. Okay, fantastic. So let's go ahead, let's do this. Okay. So let's say git, let's say git init, let's say git remote, let's say git at all, let's say git commit, and let's say NFT preview card component initial commit. Let's say git remote add origin, and then let's paste in our link, and let's say git push -u origin main, which will push it to the main branch. Okay, so let's reload this and let's see what we have. Okay, so this is going to be our repository, and then let's just log in. This repository is called NFT preview card. So let's say new site from Git. We're going to get it from GitHub. Okay, and it's called NFT preview. Okay, and then we're going to select this repository, and then let's just say deploy, which is deploy site. Okay, as that loads, let me go into Frontend Mentor. Let me change this site name first of all. So change this site name to TSB Designs, let's say NFT preview. Okay, and the site should be live. There we go. Would you look at that, looking amazing. Within seconds we have our live site. So let's go ahead and let's say submit solution. So repository URL, live URL. So this is the live URL. The repository URL is this right here. So paste this in, and then let's say NFT preview card component. Let's say mobile first. There we go. Okay, and we have this, and we can say submit solution, and let's see whether it works. Okay, would you look at that? So we have that, we have submitted our solution. We can view our solution, we can preview the site, or we can go to the repository, and it is looking amazing. Let's see how accurate we got. Oops, not so accurate, but hey, it works. Ours is just a bit bigger, but it looks nice as well. Hello everyone, today we're going to be doing the social media dashboard with theme switcher. So we're going to be creating a dark mode toggle for this application, and we're going to be using Tailwind CSS and Tailwind CSS because it now ships with a dark mode feature. As we begin, then please subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and ring the notification bell so that you're always going to be notified of when I upload a new video. So you can head over into frontendmeta.io/challenges and you can download this challenge. So I'm just going to click on restart, and then I'm just going to say get started, and I'm going to say download the starter files here. And so once you download the starter files, you can navigate into your downloads folder and you'll find a zip file right here called social media dashboard with theme switcher, which I'm just going to right click, and then I'm going to say extract here, which is going to extract into a new folder called social media dashboard. And then I'm just going to right click once again and say open with code. And now what I'm going to do is, and actually what I've already done is that I've already canvassed a new React application by saying npx create react app right here, and I've called the app social media dashboard. So you can go ahead and you can run this command to create a new React application for you. Now, if you're trying to run this command and it's giving you an error, then probably you should check whether you have npx installed by saying npx -- version, and it should give you the version of npx that you're currently running, and I have version 8.15, and then you can also say npm -- version, and it should be the same version as your npx, and then you can also say node -- version. Now, if none of these commands are working, then you should head over into nodejs.org and download and install Node.js on your machine, and then you should be able to run these commands. So once that is done, then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cd into my newly created folder called social-media dashboard, and then I'm just going to open Visual Studio Code into this folder by saying code dot, and then I can close this down. And so once I close that down, then I'm going to place this to the left, and I'm going to place my extracted folder to the right because I want to do a bit of copying and pasting. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the style guide, the readme template, the index HTML, the images, and the design, and I'm just going to right click and say copy. And then in my React application, then I'm just going to right click and say paste. And then I'm going to go inside my gitignore, and I'm going to select everything inside here. And then inside my React application gitignore, then I'm going to go to the bottom. Now I can place this to be full screen, and I can just paste this in, and then I can change this to line 29, and I can change this to line 35 and 36. So I'm going to save this, and this is going to be where we're going to be working. Now what I want to do is I want to open up the desktop design inside here, so the desktop design, and you know what, I'm actually going to build the light theme first of all. Okay, so this is the light theme, and then we have the dark theme right inside here. So let's start with the light theme first, and what I'm going to do is I just want to close this because we have already copied all the files that we need. So just close this, and then I can go ahead, and this can remain open for a moment because we're going to be running our application on localhost 3000. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to head over into tailwindcss.com, and inside Tailwind CSS I'm going to go into the framework guides, and I'm going to say create React app because I want to install Tailwind CSS in my React application. So I'm going to copy this command here, and then using Ctrl and J, I'm going to open up my integrated terminal and then paste this in and let this run. And then I'm going to go ahead and copy this second command. So copy this, and then once this finishes running, then we're just going to paste it in and continue installing it. Okay, so let's paste this in, which is going to create a Tailwind config file and a post CSS config file right here and right here. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, and then inside my Tailwind config file, I can now close my terminal. I'm just going to paste it inside here, inside these square brackets. Save it. And then now I can copy these 3 lines into my index.css, which is the entry file for my CSS. So inside the index.css right on top of this, I'm just going to paste this in and save it. And then now we can start our dev server. But before we start our dev server, what I want to do is I want to go ahead and check inside my style guide markdown file for this font that we're going to be using. Where is it? Here it's called Enter. We're using the 400 and 700 font weights. So I'm just going to say Control and click to open this link. and then we are going to search for inter. So we have inter, we want the 400 and 700 font weights. So the regular 400, and then we want the bold 700. We can just use the import tab and copy this, and then inside our index.css, so back inside our index.css, on top of this I'm just going to paste this in. So save this, and then we can change the body here to now have a font family of inter with a fallback of sans serif right there. And then we can remove the margin here because Tailwind CSS resets some of the styles. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm also going to remove this, and now below this I'm going to access all the ULs, and I'm going to set the ULs to have a list style type of none because I don't want bulleted lists. And let me see, we have images. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to access all the images again, and I'm going to have the images to have a max width of 100%, meaning they shouldn't overflow outside of the device width. And then let's see this toggle, we're going to create it, and I think we can work with this. In case of any other styles, then we are going to add them in. Now what I'm going to do next is this. I'm going to go inside my source folder, and I'm going to delete the app.css, the app.test.js, the logo, the report with vitals, and the setup tests because we don't really need them. So delete them, and then inside the app.js I'm going to remove these two lines because we have deleted these files, and then I'm going to remove the header inside here, and then I'm just going to return an h1 that says hello world, like so. And then inside my index.js I'm going to remove this on the bottom because we've deleted this file, and remove this as well and save it. And then we are going to delete this markdown file. So this one we're going to delete it, so right click and delete, and then we're going to rename this into the readme. So this is going to be our readme because this is the one that is provided to us by Frontend Mentor. So you can close this, and then now let's check for what else we need. We need the images here, so the Facebook, Instagram, So what I'm going to do is, see this favicon, I'm just going to open the public folder, and then I'm going to drag and drop this favicon inside here, so that now I can delete the favicon.ico, and then inside the index.html I'm going to change this into favicon-32 times 32.png, so that it's now going to use the favicon from Frontend Mentor. And then I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it inside here as well. So paste it here, and do we need to paste it anywhere else? No, we don't. And then now let's just change this title into, let me see what we have in the index.html. So Frontend Mentor, and then the challenge name. So copy this, and then inside our index.html here, paste this in, and then just say social media dashboard with theme switcher, and save this. And then we can remove these comments, and then we can remove this one as well, and then we can remove this. And then you know what, for the meta description here, I just want to copy this title and then paste it here inside the meta description. And then we can change this into F1, which is a very slight gray for the theme color. And yeah, once we have this, then we can close this down. We can close this down, and then let's see. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the entire images folder, so just drag it and drop it inside the source folder, so that now the images are going to be accessible inside our source folder, and that is going to be quite important. So now once we have this, then I think we are ready to go, and we can just go ahead and open our terminal, and then you can say npm run start, which is going to spin up our dev server on localhost 3000. So once our dev server spins up, then you can see that we have hello world on the top left. So now we can begin building our application, and what I've done is I've opened up a new desktop so that I can switch between my image here and our code. It becomes a bit easier for me. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to open this up, place this to the right, and then place this to the left. And then actually let me see how this is structured. So what I'm going to do for this is that probably I think I can even place all of this to be inside the app.js. I don't know whether that's a good idea, but I think because all of this is static, so I think I can place it to be inside the app.js, all of it. Or I can create a component for the header here, and then I can create a component for the followers, and then I can create another one for the today. That might be the way to go, because it becomes much easier to manage what we are seeing. I think I will do that. So let's go ahead and create a components folder. So inside the source folder, I'm going to right click and say new folder, call this components, and then I'm going to call the first component header.js, and then the second component I'm going to call this followers.js, and then the third one I'm going to call this, actually what's it called, overview. Let me call it overview. So new file overview.js, and then I'm just going to say RFC inside here, and I'm using an extension called ES7. Let's see, where is it? Here, it's called ES7 plus React Redux React native snippets, and you can go through this if you want. And you can, by the way, you don't have to use this extension, but I use it because I don't like repeating all this every single time, you know. So I can just say RFC to generate a function component for me, as you can see right here, or I can say RAFCE to create this kind of component, and so on and so forth. So that's why I have it inside here. So just say RFC, and then it's going to create this, and then inside the header.js I'm going to say RFC as well. Save this, and then inside the followers.js say RFC, and then save it. And then now what I'm going to do is inside the app.js I'm going to import the three components on top. So I'm going to say import header from ./components/header, and then just copy this down twice, import followers, and then import overview. So overview. And then once we have that, then I'm going to remove this so that we're going to be turning a React fragment. And then inside here, let me say this, I'm going to say let's return a section, and then inside this section we're going to have the header first of all, and then we're going to have the followers, and then we are going to have the overview. So overview, and then you can save this, and on the screen we should see header, followers, and overview, and then I can place this to the left. So now let's go inside the header.js, and then inside here, instead of returning just a div, we're going to structure this out to return a header element, and then inside here we're going to have a div, and then this div is going to say, let me give this an h1 that says social media dashboard. So let's say an h1 that says social media dashboard. Is it capitalized? Okay, capitalized. And then below this I'm going to have a paragraph. Let's see, I'm going to have a paragraph that says what does it say? Total followers 23004. So total followers 23004. Okay, and then outside of this div I'm going to have a button, and you know what, it's not even a button, this is going to be our toggle. Now for the toggle I'm going to do something cheesy, and I'm going to just copy and paste, because I don't have like I always forget how to do this. So I have some piece of code that I'm going to be copying and pasting from my GitHub. So once you have that, then let's go ahead and do this. Once you have our header here, then I want to go inside the h1 and style this out. So I'm going to give this a class name of font bold, font dash bold, and I'm going to say text dash 2xl, and margin bottom 1 to push it away from the paragraph just a bit. And then I'm going to say what's it, actually let me save this first. Yeah, change the color, so text slate dash 800. Now something that I should mention, I'm going to be using the colors from Tailwind CSS according to how I see them from this design. So if you want to use the actual colors for this application, then you can go into your style guide markdown file, and these are the colors right here for the dark theme and the light theme. So you can use this if you want, but I'm going to be using the Tailwind CSS colors. And then inside the paragraph here, I'm going to give this a class name of text dash slate dash, let's say about 500, and font dash bold. Save this. Let me see how this looks. How does that look? Almost. Let's say 600, and then let's remove the margin bottom one here. It's a bit too big. And then inside the header, and you know what, not even inside the header, let me do this. Let me go inside the section. So inside the app.js, inside this section, give this a class name of padding all round of 5 to push all the components inside. And we're going to have that. And then now I can go back inside the header, and I can do this. Inside the header, I'm going to say give this a class name of flex, and items dash center and justify dash between, so that these two elements, the div and the toggle that we're going to create, are going to be placed side by side and to the end. And you're going to see that once we add our toggle. But for now, we can go ahead and create our followers cards, So inside here, I'm going to return a section, and this section is going to be as follows. Let me see. So we have 4 cards, so 1, 2, 3, 4. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create the first card, and then I'm just going to do a bit of copying and pasting for the others. So let's go ahead and do this. Inside this section, we're going to have an article, and this article has an image on top. As you can see, it starts with the image and then the name of the person. So we are going to do this. Instead of just the image, because I've seen that it's the image and then the name of the person afterwards, then I'm going to turn a UL with 2 list items. So li times 2, and this first list item is going to be our image img. The source for this image is going to be Facebook, which we're going to import the alt attribute in case the image fails to load. Then I just want to display Facebook on the screen. And then the second one is going to be the name of the person. So at Nathan, what is his name? Nathan F. And then now let's go ahead and import this image. So I'm going to say import Facebook from // images / icon dash Facebook .svg. Let me just confirm that that's its name. So icon facebook.svg. So we are importing this image. And then below, let me see, below this UL, let's see what we have. We have 1987 followers. I'm going to place in an H2 here. And then I'm going to say 1987, and then place in a span, and the span is going to be this text below it. So followers. So followers. And then below this, what do we have? We have a positive, we have an icon here. This is also an icon. See this triangle, and then we have 12 today. Okay, so we're going to do this. We're going to say place in a paragraph, and then inside this paragraph we're going to place in an image. The image, I'm going to say, let me see what's it called, icon up. So I'm just going to call it up. So up, and then because this is decorative, then I don't need to have an alt attribute, so I can just remain empty. And then the text is just going to say 12 today. And then let's import this image. So just copy this down and then just say icon up. So Control D to select both texts and just say up from icon up. And then we're going to have 12 today. And then do we need anything else? No, we do not. We only need this thingy on top, which I'm going to add. So save this, and then let's see what we have on the screen. If it's going to reload. Okay, so now you can see that we have this one article on the screen with these images. So let's go ahead and let's begin styling this out. So what we're going to do is inside this article, we're going to give this a class name of bgslate-100. Let me see how this looks. A very slate color, and actually that's the background. Oh, I've just noticed something. Look at this right here. There's a background. Like the bottom is white, but right here there's a background. I didn't capture that. Let me see how it looks on the mobile screen. Where's the mobile? The mobile also has it very slight. Okay, so we need to add in that. Yeah, this is much more visible. See this background right here? Very slight background. Oh, and actually I structured this wrongly. Okay, so I structured this wrongly. We're going to fix it, don't worry. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this then. Let's do this. So bgslate 100, I'm going to change this to 200. Let me see how this looks. And 200 because I want the background to be 100. I think that should be correct. Because this is a bit darker. This is a bit darker than this. So we're going to do this. Inside here, let's just continue styling this out for a moment. Let's say padding all round of 5. Let's say rounded of dash large. Let's add a slight box shadow. We don't need to have it in, but we can add it in so that it's just a bit pronounced. And then let's change the box shadow to slate-200 as well to give it like a blurry feel to it. Or let me say slate-50 so that it's not so visible. And then we're going to do this. Let's go inside this UL, give this UL a class name. of flex and items dash center and justify dash center, and then let's say text center as well, which is going to move it to the center. And then let's go inside this image, give this a class name of margin right of 2 to push away from the text a bit. And then let's go inside this text. For the li, give this a class name of text dash small and text dash slate dash, let's say 700. Let me see how this looks. Oh, and it's bold, so font bold, font dash bold. How does that look? Fantastic. Let me change it to 600 just to see. 600 works as well. And then let's go ahead inside this h2, give this h2 a class name of text dash 4xl, let me say 5xl, and font dash bold, and text dash slate dash 800. I used 800 on the header, so let's continue using 800. We're going to have this, and then we're going to say text dash center. And then now let's go inside the span, give this span a class name of text dash base, and I want it to be a block element so that it goes to the next line. So block, and then let's say text dash slate dash 600 and font dash normal. Yes, that's the class, so font normal. And then let me say I want it to be uppercase with a bit of letter spacing, so tracking widest. Let me see how this looks, and look at that. So let me say text small instead of text base to make it just a bit smaller. And then back inside the h2, I want to add a margin y of 5 to push away from the image here as well as from this text on the bottom. And then now we can go inside this paragraph, give this a class name of text dash center to push it to the center. And then I'm going to give this a class name of text dash emerald dash 500. Let me see how this looks. Almost the same color. Let me say 600. Almost the same color as this. And then now what I'm going to do is inside here, because I want this to be centered as well, I'm going to display flex on it, which is going to place them side by side, as you can see. And then item center is going to make sure that this image doesn't pull all the way to the end, as you can see. And then I'm going to say justify center, which is going to push it to the center. And then inside this image, I'm going to give this a class name of margin right of 2 to push it away from the text as well. And then let me go back inside the paragraph and let me say text dash small on it to reduce the size just a bit. And you know what, this image can be bigger, so let me say width dash 5. Let me see how this looks. Nope, let me say width dash 2, dash 3. Yeah, dash 3 is much better. Now you can see that this is going to be our first article. So what I'm going to do is inside this section, I'm going to give this a class name of padding y of 10 to push away from this header as well as from the overview. Just increase the spacing here. And then we are going to add a second article. So just copy this article, paste it here. And when you save it, then it should appear. But you can see that it doesn't have any space. So I'm going to go back inside the section and I'm going to display grid on it. So I'm going to say display this as a grid with grid columns dash 1 to begin with a gap of, let's say, gap of 8, which is going to separate these two articles. And then on medium screens, I'm going to say grid columns dash 2. And then on large screens, I'm going to say grid cols dash 4. So on large screens, we're going to have 4 columns. Now look at this. When I increase the screen to past 768 pixels, which is the medium screens here, as you can see, when I hover over it, I have the actual Tailwind CSS class. Oh, by the way, I should mention this extension. The extension is called Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. Here, it was built by Tailwind Labs, which also builds Tailwind CSS, and it just gives you suggestions of the Tailwind classes that you can have. So it's quite nice, as you can see. And then when you hover over certain classes, in fact all the classes, then it's going to show you what that class is actually made of, as you can see, such that now when I hover over the MD, then you can see that the MD here, I've defined it to be 768 pixels, which is the default. So place this back to the side. And then now look at this. When I increase this past 768 pixels, then it's going to display as 2 grids. And then when I increase it to large screens, then you can see that now it's going to be 4 grids. Now the third grid is here and then the fourth grid is here, but you can't see anything because we are not rendering anything to the screen. So let's go ahead and add the 2 articles that are remaining. And you know, let me actually change the text first, otherwise I'm going to forget it. And the image, it says Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. So let's import these images. So copy this down. So copy Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. then just say Control D and say Twitter, and then this one Instagram, and then this one is going to say YouTube. And those are the images that we're going to be importing. So the second article here now says Twitter, and the text here says what? At Nathan F. The text remains the same. So here says 10:44 and 99 today. So that's the only thing we're changing. So here says 10:44, and then here says 99, and the styles remain the same. So that now I can just go ahead and copy this article, copy this one. Let me copy it 2 more times. So 1 and 2, and then this third one that ends here. So the third one here now says Instagram. The image is going to be coming from Instagram, and the handle is what? At real Nathan F. So at real Nathan F. And then the text says what? 11k followers and 10.99 today. So here 11k, is it small or capital? Small. So 11k followers and 10.99 today. So 10.99 today. And then the follower one says YouTube, and then the text says Nathan F. Nathan F. And then the H2 says 8239 subscribers and minus 144. So 8239 subscribers, 8239, and then this now says subscribers, and then minus 144. So 144, and then now this image now is going to change into the down arrow, and then the text is not going to be saying emerald, it's going to say rose to change it into red. And then we actually need to import this image, which is going to be just copying this downwards and then changing this into down. So Control D and say down, and then we can save this, and now look what we're going to have on the screen. So there we go. So at real Nathan and we have that as well. Wait a minute, is this text bold? It's bold. I didn't realize that. So let's go ahead inside this paragraph, and then right here, let's just say font dash bold, and then copy this class. Oops. Copy this and paste it here. Where is it? Here. And then go ahead and paste it here as well. And then go ahead and paste it here, so that the text is going to be bold. There we go. There we go. And now we can increase this to larger screens, and you'll see that now our responsiveness is working as expected. And of course, I now want to limit this so that it doesn't go all the way to the end. So what I'm going to do is inside my app.js, inside the section, I'm going to give this a max width of, let me say 4XL, and then I'm going to say MX Auto, which is going to align them to the center by placing equal margins on the left and right. And this is too small, as you can see. Let me say 6XL. So 6XL. Is that big? This still looks small to me. So let me say, what does it go to? Does it go to 8XL? I don't think there's 8XL, so 7XL. I think 7XL is better. If this still doesn't work, then Tailwind also has a class called container, and it just limits everything, and it's much better. You can see that if I zoom out, then it looks quite nice. And you know what, probably I'm going to use container because I think it looks bigger and much better. Now let's go ahead and create our overview, which is going to be basically almost the same thing. So inside the overview.js, we're going to do this. We're going to return a React fragment, and inside here we're going to return a section, and this section is going to be as follows. Let me just see the followers that we have, and let me see, we have page views, So once again, we are going to create one article, and then we're going to do copying and pasting for the rest. So overview today, we need to import the Facebook, the Instagram, the Twitter, and the YouTube. And we're going to do that by doing this. We're going to go inside the followers on top, and then we're going to copy all these images, copy them. And inside here, we're just going to paste them in because we're going to be using the same images anyway. And then the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to be returning an article. This article is going to what? It says overview today. So so it says overview today on top. So let me say on top of this, we're going to have an H2 that says overview dash today. And then inside this article, we're going to say this. We're going to say, I'm just thinking of the structure. So I'm going to have this like inside a paragraph and then the image. and then we're going to have this inside, like maybe a UL, or maybe you can just have ULs for both of them. I can have a UL that says page views and this and the image, and then another UL that says 87 and the image and the text here. So let me say UL. This UL is going to have two list items. The first one says page views, and then the second list item is going to be an image. The source for the image is Facebook. The alt attribute is going to be Facebook. You know what, I've just realized I didn't change the alt attribute for these others. Let me see where we have Facebook here. The alt is Facebook, but for this one, the alt, I want this to be Twitter. And then for the third one here, I want this to be Instagram. And then for the fourth one, I want this to be YouTube. There we go. So save this. And I've just realized that I haven't added the top borders, so we're going to add them in a moment. So let's go ahead back into our overview. This second one is going to say Facebook. And then we're going to have another UL with two list items. This one says 87, and then this one is going to say an image. The source for this image is going to be the up arrow. And then below this, we're going to have a text that says 3%. So save this to be the first one, and then let's see what we have on the screen. Let me place this back to the left, this to the right. Squeeze it. And we're going to have this for our article. So let's go ahead and begin styling this out. So inside the article, give this a class name of bg slate-200, padding around of 5 with a rounded border with a slight box shadow, with a box shadow that says shadow slate-50. Let's save this. We're going to have that. Let's go inside the page views. Let's give this a class name of text slate-600 and font-bold. Let me see. Okay, let me change it to small text, so text SM. That's too small. Let me just have it to be the base text. Let me see. Okay, and then now let's go inside this UL, give this a class name of flex and items-center and justify-between to push it to the end to end, like so. And then inside this UL, I'm going to have a margin bottom of 5 to push it away from this one. Okay, and then let's go inside this second list item, give this a class name of font-bold and text-slate-800. Let's say text-3XL. Let me see. Let's say 4XL. Make it just a bit bigger. 4XL. Let's go inside this second list item. And now let me go inside the UL first of all, give this a class name of flex and items-center, justify-between to push it to the end. And then I can go inside this second list item, give this a class name of flex once again and items-center. And let's see what we have. We have that. And then I'm just going to say, let me see what justify start does. Justify start. Okay, nothing. So we can have it in, or we can remove it, by the way. So let me just remove it. And then inside this image, inside the list item, let me change the text to emerald-600. I think I used 600 for these ones, right? And then let's say font-bold and text-small. And then inside the image, let's give this image a class name of width-3 to increase its width to be just the same width as this one. And then let's say margin right of 2, not 22, to push away from the text just a bit. And you can see that we have our first overview here. And then let's style this h2 on top. So inside this h2, let's give this a class name of text-slate-600. Let's say font bold. Let's say margin bottom of 8. And then let's say, what am I missing? Let's save this. Let me see. Yeah, increase its font size. So text-4XL. That's too big on mobile. So let's say text-2XL. And then for medium screens, let's say text-3XL. Okay, let me reduce this to margin bottom 5. There we go. Okay, now let's go ahead and let's copy this article. So copy this article one more time just to see how it's going to look. So we're going to have this, and the second one still says Facebook. So likes Facebook, then 52, then -2. So likes, this one says likes, it's still the Facebook icon. This one says 52, and then this is going to be the down arrow, so down, and then now this is going to say rose instead of emerald, and then this is going to say 2%. Save this, and this is going to be our second article. And then now I can go inside the section which begins right here, and then I can give this section a class name of grid, and grid columns -1 to begin on mobile with a gap of 8. And then let's see, for medium screens I'm going to say grid columns -2, and then for large screens I'm going to say grid columns -4, so that now it's going to be spaced out just a bit. And you know what I've just realized, just so that the layout looks uniform, I'm going to increase the padding on the left and right to 8, because I've been using a gap of 8 here, which it's as though that this gap is greater than this one, and it's not even as though it is greater than this one, so it looks just a bit squeezed in. So what I'm going to do is inside the app.js, I'm going to change this into padding all around of 8, so that now the gaps are going to be uniform all around. So back inside the overview, let me see, we have Facebook. The next one is going to be which one? The Instagram likes, so 54, 62, and 22, 57. I'm not even going to remember those numbers. Why did I even bother? So copy this down once, change this into Instagram, change this alt text into Instagram, change this into, what was it? So 54, 62, and 22, 57. 54, 62, and 22, 57. And then this is going to say text emerald, and then this is going to show the up arrow. And then save this. Let's see what we have for the Instagram. So we have that, okay. And then let's go ahead and do the fourth one. So the fourth one is still Instagram, so profile views, so 52K and 1375. So copy this article. So this one says 1375, so 1375 and 52K. Oops, 52K. Let's see, it's still showing the up arrow, and we are showing the, what was it? The profile views. Save this, and we have the profile views on the bottom. And then next we have the retweets, the likes. So let me go ahead and copy this article one more time. So copy. And if you're wondering why I just don't copy all the articles at once, it's because it's going to confuse me. So this is going to say retweets. This is going to say Twitter. And then this is also going to say Twitter. And then let's go ahead and say the numbers, say 117 and 303. So 117 and 303. And then let's go ahead and just paste in this article one more time. Next, we are going to say the likes and 507, 553. So 507 and oops, and 553. And then this text is going to say, what was it? I forgot. The likes. So likes. Wait a minute. I'm doing something wrong. Oh, I hadn't saved it. Okay. Yeah, okay. Let's go ahead and do now the likes and the total views. So we have YouTube next. Is one of them, or both of these are red? So both of these are red. So let me copy this second article for the likes. So the likes should be Facebook likes. Where is it? Here. So this article, copy this because it has the red text here. That's why I'm copying it. And then below this article, let me place it 1 and 2 for the YouTube. Change this into, what was it? Likes and 107.19. So likes. This should say YouTube. The alt attribute is going to say YouTube. Well, what is it? 107 was it? And 19. Yeah. So 107 and 19. And then this next one says what? Total views. So total views. This says YouTube as well. And then the alt attribute says YouTube. This is going to say 1407 and 12. So 1407 and 12. And save this, and we should have our two last articles right there. Fantastic. And then now all we need to do, and actually we already added the media query. Right, there we go. And by the way, this is the class of container. See how now like it never pushes to the end. We added padding on the left and right, yes, but like it never pushes to the end because of the class of container. And then now on large screens, look at this, it's going to restructure. There we go. And then this is how it looks on large screens. Fantastic. And then now let's go ahead and do this. Now that we have both our articles, and I'm seeing that it's not so stretched out. So let me change the class of container here in the app.js, and let me just have it to max with -7XL. I think 7XL is the maximum that it can go, so that we're going to have this. Now, let's go, and I feel like reducing this text. I really feel like reducing it. Yeah, I really feel like reducing this text. So let's go ahead and do this. Inside the overview, the text is, where is it? This one. So text slate -800 with a text of 4XL. So I'm going to select this text 4XL, and I'm going to say Control D, which is going to select the next one. Is that correct? Yes. And then I'm just going to say Control D for the rest of them, and then just say text -3XL, which is going to reduce the font size. There we go. That's much better. And I've realized that this text is black, but I've been using slate, so you know it doesn't really matter all that much, because like you can see the UI still looks the same. It's just the colors that are just a bit different. And so next what we're going to do is this. I'm going to go into my GitHub profile and look for the toggle. So let me go into GitHub, and I have a repository that we did for the project the other day that is called profile card. No, it's called pricing component. And inside pricing component, where did I put the toggle? Is it in reactjs? Let me see. The toggle is this one right here. This div here. So I'm just going to copy this div, and then inside our header, I'm going to paste it below this. And then of course we don't have these. We don't have this state value, so I'm going to remove this for now. I'm going to remove them for now, and then I'm also going to remove this label. Remove this label, and we also don't need this label, and we don't need the margin bottom 10 here, so remove it. And then let me see, what else don't we need? We have the input, okay. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to also grab the CSS for it. So inside the, where is it, the index.css, I'm going to go ahead and copy the toggle. So the toggle here, copy it all the way to here. So copy this, and then inside our index.css, I'm just going to paste it below this. Okay, now let's see. Let me just confirm what we need. We have the class of label, and this should be now class name, by the way, don't forget. So class name. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I made a mistake. This was a React project. And I used class here. This should say class name. If you built this project, I did not capture this. This should say class name, not class. So let's just confirm that we have everything inside here. So class name label. So we need the label, we need the toggle, and the checkbox. Save this. Let me see, we need the logo. We don't need the name. We need the label, the checkbox, the toggle. Okay, so save this, and we should have something on the screen right inside here. We have our toggle here. Okay, we're just going to change these colors in a moment. So now let's go ahead and style this toggle to be looking like in the design. So let's go ahead and do this. Back inside our index.css, we want to change this background here. So the background, I'm just going to cut this out, and I'm going to be using a tailwind class called @apply. A tailwind directive, not a tailwind class. So @apply, and I'm going to be applying a background of slate-300. Let me see. There we go. So this is going to be our background. And then when we click it, when it is active, then you want to change this to let me see, to this linear gradient. See this linear gradient, and let me see if I can do that correctly. So where is it? Where is it? The label, the checked, the label. Let me see. I'm going to access the dot checkbox. When it is checked, then I want to access the dot label, and I'm going to say give this, let me say at apply. Let me just try something. At apply bg red dash 500. Let me see first of all if that will even work. Okay, so it works. So now I want to add it, I want to make it a linear gradient. So I'm going to say bg gradient dash to right, so to the right, and I want to start from bg dash slate dash 900, and I want it to go to bg dash cyan dash, let me say dash 500, and I want it to pass, so via, oh, let me place it to the end, so via emerald dash 400. Let me see how this looks. It says make sure it is defined is here, so it should say from slate, it's not from bg slate, so from slate 900. Let me see, that will work. Oh, that looks ugly. What are these colors? You know what, I can just add this in as a linear gradient. I don't know why I'm even bothering this. So inside the style guide, we should have a linear gradient somewhere here. So this is the linear gradient. So let me just copy this. And then inside the index.css, let me remove all this. Now I'm just saying background, set this into linear gradient. Actually, I can just paste this in. So linear gradient, change the to, place in a comma. And then let me grab these colors. So cut this out. And then I'm going to say linear gradient and then paste this in. And then I'm going to say this is to the right. So to right. What's the directive? Is it to right or to dash right? Okay, there we go. To right, let me see. Doesn't work. Does not work. So let me change this into 120 degrees. Oh, I'm doing something wrong. Am I? I am doing something wrong. 120 degrees. How do you add a linear gradient? I mean, I've just can't even think. Let's go back into my GitHub. Let me see. How do you add a linear gradient? I mean, I've just deleted the line, man. So linear gradient 90 degree comma. Okay. So 120 degree comma. I was missing a comma. There we go. There we go. Now in the design, this ball looks just a bit smaller, but that involves messing up with the styling a bit. Do I want to do that? So let's go ahead and just reduce the size of this ball, and we're going to do this. So the ball is right here, the width is 22 and the height is 22 to make it square. So let me reduce it to 18 or 18 pixels. Let me see. So 18 pixels is just a bit smaller. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm also going to reduce the width of this checkbox, and the width is where here should be it. Let me reduce this to, I've reduced it by from 22 to 18, so that is 4. Let me reduce it to 46 here. Oh, wait a minute, that is the width. I want to reduce the height, so reduce this to 22. Let me see, there we go. And then I want to move this inwards a bit, because you can see that the end here, the space at the end is just a bit bigger than the one at the beginning. So I want to move it inwards just a bit. And you know what, let me go inside here, push it to the left to 4 pixels, push it inwards. And then actually that looks fine. That looks fine. But then I want to increase this height to, let me say 23 pixels. Let me see. Messes it up just a bit, but just a bit, so that it's negligible. So that now if I increase this to 2.5, then it should be okay. It's even not visible. So let me say 3 pixels. No, let me say 2.5. 2.5 I think was fine. Yeah. 2.8 still bothering me. it's still bothering. Can't I add, wait, or I can't add decimals here. 2.9. Oh, I don't think I can add decimals. How did I not know that? How did I not know that? Okay. So this is going to be our dark mode toggle, and I've just realized that it has a text. It has some text here that says this is going to be HTML for checkbox. It has text that says dark mode. I just realized that, so the text should be here. As you can see in the design, the text is right here. Now let me show you something interesting about Tailwind CSS. First of all, let me style this to be better looking. Let me go inside here, give this a class name of font bold and text slate 600 and text dash small. So we're going to have this. There we go. And let me change the cursor to pointer. So cursor dash pointer. So that when I hover over it, then it's going to be showing a clickable icon, a clickable cursor, meaning it's clickable. Now, something interesting about Tailwind CSS is that you can add dark mode classes within your JSX or your HTML if you're dealing with HTML. And you can do that easily by just going, for example, I'm just going to go inside this first article, inside the followers. So I want to target this article. And inside here, see how we give it a BG slate of 200. I can go ahead and add a dark mode class here and say that when dark mode is activated, then I want the BG to be slate-900. And now look at this. I don't have dark mode yet, but if I go ahead and change my system preferences into dark mode, then this is going to have a background of slate-900. Now watch this. Let me just go ahead and change my settings. Okay, so I've now changed my system preference into dark mode. Now look at this. Now that it is dark mode, then this has a dark mode, has the dark mode color applied to it because I applied a theme that when I have dark mode activated, then the color should change into slate. Now if I change this into green, so if I say emerald-500, then I should see this to change into green. There we go. Because by default, the dark mode color scheme here uses the what's it called, the prefers color scheme from CSS, meaning it's going to check for your system preferences and then apply the correct classes. But since we are going to be creating a toggle here, then I want this to be inside the application itself and not inside, not dependent on whether the user has dark mode activated or not. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this and change this back into slate, and then inside our Tailwind config file here, then what how are you doing it? I've forgotten how I was doing it. There we go. So let's Google how we add Tailwind, how we add dark mode to Tailwind CSS. I've forgotten. Let me see, where's the search box here? Let's see dark mode manually. Okay, so module.exports, we have dark mode and set this into class. So module, where is it? Here. So right below this, we can say dark mode and then set this into class, meaning now it's going to be dependent on the classes that we add. Where is it? Followers. So now we are going to be able to create a toggle for it when we click on this, and you can see that now that I've set it to class, then it disappears. So what I'm going to do is, just to be on the safe side, is that I'm going to close my server, shut it down, so Control and C, and then I'm going to restart it. And the reason I'm doing that is because I've changed a setting in the config file, and it is usually recommended that when you change settings in config files or .env files and so on and so forth, then you shut down your server and restart it, just to be on the safe side. So let's go back into followers, and we have this. So let this open up first of all, and then we can continue. So once our server restarts, you can see that we have the same application running with not much functionality. So the first thing that I'm going to do is, I think I want to work on this toggle so that we can actually add in our classes and you can see how it looks. So let me just figure out how I'm going to do that. I'm going to go inside the header, and then I'm going to say this. I want that when I click on this, it toggles a function called handle toggle dark mode, or handle toggle theme. Let me say handle toggle theme. Or you know what, you can just call the function toggle theme. I mean, really. So toggle theme, and then let's go ahead and create this function. And the function we're going to say const handle theme is equal to an arrow function. And then we're going to say this. When we click on this, then we're going to say body dot class list dot add, and we're going to be adding the class of dark. And note it's not even add, we're going to be toggling it, so that when I click on it twice, then it's going to go back into the theme that was in the first place. What's happening? Oh, toggle theme, not handle theme, so toggle theme. So let me see. I don't even know whether this will work, but hopefully it's going to work. So inside the followers, we have the dark mode, so that now then we should see, so body is not defined. Body should be where inside the header. Let's go ahead and do this. We're going to say const body is equal to document dot query selector, and we're selecting the body element. Save this, and then now we should be able to toggle. Nope, it doesn't work. And it doesn't work because the body should have, I've forgotten how to add dark theme. Oh my god. Should be easy. Let's go inside the index.css, inside the body here. Let's say at apply, and I'm going to say that when we have dark theme applied, then I want the BG to be selected as 800. Let's see. I'm doing this wrong. So let me save this. Let's go ahead and let's create a state value here. So I'm going to say const dark mode and set dark mode. This is going to be equal to useState. By default, it's going to be false. And then we're going to say this inside our input here. We're going to have a checked here. So whether it's checked or not, then this is going to be equal to our state value of dark mode. So dark mode, and then on change, then we're going to say handle dark mode. So what is the final toggle theme? Toggle theme. So inside toggle theme, now we can go ahead and do this. We can go ahead and say, first of all, set dark mode into true. I just want to see whether this is going to work. Set dark mode into true. Toggle theme. Let's go ahead and say F12, and useState is not defined, so import it here. So use state. Let's import it, and then let's go into our application here. Sorry, not inside application. Wait, is this a guest window? Why am I not seeing my React? Okay, there, my React DevTools. So inside header, we should have useState false, so it should turn to true. So it's true and false and true and false. And this should say toggle theme, set this into the opposite, should say into the opposite of dark mode, so that we can toggle it. So when it is true, it is false, and when it is false, it goes back to true. There we go. Okay, so this is working. So now how do you fix this? I'm forgetting how to add dark mode. Let me say if dark mode is true. So if there is dark mode, then I want to say body dot class list dot add the class of dark, and then else, then we're going to say body dot class list dot remove the class of dark, and then we can go ahead and get our body. So const body is equal to document dot query selector, and we're selecting our body. And if this doesn't work, then I'm not going to be using I'm not going to use this toggle, but I'm going to use the prefers color scheme. And something is still not working. Okay. Let's do this. Let me disable this first of all. And let me also disable these two lines. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into my Tailwind config file. And then I'm going to remove this class, just disable it for now, so that now we should see this toggle. There we go. Okay, so do you see this now? Because we are no longer using the class here, then the dark mode toggles, because the body has a background of slate on dark mode, and we have specified that right inside here. So instead of this being 800, let me change this to 900. And then let's go ahead and do this. Let's style this out for dark mode. Let me, oops, what's happening? Okay. Let me place this here, and then let's style out dark mode. So we're going to be basically changing all this text into readable text by adding the class of dark. So inside the header, I'm going to go inside here, change this and say that for dark mode I want this to be text slate -200. Let me see. There we go. And then here for the paragraph, we're going to say this, that for dark mode, change this in text slate -300. And then we're going to do this for the toggle. Here we're going to say that for dark mode, change this into text slate what did I use, 300 on the paragraph. Save it, and now we should be able to read this. And then let's go inside this article. Wait a minute, am I actually doing this wrongly? So on dark mode this is white. On dark mode the text is white, and then this other one is now slate in color, slate-ish. So let me change this into slate -400. Let me see how that looks. And then let me change this paragraph into 400, and then here change this into text white for the text. There we go. And then let's go inside the articles. So inside the followers here, inside the articles, change this into BG, what was it? Let me change this into 800. Let me see. And then for dark mode, we're going to change the shadow into slate dash, what did I have here? 800. Let me say 700 for the box shadow there. Okay. And then we are basically going to change the text into white here. Let me see how this text looks. Okay. So for the UL, where is it? For this UL, for the text here, for the text, I'm going to say change for dark mode. Let me change this into text slate -400. And then here, I'm going to say that for dark mode, let me change this into text white. And then for this span here, I'm going to say that for dark mode, change this into dark mode. Let me change this into text slate 400. And we should have reload. There we go. We have that on the screen for dark mode. And then we're just going to basically do the same thing for the rest of them. So let's go ahead and do the same thing for these other paragraphs. You can see that it's quite a bit of repetitive work. So for the article, changes and say that for dark mode, I want the BG to be slate -800. And then I'm going to say that for dark mode here, I want the shadow to be, shadow to be slate -700. And then just cut this out from here and paste it after the box shadow so that it has a bit of uniformity. And then let's go ahead inside this one here, change this into, say, dark mode. Let's say text slate -400. Let me copy this prefix because we're going to be using it. Let's go inside the H2 here and say that for dark mode, let's say text white. And then inside here, let's say that for dark mode, change this into text slate 400. And then let's go ahead into where is it, the next one. So here, change and say dark mode BG slate 800. Here we're going to say dark mode shadow slate 700. And then here we're going to say that for dark mode, we're going to say text slate 400. And then here, where is it? Here, we're going to say that for dark mode, text white. And then inside here, once again, for dark mode, BG slate 800, slate -800. And then here for dark mode, shadow slate -700. And then here for dark mode, should be here, text slate 400. And then here for dark mode, text white. Yeah, that should be correct. No, here, text slate 400. Save it, and then let's see what we have. And there we go. So these are our dark mode thingies, articles, and then we need to do the same thing for all of this. So inside the overview, let's go ahead and let's do some copying and pasting. So inside here, we're going to change this into BG slate 800. And now let me just copy this entire class. Should I copy this entire class? Inside here, change this into shadow dash slate dash 700. And then let's go ahead and let me see inside here. For dark mode, I want this to be text white. Okay, you know what? Let me show you something. Let me show, because this is going to be quite repetitive. Okay. Let me see how this text looks. So this text is not white. It should be slate. Where is it? Where did I add it? Here. So text slate 400. Now let me show you what I'm going to do. So I know that all these LIs have the same color. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into this next one here, and I'm going to click on it, and then I'm going to go into the next one and hold down the Alt key and click here, which is going to add a second cursor, and then go inside here, the third one, click on it, and the fourth one, remember to hold down the Alt key, click on it, and the fifth one here, click on it, and then the sixth one, and then the seventh one, and then that should be last one. Yeah. And then here I'm just going to say for dark mode, I want the text to be slate dash 400. And when I save this, then all this text is going to change all at once. You can see that it changes just a bit. And then I'm going to do the same thing for this list items, which are going to be white. So what I'm going to do is this. So for the rest of this text that should be white, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to select these classes, because I know that these classes are only applied on this text of the numbers. And then I'm just going to say Control D and just select all of them. So Control D all the way to the end. And then I'm going to go to the end by just, what's this key called? This right arrow, which is going to put me to the end of this. And then I'm going to say that for dark mode, then I want the text to be white. And now watch this, what's going to happen? All the text is going to change into white because it's on dark mode by default. And then now all I need to do is just change the background color of these articles to white. So once again, I'm just going to select all of this text and say Control D, Control D, Control D, and then my right arrow. And then I'm going to say for dark mode, I want the BG to be slate dash 800. Did I say 800 or 900? Should be 800. There we go. And then once again, I'm going to say that for dark mode, I want the box shadow to be slate dash 700. And should change this. There we go. So this is our dark mode. Look at this, looking quite fantastic. And then now all I need to do is just remember how I did this, because I can't seem to remember how to add dark mode. So let's go back into our Tailwind config file, and then let's enable this so that we use the class names. So this is going to go back into white, and then we're going to have this. And then let's go and do this into our header. Let's enable this, and then let's also enable this. Oh wait, what? I misspelled this. Oh my god, this should be an O. Let me test this. Let's see. Toggle. And why does it do that? Let me see. Reload. Dark mode. Okay, so something is wrong. See how like it's on dark mode, but we don't see the dark mode, and then I click on it, then we see the dark mode. So that's an issue, because dark mode should not be showing the light mode, right? That's an issue. So I should change this into true, and that should fix it. It should fix it. Let me reload. Let's see. No. That's not it. So if checked is true, then I want the dark mode to be shown by default. But I don't want the dark mode by default. I want it to be light mode by default. So this should still say false. And let's see. It should say false, and then it should do what? And you know what? Let me remove this from here. And then let's say that if dark mode is here, then I'm going to say this. I'm going to say set dark mode into true, because we have added the class of dark mode. And then I'm just going to copy this down and then change this into false, because we are now removing dark mode. Is that going to fix it? Let's reload. Let's see, test. Oops. It doesn't work. it does not work. Set dark mode here. On change toggle theme calls this function. Let's see, why don't you work? Why doesn't it toggle? So dark mode is here. Dark mode is here. Or is it dark mode? Why does it not work? Why doesn't it work? Let's open our okay, there we go, components, and then even the state value doesn't change. The state value doesn't change. Let me make this empty. Let me see what happens. Nothing happens. What's wrong? Or maybe I should say this. I should say change this into opposite of dark mode. And then change this also into the opposite of dark mode. Let me see. Does that fix it? Why does that fix it? I mean, why does that fix it? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me. And see how this is still toggling wrongly? This is still toggling wrongly. So I can remove this from here and I can place it to the bottom of this. This is toggling wrongly. And I'm thinking that in order to fix this, then I'm going to have to change my styles a bit. And I also need the body to toggle as well. The body is not toggling. Why isn't the body toggling? So what I'm thinking is I'm going to have to remove this from here so that I can add a dark mode toggle here and say BG slate -900. Because when I add that in, the body should now toggle. See that? Now the body toggles, right? Which means that if I remove this constraint from here, then it's going to go all the way to the end. And then of course I need this to be H of screen so that it goes all the way to the bottom as well. And let's see. Let me see first of all how it looks on mobile. See that now? That's not good. So let me change this into H full. Does that fix it? There we go. So a height of 100%, meaning it's going to take up 100% of the content that is in. And then like for, let me say about for medium screens, let me say for large screens, H of screen, meaning 100 report heights, which is going to go all the way to the bottom. And then let me see, let me go inside the body, my index.css inside the body. I can remove this from here and say, set this to have a max width of 7XL and an MX of auto, which is going to limit it. Does that break anything? It does. It does break something. Okay, so that means therefore then I'm going to have to remove this from here and I'm going to have to add it in individual components. So on top of this section, here, I'm going to add a max width of 7XL and an MX of auto, which is going to limit our header so that it doesn't go all the way to the end, our followers. And then let's go and do the same to the header here, just add it in before this, and then inside our overview as well on top of this, meaning we also need to add it in the H2 as well. So paste it inside here, which is now going to limit everything. Okay. Oh, this text needs to be white. So here, so for dark mode, let's say text white. Dark mode checked is it? Oh, you know what? Let's change this into the opposite of dark mode. So checked is going to be the opposite of dark mode. Does that fix it? Please tell me that fixes it. Oh my goodness. That is much better. That is much better. Okay, so there we have it. That is our dark mode toggle. Now we have two things to fix. We need to add the borders on top of these cards, and then we also need to add like the background on the background that is there, like this background. So let's go ahead and start with the borders on top, because I think it's easier. So inside the followers, I'm going to go inside this first article, and then I'm going to say add a border on top. So border dash top dash 2, and then I'm going to say border dash blue dash 500. Let me see how this looks. Should be here. Reload. There we go. Now the reason why it's very like, see how it's a bit curved on the edges, is because we are using a border and we're not using an absolutely positioned div inside this article. Now we can do that, and I think we're going to have to do that for this Instagram thing, because you can't have a border that is a linear gradient. I think so. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure, so please don't quote me on that. So I can change this into border top dash 6, and it should increase the width. Or 6 does not exist, dash 8. It should increase the width of the border, and now you can see that now it goes all the way to the end, because the height of the border is sufficient enough so that it doesn't curve on the corners. I don't know whether you get that. Like if I reduce this into 2, then look at the border now, it curves a bit. You don't want that, right? So I'm going to have it as 8 here, and then I'm going to copy these classes, and then for the second article here, I'm going to change this into 600. It's going to still be blue, but 600. It should be the opposite. Change this into 500. Change this into 600. I think the Facebook color is darker than the Twitter color. And then let's go and do YouTube first, and then we're going to do this one last. So on the bottom where we have YouTube here, change this into border red. Let's see how red looks. Oh, that's not even the correct one. Cut this out from here. Change it into the last article here. Should be here. Red 500. Yeah. And then this red is a bit darker. Let me change this into red 700 or 600. Oops, 600. Let's see how 700 looks. 700 does look okay. And then now we are going to have to do the Instagram one. So for the Instagram, let's go ahead here, and I don't know whether you can add let me say border, let me say control space bar. Let me see what borders I can add. Can I have a border gradient? Let me say border gradient. Border opacity, border clip. See, we don't have a border gradient, right? So now this is what I'm going to do. Therefore, on top of this or below this, I'm going to have a div, and then this div, I'm going to say position this div absolute. And now let me start by adding a background color. Let me say bg gradient dash 2 dash right, and we're going to be starting from, let me say purple. Let me say from purple, what's the color? Purple 400.2, let's say pink dash 200. And I'm using emmet, by the way, that's why I can do this. I always forget to mention that. And then let me add a height of 8, because the borders that we added, we added borders of 8. So this should be fine. So height of 8. And then let me say border dash top right, so border dash top dash right, or dash left, and not even border top left, but rounded dash top dash left. What's the class? Okay, let me add I'm forgetting the class. Let me just add in this first of all, and then let me save this. Let me see how this looks. It should be somewhere. Oh, I need to add a width as well, so width dash full. There we go. So this is our gradient. And we need to do this. We need to add the border on the top left and the top right. So I'm going to say rounded dash top left dash large, and rounded dash top right dash large. And we should have rounded borders here and here. And then I'm going to say position this absolute with the top by 0, and to the left top dash 0, and left dash 0. Going to bring it somewhere. Of course, it brings it there because it's positioned absolute relative to the body. So now I want it to position relative to this particular card. So I'm going to go inside this article and set this to have a class of relative. So that is now going to go back here. There we go. And then now what I want to do is just reduce the height because that height is too big. So reduce the height to, let me say 2. Height 2. Okay, height 2 works perfectly. Now we just need to change these colors. So let's go ahead and do this. So let me just try to check if Tailwind is going to have these colors. So it's like, what color is this? Oh, wait a minute. Instead of doing that, there's a linear gradient for Instagram here. So I just copy this. And then let me go inside my index.css, and right below this, I'm going to add a class of Instagram. And I'm going to add a background here. Just paste this in, change this into linear dash gradient, and then grab all of this, and then place in my brackets, and then say for 90 degrees. Then I want to add in these 2 colors, and add in a comma here. And actually, is this 120 degrees? Should this be 120 degrees or 90? Let me change it to 90 just to see how it looks. And then save this, and we should see not much change, not much change. So let's go ahead and now add the class of Instagram on this div. So the div should be on the followers here. Where is it? Here. So let me remove these classes, remove these classes, and then add in a class of Instagram, which means it's going to take up the classes of the background that we added. There we go. So this is our Instagram background color. And then now let's add the background of the slight background that we have on the header and on the first section. So I'm going to go inside my app.js, and I think I'm going to add it in on top of this. So let me add a div here with the class of bg slate dash. What did I have on the cards? I have a class of what? 200 on the cards. So let me say bg slate 100. And then for dark mode, I want bg slate dash 700 because I have 800 on the cards when it's on dark mode. And then let me say height dash 52 and width dash 4. And then let me say position this as absolute. And let me say position to the top by 0 and then to the left by 0. And then let me say what else? I wanted to have a negative z index of minus z index of 10 so that it goes to the back of the elements. So save this. Let's see what we have. Should appear. It should appear. It doesn't appear. Let me change this. Let me add some text. Let's say Lauren 10. Let me see where it's good. The text is going to be. Oh, the text doesn't. Oh, you know what? The text doesn't appear because now it has a negative z index. So it has a negative z index here. That's why the text doesn't appear. Okay, so let me remove the z index here, and you can see that now it appears. So now we have our slate color here, but then we don't want that to happen. So let me try and add in some style here. Now I'm going to say z index, set this to -1. Don't know whether that is going to work. Okay, -1 works correctly. Fantastic. So let's remove this text, and we should have this for our social media dashboard. Look at that, looking quite nice if I do say so myself. Are we missing anything? Oh, we are missing something. The mobile, wait, what color do I have on the body? Because this is not appearing. Let me change this into emerald dash 500. What color do I have on the body? Or is it this one? It's this. It's because of this. Oh my god, this is going to mess up again. It is going to mess up again. So add it back in. Okay, so I don't know whether you understand it, but the reason why this messes up on dark mode is because I've added in this class explicitly. So if I try to add this on top with a negative z index, then this is the one that is going to appear on top. I don't know whether you get the logic there, but that's why we don't see this like the green background right now. So change this back into bg slate 700. What should I do here? Should I move this on top? Should I move it on top? Does that change anything? it doesn't change anything on mobile. And this has curved areas. Yeah, I just noticed that. Let me add the curves here. So let's say rounded dash bottom dash large. Or let me see dash 2XL. Make it just a bit large. Too small. Let's say 4XL. Wait, does 4XL not exist? 3XL? Okay, there we go. Now, how do we add this? Because the solution would be to just remove this from here. Because if I remove it from here, then look at this. If I add the dark mode, then we have our background there. See it now? It's easier on light mode because light mode already has the white background here, so there's nothing much to change. What if, no, that's not going to work. I wanted to add the background on the components, but I just realized that the components don't go all the way to the end, which means the background is going to reach somewhere here and then it's going to stop. So let's see. If I have a BG of slate 400 here, then it's going to mess up with this. We can't see the toggle on mobile screens either. So, or on light mode screens either. So what do we do? What is the solution for this? Let me change this to 0. Let me see. Yeah, 0 does that. 0 does that. Oh, you know what? You know what I can do? Change this into -1. And then I'm going to go inside the header. So inside the header, no, not inside the header. Is it inside the header? Or not? Wait. Change this to 0. Okay, so that now it's going to appear on top. And then I can go inside the header. I think this is going to fix it. Go inside the header, and then here, let me add a class of relative with a z index of 10. And then just copy this. And then let me go inside the followers. Inside the followers on top on the section, and then just paste it here. Is that going to fix it? See that? Okay, there we go. Now this is not the correct color, just realizing. So let's go into our app.js. Let's change this into slate-800. There we go. That's much better. That is much better. There we go. You see, CSS is just trying it till it works. These box shadows don't look nice. You can change them if you want. I'm not going to change it. But yeah, that is going to be the project. So let me go ahead and create a repository for it. So let's go back inside here. Let's create a repository, and then let's also deploy our application to Netlify. So let me open Netlify. Let's go ahead and create a new repository. So new repository. Let me go ahead and say social-media dashboard-yt. And then let's say create repository. And then let me copy this link, and then let me log into Netlify. Login, and then let's deploy our application. So we can close all of this down, and then just make sure that we have no error in our console. There we go. And then let me say this. Let me say git add all and git, oops. So git commit -m, and I'm going to say initial commit, and say complete project. And now I'm going to say git remote add origin and paste in our link to our remote repository, and then git push -u origin main, which is going to push to the main branch. So this branch right here, as it is pushing, let me go ahead and log into Netlify, and then we can begin to, why did it log me out? Oh, by the way, I just noticed that Netlify also uses the prefers color scheme, because now that I changed this into dark mode, then now like it shows me the dark mode of the website. So I want it to go back into light mode because I don't like the dark mode. So let's go ahead and do this. Let me say add new site, import existing project from GitHub. And then we want to get the social media dashboard. So social dash media. Let me just search that. I think I only have 2 repositories that are named that. Searching. There you go. And then we can just say deploy site. This should have pushed already. Let me close this. Yeah, it should have pushed. There we go. And then now all we have to do is just wait for this to finish deploying. So let me just change the site name into TsbSankara and spell my own name. And then let's say social media dashboard. Save it. And then we just need to wait a few moments for the deploys to finish, and then we can check it out. So let me close this, and let me close this one as well. Let me close this one, and I can close the Tailwind CSS as well. And then now we have this where I'm going to submit my solution. So for the submit solution, we are going to do this. Let me see. Let's say this. Let's say submit solution. And I closed my GitHub repository. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? There we go. So close this, and close this. And then just copy this link to the GitHub repo and then paste in the repository URL. And then site has not been deployed, but I know that this is the name of the site. So, where is it? What? Has it not deployed? What? Why has it not deployed? Okay, it has deployed. Okay, there we go. Almost gave me a heart attack. So let's go ahead and do this. So let me copy this link, copy this, and then paste it inside here, and then change the title into mobile first social media dashboard board with theme switcher. Let's say reactjs. Pressing a hyphen here. There we go. And then we can just say submit solution, and that should be fine. We can now close this, and we can close this, and we can close this as well. So wait for this to finish submitting, and then we will have completed the project. So there we go. Now we have our solution up and running. You can say view solution, and then when we view the solution, look at this now. Because we built it, we built the light theme first of all, but they built the dark theme. So we have this. Look at this. What? Why is this? Wait, where's the site? Why does it do this to me? I mean, the functionality is working correctly, but why does it do that to me? Anyways, so that is the complete project, and I hope you enjoyed this project and you learned how to build the dark mode. Hello everyone, today we're going to be doing the file load data storage component challenge from Frontend Mentor. So if you head over into frontendmentor.io/challenges, you can search for this challenge. You can click on it and then we can begin. I'm just going to click on restart. And then it's going to take me to this other page where I'm just going to say download starter, which is going to download the starter files for me. So once it downloads the starter files, you can see that the zip file is right here, and I'm going to navigate into my downloads folder. And I'm going to get the file load data storage component and right click on it and then just say extract here, and then it's going to extract into this folder, which I'm going to right click and say open with code. So a new instance of Visual Studio Code is open, and you can see that we have the design file, we have the images, we have the git ignore, the index.html, the two readmes, and our style guide. As we begin, then please subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and ring the notification bell so that you're always going to be notified of when I upload a new video. So for this project, we're going to be using Tailwind CSS for our styling. So the first thing that I want to do inside here is I want to create a new file called index.css, which is going to be the entry file for our CSS. And then once I do that, then I'm going to go inside my index.html and link my index.css file. So right below this, I'm going to say link this into index.css. And then I'm going to cut these two lines out. So cut them out, oops, and then paste them inside here and save this, add a space. And then I'm going to remove the styles here, the style tag. And then the rest of this can remain, but I'm going to change this into my website. I can't even spell my website. And then change this to my name. And then for the target blank here, I'm going to add a rel of no referrer. So no referrer to prevent cross-site scripting. And you know what, I can even copy this down here so that even this one opens on a new page. And then before I save this, what I want to do is I want to install Tailwind CSS. So using Ctrl and J, I'm going to open up my integrated terminal in Visual Studio Code. And then what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to navigate into the Tailwind CSS installation website. The link is right here. So tailwindcss.com/docs/installation. And then just using the Tailwind CLI, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say npm install -d. So just copy this command, paste it inside here, and let it run. And so once this runs, then you should have a node modules folder created inside here. And then once that runs, then I'm going to go ahead and copy this once again. So copy this and paste it here and let it run. And you can see that that command creates a Tailwind config file. And so next we are going to do this. We're going to copy this line, and then inside our Tailwind config file, then we are going to paste it inside here. So paste it in. And so this is the line that checks all our files for Tailwind CSS classes. We are going to be changing this in a moment, but I want to show you the error that we're going to get first so that you understand why we're going to be changing it. And then once we have that, then I'm going to copy these three lines. And notice how this is called input.css. Ours, we have called ours index.css. So make sure this is very important for the next step. So once I copy those three lines, then I'm going to paste them above this. Oops. And so paste it and save it. And then now we are going to do this. We are going to copy this command, which is going to run our Tailwind CLI build process right here. So just copy this command, copy this, and then paste it inside here. And for me, it's going to run first of all. So it's going to throw an error, and then we can see that the error space says that the input file in source input CSS does not exist. So in order to fix that, then it's pretty much obvious. We need to access, or we need to target rather, the index.css file. So how we do that is, because we don't have a source folder, so we can remove this right away. And then just by hitting my up arrow key, I'm going to rerun this command, except that now I'm going to remove the source and this. So it's going to say ./index.css, and I should rename this now into index.css. And then this part right here just says that the output after compiling the index.css file will be put inside a dist folder and inside an output file called output.css, and you're going to see this being created. So I'm going to run this, and it's going to throw us another error, I think. Okay, it doesn't throw us an error, but it is an error. Now look at this. We have the dist folder here, and then we have the output.css, and the output.css is basically the Tailwind CSS file. Now, before we can use this, we need to go back inside our index.html, and then we need to link the output.css file inside here as well. So what I'm going to do is right below this, I'm going to say link this into ./dist output.css. So just add this line in, which means it's going to be accessing the Tailwind CSS output.css file. Now I'm going to save this, and I have an extension called live server, which allows me to launch a local development server. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to right click and say open with live server. So you can go ahead and install live server from your extension tab right here. Now look at this. It says that you have used 800 GB of your whatever. Now look at this. I'm going to try and add in an H1. So place this to the left and this to the right. I'm going to try and add in an H1 here. And now let me just grab this line, place it inside an H1 and save it. And now look at this. Oh, it doesn't throw us the error I was expecting. Let me try and add a class here. So class equals to, class equals to text-8xl. Okay, now look at this. When I try to add it in Tailwind classes, then you can see that nothing happens on the screen, even if I try to reload it. Now, the reason for that is right here inside our Tailwind config file, that we don't have a source folder. So this is targeting the wrong file, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to do this. We're going to remove everything here. So starting from here, just remove this. So that now we're going to be accessing the ./all files. So this means all files which have an extension of HTML or JS. So if we add Tailwind CSS in JavaScript, then this line is also going to check for the classes inside there. And we're using / because it is basically in the root of our workspace. So save this, and then now we should try and reload it. Now look at this. Now the Tailwind CSS class applies. Now before we continue, because I know I'll forget, inside the git ignore, just make sure that you have node modules ignored, because if you try to go commit this to GitHub, then you're going to commit over 5,000 items. You don't want to do that, because when someone clones your repository, they're still going to have to install node modules again. So right on top of this, you know what, I can do it on the bottom as well. I'm just going to say ignore node modules as well. So node modules. So add this line, which is going to ignore this node modules folder. So we can save this, and then we can now close this, and then we can begin to build out our application. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside here and open the design file. And so I've opened the design file on a new desktop so that I can scroll between them just like this. Now what we're going to do is the following. We need to go inside our style guide markdown file, and we need to check for the font that we're going to be using and for the colors. And we have, the body has a font size of 14 pixels, so we're going to specify that as well. So let's go ahead and get this font. It's called Railway. We have the 400 and 700 font weights. So just click this, open this up. We don't need these fonts, we can remove them. So remove this as well. So Railway, we want the 400 and 700. We use it, regular 400 and the bold 700. So use the import tab, just copy this, and then inside our index.css we can paste this on top, and then we can specify that let the body have a font family of Railway with a fallback of sans serif, and then specify the font size here to 14 pixels and 14 pixels because of this here. You can as well go ahead and specify the font size here to be on the HTML. So you can do this as well. This is also acceptable. I mean, I think this is even the preferred way. So we can close this page, and then we can place this back to the right, and you can see that now our font changes. And then you can place this to the left. And of course, let's go ahead and remove this 8XL from here, so that now the font reduces. And now we are going to do this. I'm going to grab everything inside the body. So this entire thing, just cut it out and place it inside a div with a class of container. And container, because I just want to know what I'm dealing with. And you know what, I can even remove it. And then I can say this, I can say let this have a max width of about XL. And I'm going to say that MX auto, which is going to place equal margins to the left and right, which will cause it to move to the center. And then inside here, this needs to have a background color. So you know what, let me just go ahead and give it a class of container. And actually that's a bad idea, because Tailwind has a class of container. So we're going to do this. We are going to do, let me say container fluid. This comes from Bootstrap. So container fluid Maxwell X. And you can see that now this is limited to the center. So let's go ahead and do this. For the container fluid class, we're going to do this. I'm going to say that for container fluid, and let me see, we have, this is not one single container. I was imagining it to be one single container, but it's not. So let's go ahead and do this. Let me give this a class of, let's say, what are the colors inside here? Let me just call it dark blue. So dark dash blue. And then inside here, we're going to give this a background color. And the background color, we're going to set the background color to this light blue here. And so let's say, let's go ahead and try dark blue to see whether this is it. So dark blue, is that it? I think that should be it. And then let's go ahead and use this class. So dark blue, let's use it inside here. You know what, it's not even said here, but just for the sake of testing, let's say dark blue, dark dash blue. Okay, so there is our color. And then now on the body, we're going to place in this color. So copy this, and then let's specify that the body should have a background color of this. And there we go. So there is our body background color. And then this is our two, let me call these sections, the background color for them. So inside the index.html, we're going to do this. I'm going to move the dark blue color from here. And then this h1 text here, I'm going to cut it out and place it inside an article. And then above this, I'm going to add in another article. And this article is going to be having these three icons. So the logo and then these three icons. Let me see whether we have them. Let me place this full screen. So images, BG desktop, so BG mobile, okay. And then we have the favicon, we have the icon document, the folder, the upload, and the logo. So inside here, we're going to do this. I'm going to have a first image. The image source is going to be images/logo, which is going to be the top logo. So logo.svg. And then below this, we're going to have a UL with 3 list items. And each of these list items is going to have an image. The source for the first one is ./images/ which is the first one. So it's this file. Let me see. The document. So icon-document .svg. And then the second one is going to be ./images/icon-folder.svg. And then the third one is going to be ./images/upload. And then we don't need to add alt attributes for this because these images are decorative. And then so this is going to be our first article. And then this article, now I'm going to give this a class of dark-blue, which is going to apply the class of dark blue that we have inside here and apply this background color. And then now we can go ahead and space this out. And then let's just save this. Let's see what we have on the screen. And would you look at this? We have that. And then now for the second article, I'm going to give this a class of dark blue once again. So dark-blue. And we should have our second article right here. And then let's see how the second article is structured. So we have the title here, and then we have this progress bar. And then we have this white thingy. And then we have 0 GB and 1000 GB. So we are going to do this. We are going to do this. This is going to be our H1. So this can remain. So you've used, wait, what? You've used 800 GB of your storage. So this part here doesn't exist in the H1. So below this H1, look at this. This is what we're going to do. I'm going to create a div inside here, and then I'm going to create an article. Now, the reason why I'm structuring it like that is because the div is going to be this background color. See this background right here, the one that is not filled, is going to be the div. And then the article is going to be this color that has the linear gradient. And you know what? I should add another div, which is going to be this white ball. So let's do that. So inside the article, I'm going to have a div inside here, which is going to be the white ball. And then once we have that, then below it, I'm going to add 0 GB and 1000 GB. So let me say below this div, let's say below this div, okay. Below this div, we're going to say this. We're going to have a UL with 2 list items. The first one is going to say 0 GB. And then the second one is going to say 1000 GB. GB. Okay. So remove this from here. And then now look at this. This white section is going to be positioned absolute within this bigger article. So remember the article that we gave the class of dark blue. We're going to position this white article absolute within it. And you know what? instead of being within the article, let me position it absolute within this div, the parent div that has this background color of this dark one. So we're going to do this. Let's just go ahead and style it out. First of all, let me access this h1 and place this text inside a span. See how this is whiter and then this is gray. So let's go and do this. Grab this 815 GB, place it inside a span, and then inside the h1 we're going to do this. Let's just say text base with text white with an opacity of -75, and then inside the span let's go ahead and give this a class of opacity -100, and let's say text large to make it just a bit larger than the actual h1. Let me place this to the left, and then we can save this, and we should see 815 GB, but this doesn't work here. The opacity 100 doesn't work because this is placed on the parent. So let's do this. If I set this to be inline block, will that work? Inline block, that doesn't work. So let's remove it from here. Let's just remove it, and then now what we can do is we can set this to be font bold, and then let's do this. Let me say tracking widest. Okay, not on the span but on the h1. So on the h1 let me say tracking -widest to increase its letter spacing just a bit. Okay, that's bad. Let's say tracking wide. That's bad. Let me just remove it. Yeah, okay. And then we are going to have this. Let's begin styling this first article, and remember that these articles are placed within this div. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside this div, and I'm going to say display this div as a grid with grid columns, grid dash columns. I can't type, oh my god. Grid columns -1 with a gap of 8 to separate them out. Is that correct? So article 1 and article 2, and oops, I did something wrong. I did something wrong. Okay, you know what? Article 1, article 2, then the div. Let me grab this div, move it outside. Okay, there we go. And then we're going to have this. So let's go ahead and say, actually, you know what? I haven't even checked how the mobile looks like. So mobile is one on top of the other. Okay. So mobile, we're going to have this, so the logo and then these 3 icons. So inside this first article, the class of dark blue, let's say padding all round of 8 with a rounded dash right. So rounded on the right of full. Let me see how this looks. Okay, rounded on the top right. That's too large. Let's say rounded top right of, I think the maximum is 4XL. No, it's 3XL. 3XL is the maximum. That's even small. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's do this. I'm going to add a custom class here called rounded dash right. And then what I'm going to do is inside my index.css right below this, I'm going to say that for the rounded dash right class, then I'm going to say border top right radius, and set this to about, let's say 4rem. 4rem is 64 pixels. Let's say 6rem. So that we're going to have this. And then now we can go back inside our index.html. Inside this UL, we can say this, give this a class of margin top of 10 to push away from the logo. There we go. And then inside each of these list items, so 1, 2, and 3, I'm going to give this a class of bg slate -800. Actually, no, that's not even the correct color, but we can work with that for now. And then back inside the UL, I'm going to say display this as a flex with items-start and justify-start with a gap of 5 to separate them out. Reload, come on, reload. There we go. And then I'm going to say this inside each of these list items. So just grab this and say Control D, so 1, 2. And I'm going to say give this a padding all round of 6 with a rounded dash large. Reload. Why aren't you reloading? Okay, there we go. So padding is a bit too big, so grab these 3. So Control D, 1, 2, and say give this padding 3. That's looking almost nice. And you know what I can do is this. I can give each of these images a fixed height. So let me try and go inside here and here and here, give these images a class of height -10. Height 10 is a bit big. Let's say height 8 or height 6. And then let's also say width of 6. So they're going to have a fixed width and a fixed height. Maybe. And then now we need to add the background color of the body inside here. So I'm going to remove this BG of slate. So Control D, 1, 2, and then I'm going to say BG image here. And then let's access this custom class. So save this, and then below this we can just say that for the BG image, for the class of .bg image, we're going to add a background color of this one and save it. And there we go, that is the correct background color. And so now let's go ahead and do this. We're going to go inside the div, inside this div, and then inside this div we're going to give a padding on the x-axis of 8 to push these 2 items inwards. And then now I'm going to say this, I'm going to say give this a height of screen, which is going to push it to the center. But that is wrong. Why doesn't that work? Because I need to say place item center. So place item center, and that is not correct. That is an issue. Okay, so being that this does this, then I'm going to remove this, and then I'm going to remove everything here, and then now to the end, you know what, let me remove this from here, and then let me use flexbox. So display flex, and then flex of column, replace them one on top of the other, and then okay, it hadn't reloaded. So flex of column, and then I'm going to say items dash center and justify dash center. Okay, and item center is what shrinks them together, so you can remove it from here. So remove item center, there we go. And then let's say height of screen, which is 100 pixel heights, to move it to the center. There we go. There we go. And then we can go ahead and do this. Let's add a gap of 8 to separate it out. Gap, not gap. And fantastic. Now I think this has a rounded border as well, so let me see. Yeah, it does have a rounded border. So I'm going to do this. So I'm going to go inside here, so inside this first article, and I'm going to give this a class of rounded dash large, which is going to add rounded borders here, but it doesn't affect this one because we have specified this in our CSS file. And then now let's go ahead and deal with our second article. So for our second article, we have our H1 here, which is already styled well, and then we need to add a padding of 8 to push this inwards, and a rounded dash large to add the same border radius on this article as we added on this one. And then now what we need to do is this. I'm going to go inside this div and give this div a class name of, what is it, BG image. BG image is the one that added the background color on these images, so BG image. And then I'm going to say give this a height of 2 and a width of full so that it goes to the end. And then I'm going to say this, actually not, I can save this and you should see it. There we go. So there it is. And then with height of 2 is a bit small, so let me say height of 6. How is it? Height of 6 looks okay. Height of 5. And then let's add a rounded of full, so rounded dash full to make it rounded on the edges. There we go. And then let's say margin on the y-axis of about 8 to push it away from one another. And you know what, that's a bit too big. Let me see. Yeah, that's a bit too big, so let me say margin of 4. And then I've just noticed that this text is aligned to the center, so let's go back to the H1 and say text center, so text center, which is going to push it to the center if it reloads. There we go. And then now we are going to go inside this article, give this article a class of linear gradient, so linear dash gradient, and that's because we have been specified a linear gradient in our style guide. So copy this part here, and then inside our index.css below this we can access the class of linear dash gradient, and then inside here you can set the background to linear gradient, and then we can paste this in and then remove this 2 and place in a comma. And then here we need to grab this, so let's grab this, the entirety of this thing, and then let's just say that it is a linear gradient that goes to the right, so 90 degrees, and then paste it in, and we should see it. Of course we don't see it, I mean, or did I forget that? So back inside this article, we're going to say this. We're going to give this a width of 3/4, width dash 3/4, which, and we should now see it. Of course we don't see it because we have a height, or we should give it a fixed height or some fixed padding. Okay, now, okay, there it is. So we have it here. Now notice that this linear gradient is applied inside the div. So what we want to do is this. Let me try and add margin on the top of 2 to see what happens. Nothing happens. Margin on top of 10. Okay, so it pushes downwards with the div. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to say position this absolute, and now watch what happens. Now it is positioned absolute within the div, and then now I can go inside this div and give it a class of relative. So there we go. So that now it goes back to its original form. And then now let's see, let me bring it to the top by 2 to see what happens. Okay, this thing is not reloading. Okay, top of 2 and top of 1. There we go, it's almost correct. And then let's bring it to the left by 2. We should now push it inwards. There we go. And then let's give it a rounded of full, so that it's also rounded on the edges like so. And you know what, let me give this now a height of 6 to see how it looks. And then we need to push this downwards, therefore, so top of 2. What's it called? The heights aren't really all that well. So let me take this back to height 5 and bring this back to top 1. And we're going to have that. And then let me bring it to the left by 1 so that this edge is almost similar. So that we're going to have this. And then now in this div is going to be our white ball. So we're going to do this. Give this a class of bg white. And then I'm going to give this a height of 2 and a width of 2, and then rounded dash full to make it circular. So rounded dash full. Let's see what we have. We have it right here. Can you see it? So it's right here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm also going to position this absolute and bring it to the right by 1 so that it appears here. Should be it. Let this reload. Why isn't it reloading? So look at this. Now it is right here. And then let's bring it to the top by 1, which is going to push it downwards. And top of 1 isn't looking all that good. So let me give this a custom class of ball. And then inside my index.css, I'm going to access the class of ball here. And then I'm going to say bring it to the top by 1 pixel. Or by 2 pixels. How is that? 2 pixels is almost fine. You know what? Let me not even specify the widths and heights inside here. Let me do it myself inside my index.css. So I'm going to say give this a width of 4 pixels. 4 pixels and a height of 4 pixels. Okay, that's too small. Let's say 10 pixels. Let's, okay, 10 pixels. Let's bring it to the top by 1 pixel. Then reduce this to 8 pixels. There we go. There we go. See that now? That's looking nice. Much better. And then now what we need to do is this. We need this 0 to appear here and 1000 GB to appear here. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's do this. Inside this UL, let's go ahead and give this a class name of flex. Okay, class, not class name. We're not in React. Of flex and items dash center and justify dash between. Let's see. Justify between, but they don't go to the end. Why don't they go to the end? Why don't they go to the end? Let's do this. Let me remove this from here, add in a paragraph here that says 0 GB, and then add in another paragraph that says 1000 GB. Okay, and then inside this div, let's give this div a class of flex and items dash center and justify dash between. There we go. And then inside these 2 paragraphs, give this a class of font bold and text white. There we go. And then let's see what we have. Okay, so this looks nice. So what we need to do next is just add this white section here that says 185 GB left. So let me try and add a div here with an h2 that says 185 GB, and then inside a span we're going to say left. Wait, how is it? 185, then GB left is inside the span, so GB left. Then remove this from here. Let me see what happens. Okay, and then let's go inside this div, give this div a class name, a class. Okay, class. Let me see if I've used class name anywhere else without realizing. So class name, okay, nowhere. So a class of bg white and rounded dash large. Let me see. And then we're going to give this a fixed width. So width dash, let me see how 52 looks like. Okay, actually that's too big. Width dash 20. Okay, width dash 40. And then let's give this a height of about 20. Height 20. Does this even resize? Let's go inside this h to give this a class name. A class, oh my god, a class of text slate dash 900. Let me see, and then let's say font bold and text dash 4XL. Oops, something's wrong. My internet is not down, so okay, there we go. And then let's go inside this span, give this a class of font normal, and then let's add an opacity here of 75 so that happens. And then let's say text base to bring it back to the normal font. And then now let's go inside this div, and then inside this div we're going to say display this as a flexbox, and then items dash center and justify dash center. We should now bring this text to the complete center, and let's reduce this to about height dash 16. And by the way, the reason why it goes to the perfect center, I don't know whether you know it, it's because of this fixed height. So if we remove the fixed height here, then that happens. So add it in, and then we're going to have that. So if you increase this height to about 96 and make it bigger, then you're going to see that, okay, reload, come on. You see that it's always going to be to the center. So reduce this back to 16. And then now what we need to do is this div needs to be positioned absolute and then brought to the center. So I'm going to say display this as absolute and then bring it to the left. Okay, you know what? I can't do that inside here, or at least I don't know how to do it yet. So I'm going to give this div a class of bg white. And then inside my index to CSS below this, I'm going to say that for the bg white class dot bg white, then I'm going to do this. I'm going to say position this absolute and then bring it to the left by 50%, and then transform and translate on the x-axis by minus 50%, which is going to center it perfectly. And we're going to have that. Now it has messed up with this. Let me disable this. Okay, so it has messed up with our thingy, our white ball. Okay, why does it mess up with that? Is it because of let me see. Okay, remove. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you know what, it has messed up with it because bg white here is also on the ball. Look at this, because it's a tailwind class. How did I even miss that? So let's go ahead and give this a class of what should I do? Let me just say bg-185. I hate thinking of class names. I really hate thinking of class names. So this should be bg-185. There we go. So that now this is centered here, and then this is not affected, and then we can increase this. And by the way, the reason why this is not affected is, once again, this is positioned as relative. Do you remember how we positioned it as relative when we were dealing with this linear gradient as well as this ball? So now we need to increase this to look, how does it look on bigger screens? To look like this on bigger screens, and then we need to add in our background. So let's deal with our background first because it's easier. Now what I'm going to do is, for our background, I'm going to go to the top, right above the body. So not above the body, but right below the opening body tag. And then I'm going to add a div inside here, a div. And then this div is going to have a picture tag. So picture, and then the picture tag takes in a source media attribute. And so what I'm going to do is, I want to change the image that is displayed when we exceed 768 pixels. So the source set for this is going to come from /images/bg-desktop dot, is it JPEG or PNG? JPEG or PNG? So it's PNG, so desktop.png, and then we need to add our image tag, which shows by default. This is coming from mobile because it's our mobile image. And then when I save this, then we should see something here which should break it. There we go. So it breaks it, as you can see. So now what we need to do is just bring this downwards and position it absolute. So inside this div, I'm going to give this div a class name of absolute, a class of absolute, class, come on, class, absolute, and then bring it to the bottom by 0. We should bring it downwards, and it doesn't bring it downwards. So bottom 0, and then let's say left -0. There we go, there we go. And then let me also add a negative z index, so minus z index of 10. Should we do it? There we go. And then let's say width -full. We should now bring this image to the end, but it doesn't bring it to the end because width -full is not applied on the div. It should be applied on this image. So class is equal to width -full. Bring it to the end. If this reloads, reload. Okay, that's interesting. So it doesn't bring it to the end. Let's say, let's add right of 0 here. Let me see. Okay, so that breaks. And then, okay, there we go. So bring it to the left by 0 and right by 0. Okay, there we go. There we go. Fantastic. Now let's go ahead and scale this up for mobile screens, for desktops actually. So that now where we had our flex column here, then what we're going to do is this. We're going to say that for large screens, then I want the flex to go back into a row. We should place these two items side by side. And then I'm going to say that for large screens, I want the items center so that these come down. There we go. And then I'm going to go inside this first article. And then I'm going to say that for large screens, I want the flex of 1 so that it takes up, not actually flex of 1. It should say width -full. Full has 1, has 2 L's. And that does nothing. Has this reloaded? Okay, there we go. So width -full does that. And then just copy this class. And then on the second article right here, you can just paste it in. So width -full, we should place this to have a full width, but it doesn't. Is that correct? It does not. And it doesn't because we have limited something here. This is such a small limit. So let's go ahead and increase this to about, let's say, how does this look? That's quite big. That is big. Let's say about 6XL. Okay, that's too big. Wait, has this reloaded? There we go. So 6XL is much better. And so we are going to do this. Let me try something. If you see it in the video, then it worked. If you see a weird cut, then it did not work. Okay, so let's do this first of all. Let's reduce the width of this because it's a bit too big. So where we have this first article, then instead of saying this to be width full, let me say width dash 2/3, so 2/3. How does this look? 2/3, let's say width dash half. Make it even smaller. Yeah, width dash half looks almost correct. How was width dash 2/3? Okay, let's just do width dash half. It's going to bring it here. And then now what we need to do is bring this text back to the left. So on the H1 here, we now need to say that for large screens, then text left, bring it back to the left. And I don't know why Tailwind keeps doing that. So bring it back to the left, and then we need to position this one to be on the top right. So let's go ahead inside our div. Where is our div? And you know what? Our div is right here, which we give a BG of 185. So inside our index.css, we are going to do this. We're going to add a media query. We're going to say at media for a min width of 1024 pixels. Then I want to access the BG185 class, and I'm going to say bring it to the top by 0. Let me see how that looks. So bring it to the top by 0, which means this needs to be relative. Let me see where this div is. So this div is inside this article. So this article needs to have a class of relative. So that now this one is going to go here. There we go. And so now let's bring this to the right. So inside our index.css, we're going to say this, bring it to the right by 0, which is should bring it here. If this reloads. What? How did I do this? Did I say left? Wait, it should be inside here. So left of 50%. Let me try something. Let me bring this to the right by 50%. And then let's scale this down to see that make sure that nothing breaks. So nothing breaks. Okay, let's do this. This is going to say left. And then here we're going to bring it to the left by 0 as well. And why does that do that? I hate it. So let's say bring it to the right by about, what did I have? I have a padding of 8 here, right? Padding of 8 all around. Padding of 8 is what? 28 pixels? 28 pixels. Let me disable this. Okay. Okay, you know what? Let's do this. Bring it to the left by, let's say, calculate 100 viewport widths minus 28 pixels. 28 pixels. Where is it? It's outside. It's outside. Okay. So let's not say 100 viewport widths. Let's say 100%. There we go. There we go. So 100%. So 28 pixels is still too small. So let's say about 200 pixels. That's too big. So let's say about 150. Nope. Let's say, wait, how is 200 too big and 150 too small? What? Okay, so, oh, it's the logic. So this should be about 50. What am I thinking? 100 pixels. It's a lot of trial and error, as you can see. Okay, so 100 pixels is correct. Now what we need to do is bring it upwards just a bit. So bring it to the top by minus, let's say about, I don't know, about 50 pixels. Too big. Let's say about 40. About 30. There we go. And then now what we need to do, which is the final thing, is we need to add our downward facing triangle. So we're going to say this. For the triangle, we're going to go where we have our background. Our background is this one, right? And then right below this H2, this might break this. And you know what? I think it is most likely going to break. Let's have in here a div, and let's give this div a class of triangle. And then save this. Let's see what happens. Nothing happens. Okay, nothing happens. Okay, fantastic. So let's style this out. Now what I'm going to do is above this, I'm going to target the div with a class of triangle and display none on it. Okay, and the reason why I'm doing this is you're going to see, let me just comment it out. And then I want this to display as a block element when we exceed 1024 pixels. So below this, I'm going to say that for the class of triangle, we're going to say this display block first of all, display block. And then I'm going to say position this as absolute, and absolute because we want it to, come on, we want it to position right here on this, what's this thing? On this white div. And so we're going to do this, position it absolute, and then bring it to the bottom of 0 so that it's on the bottom of the div, and then bring it to the right by 0 so that it's to the complete right. And then let's say border left, so border dash left, going to say 25 pixels and solid and transparent. And then let's say border dash top, let's say 25 pixels and solid and white. Save this. Let's see what we have, if it's going to work. You can see that it's right here. Can you see it? Can you see it's a bit like it's distorting this border radius, so that works. So let's bring it to the bottom by minus 20 pixels. Bring it downwards, and there we go. Would you look at that? There is our triangle. Now the border left of transparent is what like makes this not appear. That's why this happens. And would you look at that? That looks pretty nice. Now just to make sure on small screens, nothing happens. Okay, so nothing happens, which means even if I have this inside or outside, then nothing's going to change. Okay, fantastic. So I can remove this. Just remove it. And then now what I'm going to do is we're going to create a GitHub repository for this, and then we're going to submit it. So let's go ahead and go to GitHub, and then let me open Netlify where I'm going to deploy it. So on GitHub, I'm going to create a new repository. And then this new repository, I'm going to call this what? Let me call this Philo Data Storage. component -yt, create repository, copy this link, and then just open our terminal. And then now we can close this, so shut this down and then close all of these files. And then I'm just going to say git init, and then git add all, and git commit -m, let's say initial commit -project complete, and then let's say git remote add origin, and paste in this link, and then git push -u origin main, which should push it to this branch, and then we can log into Netlify. So let this finish pushing, and then let's log into Netlify, and then let's add a new site. So import existing project from GitHub, and we're calling this Philo data storage component. Let's just make sure that this repository is actually there. Okay, and then let's deploy this. So loading, and then deploy site, deploying, and then let's change the site name here. So change site name, let's say TsbSankara, let's say Philo data storage component, and then save it, and then it should have deployed. So let's open this link, and we should see this on the screen. So this is working correctly. So let me copy this link, and then let's go ahead and submit it. So let's say submit solution here. Let's see the live site URL is here, the repository URL is this one. Copy this, paste it here, and then the title is going to say mobile first Philo data storage component in vanilla, okay, not vanilla, in HTML and Tailwind CSS. There we go. And then let's just say submit solution, and wait for a moment, and then it should submit it. There we go. And then you can say view solution, and our solution is here. Look at this, and then the design, oh sorry, this is our solution, and then the design is here. Okay, so we should have made this part a bit bigger, but yeah, would you look at that? That's looking pretty nice, looking pretty nice. Okay, so that is going to be the end of the video. Hello everyone, in this video we're going to be building the project tracking intro component from Frontend Mentor. So you can head over to frontendmentor.io/challenges. You can search for this project, and then you're going to have a download button. So for me, I'm just going to click on restart, and then once it restarts, I'm going to say get started and download the starter files, which is going to download the starter files for me. And then once it downloads the zip file for you, you can head over into your downloads folder, and you should have a zip file called project tracking intro component master. So I'm just going to right click on this and extract it here. So extract here, and then once it extracts, then I'm going to right click this folder and say open with code, which is going to open up an instance of Visual Studio Code, which is my preferred editor. And so once this opens up, this is the structure that we're going to have. We have the design files, we have the images, we have the git ignore, the index.html, the two readmes, and our style guide. Now the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my design file, my JPEG image, so that I can have it to display on a side screen. Okay, so I have my design file open up on a separate desktop, and then now I can just scroll through them like so. And then now back inside my workspace, I'm going to create a new file called index.css, and then I'm also going to create a new file called index.js. And then inside my index.html, I'm going to link these two files. And so right below the style attribute here, I'm going to link my style sheet. So link rel into index.css. And then on the bottom right before the closing body tag, I'm going to link my script file. So script source is equal to index.js. And then I'm going to change this into https tsbsankara.com, which is my website. And then the name here is just going to say my name. And then once we have this target equals to blank, then I'm going to also add a rel of no referrer here. So no referrer. And then we can do this. We can go and cut this out. And then inside our index.css, we can paste it in, add a space here. And then we can go ahead and remove this. And you know what, let me bring the link on top. And then we can have, I think that is all we're going to need. But I'm not going to save this file because if I save it, then it's going to format. I don't want it to format. And so inside the index.css, I'm going to do this. I'm going to access my all selector and reset the margins. So margin 0, reset the padding to 0, and set the box sizing to border box, which basically means that let margin be applied on the outside and let padding be applied on the inside using the CSS box model. And then I'm going to access all the images and give them a max width of 100%. Which means basically they take up 100% of their cells, but not more than the container in which they are placed. And then access the ULs inside here and have a list style type of none so that we don't have bulleted lists. And then on the body, I'm going to specify a font size here, which I'm going to get. And then I'm also going to specify a font family, which I'm going to get. And then below the body, I'm going to access the anchor tags and say that the anchor tags should have a text declaration of none, meaning they should not have the underline. And then I'm going to set the color here to inherit, meaning inherit the default color that is going to be on the body, which means the body is also going to have a default color that we are going to add. And then I don't know whether it has a background color. So this background color is white. And then now we can go ahead and do this. Actually, you know what? You can even specify a background color here of white. There's no problem in doing that. So if you go into your style guide, then you're going to get the font size and the font family that we have inside here. Now, the body, we are told that the body has a font size of 18 pixels. So this is going to be our rem value. So if I go ahead and specify a font size of 18 pixels here, then this is going to be the rem value that the anchor tag here is going to use. So let me also specify the font size here to, inherit, but we're probably going to change this. And then below this, I can say that the paragraph should have a line height of 1.8 so that they are evenly spaced out or spaced out enough on mobile screens. And then once again, I can go ahead and we need to get these two fonts. So headings and call to actions and navigation have this, and then the body has a font family of Barlow. So what we are going to do here is the font family we know is called Barlow, and it has a fallback of sans serif. Usually we are going to check it out. And then we are told here that the headings, the call to actions, and the navigation have a font family of Barlow condensed. So what we're going to do is right below this, let me set it below this. We're going to say that for the heading, so H1 and H2, let me check. We have, this is going to be an H2 and this is going to be our H1. So we have 1, 2. So for H1s and H2, we want to specify the font family to Barlow condensed with the fallback of sans serif. And then once we have that, then we are told that the navigation, so the navigations, which is going to be the list items, as well as the call to actions, which I'm going to give a class of .cta. So call to action should have this font family, and the call to action in this case is going to be this button. You know what? In fact, the entirety of this thing is going to be the call to action, but you're going to see how we're going to style it. Quite interesting. And we're going to have this. Wait, what? Oh, this is looking a bit different. Okay. So once you have this, then the color on the body is going to be what? Let me just check this out. The colors here should be this darkish color. Let me see. It's not red, very dark blue. Let's test this out. Copy it and paste it here. That should be it. Very dark blue. And then once we have that, then I can go ahead and I can save this. And then once I save this, then we can go ahead and we can get our two fonts. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click on this, and I have an extension called Live Server, which launches a local server for me when I'm building in HTML, and it supports hot reloading, so that every time that I make a change in my code editor and save it, then it automatically reflects in the browser, so that I don't have to keep on reloading it. And the extension is Live Server by Redrick Day. You can go ahead and install it, and then once you install it, you can right click in your workspace and just say open with Live Server, or you can use this command. And look at that, we have not yet imported our fonts, so that's why this opens up with a font of sans serif. Now I'm going to Control and Z, so undo, because as you saw that it formatted, I don't want it to format yet. And we can go ahead and we can begin to build this out. So I'm going to cut out this entire section and place it inside a main section like so. And then once I have that, then I know that this top one is going to be my heading. Let me check. So product to login is the heading, and it has the logo as well. So product to login. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a header element here with a class of header. So if I say header dot header, it means a header with a class of header, because I'm using Emmet, which allows me to do that. And then inside this header, I'm going to have a div with a class of logo, and then this logo is going to be coming from /images. It's going to be an image. The source for the image is going to be /images icon, and it's going to be the logo. And then below this, we're going to have a navbar with a UL with list items. So how many list items? 4 of them. And then these 4 list items are going to be anchor tags. They're not going to be going anywhere, unfortunately, because these links don't connect to any page. So I'm just going to have them as hashtags. And then this one says product. The second one says features. The third one says pricing. And the fourth says login. But then look at this. Look at how this is. So we have a dot here, and then we have the login. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another list item here with an HTML entity called mid dot. So how you add that is by saying ampersand mid dot and then having a semicolon on the end, and it will introduce this mid dot that you see here. And then once I have that, then I can go ahead and remove this. And then let's do this. We have, this is going to be our showcase. So let me cut all of this out and add in a section with a class of showcase. And then inside here, we're going to have an article. Now look at this. The first article is going to be this text. And then the second article is going to be our image. And then we're going to add in this background as an absolute positioning. So we are going to do this. So the first article, I'm just going to paste this in, and then I'm going to cut this out and place it inside an H2 like so. And then this new is now going to be inside a span. Because why? New is styled differently from this text. So it's inside a span. What's happening in my color? Oh, I've scheduled nightlight to always start at 6 p.m. So it's 6 p.m. here, and my monitor just turned like orange or yellow, whatever that color is. So it won't affect, it won't be in the video, but like I can see it happening here. And then we have, this is going to be our H1. And then below this, we have our paragraph. So cut it out, place it inside a paragraph. And then this is going to be our button with a class of CTA. So button.cta, paste this in. And then this text up to here is going to be inside a span. Why inside a span? Because I want this part is styled differently from this one. So I hope this is going to work, by the way. It should work. Okay. And then once we have our article, before we save it, we're going to add our second article. And the second article is going to be an image coming from /images / illustration devices, should be it. And then once we have that, then let me add a line break here just so that it's going to push away a bit from this text, and save it. And then now we can view what we have on the screen. So we have our image. Let me close this. We have our image, we have our text here. Now what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to go ahead into my style guide, and we're going to get these two fonts. So open this up and then open this up. So for the Barlow condense, we want 400 and 700, and then Barlow we want 400. Okay, now let me just close this. Let me do this. So Barlow condensed, I don't want these fonts, so remove them. Barlow condensed, we want the 400 and the 700. And then let's go ahead and search for Barlow as well. So Barlow, and we want the 400, was it 400? So this one, we want the regular 400. Is it not this one? Where did I go? Okay, the regular 400. And then use the import tab and then just grab both of them, and then we can go inside our index.css and then just paste it on top here. There we go. And then now when I save this, then these fonts are now going to apply. So save it and we can check our application. And now look at this. Now our fonts apply. Fantastic. So we're going to be building this mobile first. So we need to get the mobile image first so that we can see how it looks. And the mobile image looks like this. So we have the logo and then we have our menu button. And so we are going to do this. Wait a minute, what? We are going to do this. We also need to add this background. Okay, not bad. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside the body and I'm going to give the body a padding of 1.5 rem all round to push all this content inward. So let me save this. There we go. That's much better. And then next, let's deal with our header. So we have our header on top here with the class of header. So what I'm going to do is inside my index.css right below the paragraph here, I'm going to access the class of .header, the class of header, and then I'm going to say display flex and align it on center and justify content to space between, which is going to place the logo and these list items end to end so that it's going to look like this. Now let's check how the mobile menu looks like. So this is how the mobile menu looks like when it is open. So how we're going to design it is we're going to get the nav bar. Let me check. So the header nav bar, and the nav bar, we're going to do this. We're going to give this a background color of white. We're going to give it a padding of 1.5 rem all round. We're going to give it a border radius of about 0.6 to 5 rem. And then I'm going to give this a box dash shadow of 2 pixels, 2 pixels, 2 pixels, and RGBA 0.000 let me say 0.4. So 2 pixels on the horizontal, 2 pixels on the vertical, and a 2 pixel blur with a black background with an alpha value of 0.4 so that it's not completely opaque. And 0.4 is too dark, so let me say 0.3, no, 0.15. There we go. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to position the nav bar as absolute. So position absolute, which is going to move it out of the normal, like what's it called, the normal flow of the body. And then we are going to do this. I'm going to say bring it to the top. And actually, you know what, that's not correct, because I want that when the nav bar is open, so I'm going to add a class of open on it, and then I'm going to say bring it to the top by 2 rem when it has a class of open, so that here on the nav bar I'm going to display it to the top by minus 100 viewport height so that it's completely out of the flow. So that now if I go inside my index.css and I add a class of open here, then we should see the nav bar drop down right around there. And 2 rem is a bit too small, so let's increase this to about 6 rem. 6 rem looks almost nice. And then now what I'm going to do is we are going to do this. Where should I do it? Let me go below the padding. Let me give this width to calculate a width of, let me see, around 80 viewport widths minus 20 pixels. So 80 viewport widths is around where, let me see, it causes an overflow. Okay, so let me not do this. Then let me say a width of about 80% and add your semicolon. There you go. So width of 80%, and then set the margin here to auto so that it's going to push it to the center, but it doesn't, because why? Okay, so let me do this width of 100%, and then let me bring it to the top. Wait a minute, this is going to mess me up a bit. Let's say width of 90%, so that it's going to go all the way to the end here. So width of 90% works correctly here. And now what I need to do is I need to access these list items, and the list items are inside the nav ul and then the li. Now let me access the ul first of all and display flex on it, so that it's going to go into raw form, all of it. And then I'm going to change the flex direction to column. Flex direction, set this to column. Okay. And then I'm going to say align item center and just icon it to the center, which is going to push everything to the center. And then I'm going to add a gap here of about 1 rem to separate each of the items. And then now I'm going to go inside the nav ul, li, and the anchor tags. And then I'm going to say font weight, set this to bold, which is going to bolden them. And then I'm going to say text transform, set this to uppercase with a letter spacing of about 0.1 rem to separate out the letters a bit. Let me say 0.05 rem. And then I want to access this mid dot. See this mid dot? I want to increase it to increase its size. So I'm going to say for the nav ul, then I want the li, which is the nth child of, wait a minute, that's not correct. I want the li, and then I want the nth child, and the nth child here I want the number 1, 2, 3, and the fourth one. So I want the fourth one, where I'm going to say increase the font size here to about 2 rem. How does that look? Too small, 4 rem. But I'm just realizing that increasing its size here also increases this gap. Why does it do that? I didn't know it did that. You know what? It's not even it's not even a mid dot here, it's a border. So I'm actually doing this wrong. So we need to do this. I'm going to remove this, and then I'm going to say display none on it, so that on mobile screens then the mid dot is not going to show. And then I'm going to say that for the nav ul, li, and then I want the last child, and the last child is the login button here, where I'm going to say border top, and I'm going to say 2 pixels solid, and I'm going to get a color here which I do not yet have. The color should be, I don't know which one it is, so we're just going to do some copying and pasting. Should be that one. No, that's too dark. Is it this one? Should be that one. Is it? I can't even tell. I have my night light on, so these colors, like, it's very hard to tell. That should be it. That should be it. But then the reason why it won't go to the end is because we have a line item center here. So if I disable this, then you can see that now it goes to the end. So now that I've disabled this, then I'm just going to add text align center, which is going to push back everything to the center. And then now, which means I can remove this. And then now what I'm going to do is for the last child here, I'm going to add a padding on top. So padding top, I'm going to add, I had a gap of what? 1 rem. So 1 rem here, which is going to push the login button away from this. And you can see that now the spacing is much better, much more uniform. And this is not even 2 pixels, it should be 1 pixel to make it even thinner. And we're going to have that for our login button. And I've just realized that we don't have our menu bar. So we're going to add our menu bar as well. So let's go ahead and do that. So right below the nav bar here, I'm going to add a button here. And this button is going to say, it's going to be an image. And the source for this image is going to be /images/icon hamburger. And we should see the hamburger icon there. And then once we have that, then let me go ahead and access all the buttons. So right above our header, I'm going to say that for all the buttons, I want the background color to be transparent, because I don't want this default styling on the button. And then I'm going to say remove the border, so border none. And then I'm also going to remove the outline, so outline none. And there we go. So we're going to have this, and then let me have a cursor of pointer, all the buttons of pointer. So this button as well as the button that is behind this navbar. And then now what I'm going to do is this. So if I disable this, actually if I just go inside here and I remove the class of open from here, then the navbar disappears. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a toggle for it so that when you click on this button, that the navbar is going to drop down. So we don't need to have the class of open here anymore, and we can continue to style this out for our mobile. So what I'm going to do is this. We're going to go back into the index.css, and actually I should check the class that I have here, and it's called showcase. So right below the navbar, I'm going to be accessing the class of showcase, and I'm going to say display flex, and I'm going to say the flex direction is going to be column reverse because I want the image to appear first. Look at the design, the image appears first. And so since the image appears first, we're going to have that, and then we are going to do this h2 next. So I'm going to say that for the showcase h2, I want this to be, let's say, font weight 400. Oops, font weight 400. Then I'm going to say text transform, change this to uppercase to make it capitalized. Let's say font size, let me go below this. So font size, change this to about 2 rem. Too big, let's say 1 rem. Too small, let's say 1.5 rem. Let's say 1.25 rem. Okay, let's say 1.3 rem. And then below this, we're going to say set a margin of 1 rem on the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right to push away from this. And actually, no, let me say 2 rem on the top, 0 on the right, and then 1 rem on the bottom and 0 on the left. So this applies margin on the left and right. And we're going to have that. And then now let's access the span inside the h2. So the showcase h2, and then the span, and the span is this new, the text that says new. And inside here, we're going to have a background color of HSL, should be this one, and then change the text color into white. Let me see how this looks. Okay, we're going to have a padding of 0 on the top and bottom and about 1 rem on the left and right. Too big. How big is this? Let me see. Oh, it has letter spacing. Okay, so let me say about maybe 0.8 rem, and then let me say add a border radius of 30 pixels to give it a rounded border. And then let's go ahead and do this. Let me increase the padding here to 0.2 rem on the top and bottom, and then 0.8 rem on the left and right. And then now let's go back into this h2, and then let's increase the letter spacing to about 0.3 rem. Okay, and then let's go back inside here and reset the letter spacing because the span doesn't have letter spacing, so we don't want this to be spaced out. And then the h2 has a color on it, so the color for the h2 should be, let me grab, I think should be this one, paste it here, let me see. Yeah, that should be it. Yeah, that should be it. The colors are, once again, the colors are a bit messed up for me because I have nightlight on, and I don't want to remove it because the brightness of the screen is going to be hurting my eyes. So below this, we're going to say that for the showcase h1, now for this text here, for the h1, how is this styled? Uppercase and bigger font. So we're going to say this. So we're going to say font size, make this about 3 rem. Let's say line height, reduce the line height to about 1.3 rem. Sorry, not 1.3 rem, but 1.3. Too big, let's say 1. And then let's say text transform, set this to uppercase, can't type. And then we're going to have that for mobile. And then let me go below this, let me say margin dash bottom, set this to 1 rem to push away from the paragraph. And then let's access the paragraph next. So for the showcase paragraph, we are going to say this. Actually, that doesn't even need to change.